Work. Fuck you. I'm sharing it again.
Facebook didn't work again. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, there it goes. What hop this time? Right foot, let's stomp. Turn it out. Ryan's back. Now Zach's got to figure it out.
Guess who's back? Back again.
Shrek is back.
Hey.
Hello, friend. Who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who? Look, I got two more things.
Two more things.
What the fuck? I just saw fucking Alec just like weirdly run that way.
Oh, did you see him?
Yeah.
It's Alex in Atlanta so badly. So badly. I'll make sure that whenever we meet the next time, we have some alcohol in hand, like this. Hands down. Because I'm pretty sure you'll enjoy it. He's really funny. He seems pretty funny.
This one is strawberry. Mine is mango.
You like mango?
I tolerate it because there's alcohol.
Okay.
Okay, that's a new meme.
Hello, people. Welcome to the fifth part of this stream. We are partying.
Where am I from?
Uh-huh.
I am from Virginia.
Virginia. Where at?
Virginia's for lovers.
About 2 hours from Richmond. They're like the beach part.
The beach part?
Yeah.
Okay. I have to not laugh or I'm going to spew alcohol everywhere.
Most people knew what it was like to be so isolated where we live.
I'm alright. I'm okay. Oh,
Colton,
there he is. There he is. He
literally
finally figured it out.
Colton, you're like literally the only second person
God,
that I
did you hear
know
it?
from freaking Wyoming. Roman or live in Wyoming.
Yeah, there's not many of us.
Nope.
He told me that it gets 50 degrees in the summer at night. What the fuck is that? It's like 90 in the daytime and 50 at night.
That actually sounds terrible, honestly.
It is.
It's like 40 degrees difference.
I don't
That's
mind cold, like 50 degree, but from going 90 to 50 every night in the summer, yeah, I'm good.
Wasn't there a day that it was like 100 during the day and was freezing that night?
Yeah.
So when we were talking about Wyoming this past weekend when Colton and Cheyenne were down here, I literally looked at Colton. I said, why the fuck would anybody want to live there?
What is
Can
the
you give me an
coldest
answer?
that it get?
40 below happens at least once a year.
Damn.
I remember when it was like 40 below for like a week. It was like right after I graduated high school.
Yeah.
And that doesn't include the wind chill.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just normal temperature. That wasn't wind chill. Wind chill was probably like negative 60.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, fucking sucks.
Yeah.
I never drank on stream until tonight. Usually it was Colton with the Chucky Milks. This content is not for children, YouTube. You know that.
Must be 18 years or older. Yeah, but you and Myra, you guys got to come visit us in Cheyenne.
In the summer, maybe, yeah.
But yeah, not in the winter.
Fuck, no. Listen, I'm not getting her anywhere near frozen water unless it's like going in her mouth.
What?
Because you like to chew on ice.
Oh. That's
Yeah, that was
Sorry.
different out of context.
Listen, I don't
Oh,
have
stop
the
it.
peace of mind to make innuendos. So, peace of mind?
What?
My brain not work. No make
You're doing great.
innuendo.
You're doing great, buddy.
Yes. Can you tell that alcohol does not enter my body very often?
Yep.
Yeah, I can.
This is like the 4th time I've ever been the drunk.
You're
The drunk?
already?
The drunk.
And look, no one
Yeah,
wants to ate
I'd say
9
he's
cans
drunk.
ravioli.
I'm probably just buzzed, but I really don't give a fuck right now, so that kind of makes me right down in there. Why did I get on Facebook?
I don't know.
I'm digging the hat, Castrol, like the old Toyota Celica.
Zach, how's Las Vegas?
Hot.
Hot?
You're in Las Vegas?
Yeah.
You said a while ago.
My dad is here. My dad is here. Myra's here. You got to tell him the story.
I don't know when it was.
We were in
You were
it
in
was
what?
when I jogged with Jimmy Johnson,
Good Lord.
and we left. It was
I thought I was
2060.
No.
I don't know.
Did you just say 2060?
No, because we met in 2016 after.
Then it was 2017. In the February.
Am I supposed to tell a fucking story or not?
Yeah. You want me to shut up?
Yes.
I'm too fucking.
This man took I don't know how many shots of tequila.
14, and they were the double shots.
Okay,
The big ones.
double shots. I'm sorry. And
Back when I could hold my liquor.
he obviously got drunk by the end of the 14 double shots of tequila. And we were going back home, and there was a motorcycle behind us, and he thought
You skipped the Jimmy Johnson part.
It doesn't play into the story.
It's a pivotal moment in my
I
life.
will backtrack and say that we were on our way out of Atlanta Motor Speedway.
And I jogged.
Am I supposed to tell the fucking story or not?
I'll sip on my sippy cup.
No.
You can finish the story.
I don't remember the rest of it. I just remember jogging with Jimmy Johnson and screaming, "I'm jogging with Jimmy Johnson."
What if it wasn't
Like
even
2 in the
Jimmy
fucking morning.
Johnson, the dude who kind of looked like Jimmy
No, it was Jimmy Johnson.
No, it
You
wasn't.
couldn't ask everybody. It was Jimmy motherfucking Johnson, the
If I ask
juggernaut.
Jimmy Johnson, will he tell me the same thing?
He would probably be fucking
Like I say, I don't
red-faced and
fucking know,
embarrassed,
maybe.
but yeah, there was this fucking dumb kid that said, "I'm running with Jimmy Johnson." Duh. You could continue.
Are you done?
Yes.
Are we done?
Probably not, but
Anyway.
might as well just go on.
So, after that whole ordeal of running with Jimmy Johnson, we got in the car and we were on our way back to Alex's parents' house. And a motorcycle was behind us. So, he was in the back seat. He turns around, looks at the motorcycle, and goes, "The Terminator is following us." He was dead serious. And we were like, "What?" And he was like, "The Terminator is following us." And it went downhill from there. Then his brain
Well,
was
actually, we
rolling
were
in
going
his head.
uphill though because we were coming up to the Flash
Jesus
Foods.
Christ. It went
I
downhill
remember.
from there. No, we were going up a hill. I swear to God.
No, we were because you remember the gas station that we stopped at that was a Circle K that I called the Flash Foods because it used to be a Flash Foods.
Yeah.
We were going up that hill. That's when the motherfucking Terminator was there.
Word. Well, I'm still fucking hungry.
You want my potato?
Dude, you ate like 7 meals.
I ate 2 meals.
That's it?
Yeah. I ate dinner. Now what about supper?
Pizza.
That story reminds me of Colton pissing out the guest bedroom.
You didn't
window.
tell him about the other things that happened that night.
You were fucking talking. What?
Do you want me to go to my timeout spot?
This thing is really pink.
That's yummy.
Oh, me.
I don't know, man. I'm just.
Abnormally pink.
No, I think it's good. Just don't look at it.
This is all being documented.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, this evidence will be used in court.
For what? The fact that I'm a little bitch?
Am I supposed to finish the story now?
I'll go with
Where the fuck are you going?
They're gonna go get more alcohol.
No, he sat on the floor. He's sitting on the floor next to me.
Oh,
If I'm not seen, I can't be heard.
well, you can still.
No,
That
we
is a
can,
bunch of
we can
bullshit
definitely still
because
hear
the
you.
microphone's right there. Anyway, so to finish the story, after the Terminator, we turned somewhere, I guess, to get to his parents' house. I really don't remember. And he goes, "My brain's rolling in its case. I can feel it." And we're like, "What?" "Yeah, that's what it's called. The case. I can feel it rolling in there."
It's
Lord.
81 degrees in this fucking house.
It's okay. I love you. But yeah, then we got to his parents' house and he was still drunk, so his mom was able to see him drunk. And we all just laughed because it was really funny. It's a funny story.
Like Colton got super drunk one night, and we had a friend staying in our guest bedroom. And he got up in the middle of the night, and I was like, okay, you must be getting up to go pee. Well, he went into Josh's bedroom where he was staying, and I followed him. I said, Colton, get out of there. Like, you're going to wake Josh up. What the fuck are you doing? This motherfucker opened the window and pissed out the window. And I said, Colton, you had to walk right past the bathroom. Because where our office is where our guest bedroom used to be. And I said, you had to walk right past the bathroom. There's no need to be peeing out the window. Just felt like it.
Saves water.
No, it's because I couldn't reach the window of the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I couldn't reach the window in the bathroom. I forgot about that. Thank you.
Well, I couldn't pee out the other window.
He goes, because I couldn't
was
reach
so
the
mad
window
that
in the
night.
bathroom.
You can finish it.
Do you want it?
I have to fucking finish it for you if you want me to.
I don't think he needs to finish it.
Is it cooler outside than it is in the house?
Yes.
Are you gonna sit back up here or what? Or
Or
are you stuck?
I'm stuck.
I think you're Alex wheezing.
I'm not wheezing. I'm blazing.
Are you okay?
No, never.
You're done.
No. I gotta finish it. It's been in the cabinet thing, refrigerator, the cold one, for some time. If I laugh, it's coming out my nose, so that'll be okay.
I'm not washing sheets.
I didn't figure you were.
I'll do it tomorrow.
Oh shit, we gotta throw out the sheets again.
No,
You did it already?
Yeah.
Oh, you're on top of shit.
I know. Can I have more? Thank you. You're done. Sit back up here, goddammit.
We should have in the new house
Chilling.
to where I could sit in the couch to make the podcast. You didn't see Dakota's place, but it was really nice.
No, it wasn't there. Ouch.
Excuse me. Pardon me.
Oh, there he is.
I'm back. Why did I say it like that?
Rope, you're getting none of the steak. Go away.
I had a steak today. No, I didn't. Never mind.
It was yesterday.
I thought you had 8 wings.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I had 8 wings. You're right. I forgot.
It's all right. I remembered for you.
Sitting?
I was on the floor. The fuck? What you insinuating?
He was on timeout, according to him.
He put himself in timeout.
FanFuel
Yeah.
timeout.
What are you doing?
I'm moving. Look, you see the chat? It's going up and down.
Really?
I missed the button.
Gross, that was all cartilage.
Do either of y'all play PC games?
No. I don't like
Not
political.
really a lot.
Why is this all cartilage?
I got in a game the other day, the Fallout New Vegas, and I was trying to play it on the keyboard, and I realized that I can't. I physically cannot. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's not natural. And that's about all I had to say about that.
Or
Okay.
Jeopardy.
Oh, are you? We can play Jeopardy right now.
I mean, it's literally just gonna be you and Zach, and I guess
Does
Myra.
he know a lot about? No, Jared, we aren't. Get on the fucking stream. Play up.
Here.
Well, you can play, but you can also see the answers.
Oh, you're right. I shouldn't
Hey,
play.
hey. Is he home yet? You think?
Jared,
Yeah. He just texted me.
he might be. Fucking call his ass.
Mm,
I'm hungry.
I'm very content.
I'll be right back.
I'm hot.
It's cooling down in here a little bit now that I open that door.
I should
Yeah, I bet you are. If it's 81 degrees in y'all's house, we keep it at a
You're not in
solid
the house. You're in a terrarium.
68.
Yeah. A
Oh,
fucking,
but speaking about terrariums, the other day it was really humid outside. That we had the dryer on, and it fucking like misted in the fucking
Huh.
laundry room. I was like, "Ooh."
What are you doing, babe?
this hair was
Oh.
He's just doing stuff.
all this fuzz.
Well, we've got dog hair all over our house and it drives Colton nuts.
Yeah, fucking Blaney. Harry's goddamn bell.
It's your dog. She's outside being a dog.
Oi, dog! Why are you doing dog stuff?
I hope he can read that.
I don't think so.
Doing dog stuff.
Yeah, well, I can't type
Dog stuff.
on a normal day.
She could be like Roper and just stay inside.
Quit yelling.
Playing another game? I don't know. What did he say?
He said he's going to be on here in a couple hours.
Fuck!
He doesn't have any service right now because he's in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Oh.
Wherever the fuck Eldor is. I don't remember. My brain's not connected right now. Right now, the King's Royal may be the best thing I've ever gone to. Well, congratulations. What's happening?
I don't know. What are we doing?
We're just hanging out, man. Myra's eating leftover pizza from earlier today.
Yummy.
Some of the pepperoni's like a cup. Some of it's flat.
Are you okay?
No. I am the entertainment.
Sit for a little while.
Oh, you turned our AC off?
Yeah, we can run it for almost or over 24 straight hours.
Did you leave it on last night?
I left it on until fucking almost 6 a.m. I went to bed.
Mm.
And then you got up at. You got up before I did, and I got up
I got up at
around
9.
10. Yeah.
You got up at 11.
So it was up. It was on for all but 3 hours of the last.
No, because I left it off for
36.
an hour this morning when I was cleaning the house.
So all but 4 hours of the last 36.
Yeah, we're playing another game. We got shit. Like, we got playing stuff out, man. We even have a SO Power Hour. We never did it. Come on, Dad. Keep up.
We also have a fan spotlight here in about 45 minutes.
Who are you bringing on?
I'm going to check out for that shit.
That guy we met in Atlanta.
Ashton. We
Ashton.
do not talk about certain things with him because
Yeah.
that's what he told us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Diet Dalton Good.
Diet Dalton Good.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We should get them both on the stream at the same time.
I mean, if Dalton can come back on, yeah, we can just leave the stream to them and just like pop off.
DDG.
Yeah, I'm sweating in my own motherfucking house.
Mhm.
I do that all the time. That's probably just because I'm fat, though.
I mean,
Fucking Zach.
throw shit in that McDonald's bag.
Oh.
We'll throw it out.
Did you say you shit in a McDonald's bag?
You did.
That guy was impressed by me and Colton last weekend. What the hell are you talking about?
I will.
Like my girth, my size? Like what the fuck? Like I'm a round penguin looking motherfucker? Like what was he impressed by? We talked to him for like 8 minutes.
Not even that.
Like 40 seconds.
Yeah, closer.
And he was like, dope, I'll be on there. And we were like, cool. And we never talked to him again. Until tonight. Here in
Well, and he said he was going to show up in his
35
fire
minutes.
suit. I assume
Oh, he's here. Ashton is here.
Oh, he is.
Should I leave since I'm not in good?
No, you'll be fine. Stay on here.
Nah, yeah, you're good.
Oh, what's up, dude?
I'm gonna leave.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
How's it going?
Can't complain. Even if I were to complain, nobody want to hear it.
Mood?
Yep.
We're just here.
What are you up to today?
Well, I just got home from a little while ago from a hockey tournament that my friend was playing in. So, and then earlier today, I entered a contest for the Pocono race this weekend, which I ended up winning with 4 tickets for me and my friends.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's fucking awesome.
You owe me a something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. This is my first race north of the Mason-Dixon line, so I'm pretty excited about this.
Yeah, that'll be a good time.
What am I going to do with all these tomatoes?
Just throw them away. Yeah, it'll be a good time. Hopefully there's not a ton of lightning and thunderstorms up there.
Is Jared gonna be there?
I'm not sure if Jared will be.
Okay.
Hey, shh, don't bring up that R word like I told you in Atlanta.
No, we don't say the R word on stream. We do say rain quite a bit, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought that was the R word.
Ashton, are
I'm
you
just
good? Or
guessing,
you
though, at
been?
this
Are
point.
you been like me in the last hour?
Alex,
You
you
said
Uh,
you can do it.
a little bit ago.
I'm
Holy
actually,
shit.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. It's just I'm like this every day. I'm a jokester, so
I'm gonna.
Bro, I never drank on stream, and then I did that tonight, so I apologize. We were supposed to do this all professionally, and then
Full screen. There we go.
yeah, here we go.
Man, look at
It's all
them
good.
six.
I apologize.
All
I'll
right.
shut up now. Colton, this is yours. This is yours.
Well, we can do this one of two ways. We can do it the actual fan fuel way, and one for a guest spotlight,
Okay.
or we could just piss around for a little while and have him on Wednesday.
Okay. Well, that's going to depend on his schedule.
That's true.
We usually do Wednesdays at 7:30 Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just doing this 36-hour stream right now because I guess because
we had nothing else to do, really.
yeah, really. I mean, we decided on doing it like 4 months ago, and then stuff happened.
And here we are.
We'll go through a full.
I'm not in good condition.
We'll go through a full spotlight.
Well, I got to get rid of it. I bought
I
it.
can't drink it.
This way we can split this up and then just send it to Ashton so that he'll have it. Let me get. Hang on just a minute here. Ye old notes pulled up from the Google Drive.
Oh, honey, I'll let you do your fan spotlight.
I mean, you can chill out here for.
Do I need to dissolve?
Ouch. You what?
Do I need to dissolve? I'm
You need to
supposed to be like a. Yeah, I'm usually not. I'm a good host, and not tonight. I will not be.
Nah, you'll be all right. I'll host.
Wrong arm.
Yeah. So Ashton, I'm Colton. The semi-drunk guy next to me is Alex, and that is his wife to be Myra. In the no picture over there, we have Ryan. Ryan has been on this stream with us for the whole fucking time. Like, he isn't a member of the podcast. He's just been hanging out, so he's cool as shit. In the very bottom corner over there is my buddy Zach, who also just popped on just to hang out for a little bit because we are 24 hours in and we are fucking tired.
I bet.
Yeah, it's been a little rough. We had some rough bits. So I know I asked you when we were down there, where are you from?
Oatman, Alabama, which is about 30 miles west of Birmingham.
30 miles west of Birmingham. And so take us through your start as a race fan. What got you into racing? How long have you been involved with it?
Well, for starters, my great-grandfather was a pioneer, like one of the NASCAR pioneers. His name was Bill Howell. He was known in the Mobile, Pensacola, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida areas as Wild Bill Howell. I mean, and my grandfather, he was a NASCAR official for the NASCAR No Bull Series, which is now known as the ARCA K&M West and East Series.
Ah, hell yeah!
Mm-hmm. And
So
when I came along, and I vaguely remember watching a race and all, and I just grew into it, but basically got burned into it, and something I've always ever known is watching NASCAR every Sunday when it was, and sometimes on Saturday nights when they're when it's on the TV and all, and it's just something I've done my whole entire life. And family tradition in this house.
You're from Alabama, lived there your whole life. Have you lived anywhere else?
No, just Oatman, Alabama. Because go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, honestly, I love going to Birmingham to have fun and all, but I love my small town roots, and that's just how I am.
Yeah. Now, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 26.
I thought you were older than that. Well, shit. You're my age.
Yeah. Now I will tell you this: when I keep my beard trimmed and all that, people think I'm actually 17, but I'm actually 26 around these parts.
Yeah, damn. You almost grow 'em, grown big over there or something. Because like
I
I'm from
guess.
Wyoming,
I
and so,
guess.
yeah. So like I would have taken you for closer to like 28, maybe, especially when I met you over there.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't take that the wrong way. But
Hey,
you,
to
you
each their
look
own.
more, yeah, you look more mature than 26.
Well, thank you. I
Yeah.
try to be.
Is Chad popping in here, Alex? Word. So you've always been a race fan your whole life. Who was the driver you remember rooting for first? Because I'd assume it wasn't Kyle Busch.
No, but it was not long before Kyle Busch. It was actually Jeff Gordon when he was during the final season of his Rainbow Warrior scheme before he transitioned into the blue and orange flames on his car, and that was one of my all-time favorite paint schemes for starters. Was Jeff Gordon. He's always been one of my second favorites until, of course, he retired.
Yeah. Now, what made you latch on to Kyle Busch?
Ooh, I gotta be honest. Going down deep in my thoughts, I liked his style, like how he speaks his mind for the most part. But believe it or not, another one of my favorite schemes of all time is the M&Ms. And when he jumped on after, Gillen didn't do anything in that, I was like, heck yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
But,
hell yeah.
But but however, with Kyle Busch, though, I watched him in his late model stuff and his early truck stuff, and before he had to get cut out on kind of the age limit, when they established the Kyle Busch rule, as he puts it.
Yeah.
Seeing that kid at that time, that kid with that talent, it made me look up to him, how he speaks his mind and is not afraid to speak his mind.
Yeah.
And now, however, when he did what he did to Ron Hornaday back in 2011, which I was watching in the living room right here live, I was screaming at the top of my lungs, Kyle, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And when he did, I was like,
yeah.
I looked over at my grandfather and we were like, what did we just witness?
Yeah.
One of the most blatant,
yeah.
I've seen some pretty dirty moments in NASCAR, but that was by far the dirtiest. And he was at that time and still is my favorite driver. However, my respect level went from way up here to the ceiling to well below the middle, not quite to the bottom, but between the bottom and the top. Yeah. Well, the bottom and the middle, excuse me.
So I used to be, when I was a kid, a Kyle Busch fan. I remember when he took over Terry's ride in 2005, and I was a fan from his first Daytona 500 up until right after that is when I started to go away from it. Just because I started to kind of like every other driver too. But also that thing you just mentioned, I didn't like Kyle enough to want to latch onto it. Oh, we got a kick-ass background now. But I still kind of root
for Kyle. Where's my costume at? Where's my costume at? It's in the wash. I'm just joking around. That's just it. I'm just joking around because I'm a jokester and all that. But right now it's in the wash, getting ready, getting all that sweaty smell out of it.
So how many races do you go to a year?
It really just varies, to be honest. I usually go about 2, which usually either Talladega, which is just about maybe an hour and a half, 2-hour drive from my house. And I either try to fluctuate between either Atlanta and Nashville when Nashville was added to the schedule last year.
Yeah. So how far is it, the track in Atlanta from your house then?
It's depending on traffic, it's usually about a good 2 to maybe 3-hour drive. Just depends on how bad the Hornet's Nest is in Birmingham and Atlanta as far as the traffic is concerned. Yeah,
that makes sense. So did you go to Spring Talladega then, or are you trying to go to Fall Dega?
I went to I didn't get to go to the spring race this past spring because my grandfather was having some health trouble at that time. But I am intending on going to Talladega, but I'm just kind of on the fence about that right now because it's so far out. But I usually try to plan my race trips about 3 weeks in advance.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Getting tickets and everything like that.
How many times did you go to Talladega?
Oh goodness. I remember my very first race. It was the 2012 running of the Fred's 250, which is the truck race, the fall race. That was my first trip to Talladega, and I went the following year in 2013. 2014 was the year when I believe when the spring race kept raining and raining, and then the fall race I was going through a death in the family, and I couldn't make it to that one. But I went to the spring race in 2015, where Junior got his final win at Talladega. I mean, I know his last career wins at Phoenix, but I'm talking about the last win at Talladega. And that was, being honest, at that time when Junior crossed the line, Kyle Busch was out with an injury where he broke his foot and leg.
We're going to do that.
And I'm like, and my second favorite at that time was Junior. And when he came across that line, people were slinging beer, popcorn. I was like, if you can't beat them, join them. And it was just so awesome to experience that type of spectacle at a track that's known as Earnhardt Country.
Yeah.
And then I didn't go to any more after that because I was either working or doing some odd ends jobs at that time. But I did get to go to the fall race where Bubba Wallace won.
So now what do you do for work currently?
Well, right now, I got to be honest with you. I have slight autism, so I have to watch how much I make and all that.
Yeah.
Which you can't really tell face to face right now or even on camera. But I do have autism that does affect me more than what normal people would say. But when I'm at a workplace, I can work retail up to like 25 hours a week and not have everything get cut off and all that. But right now I'm on the onboarding process and trying to get on to the local O'Reilly Auto Parts here in town.
Hell yeah. That sounds like a good deal.
Well, I used to work at Advance, and then I used to work at Napa, and now O'Reilly's. So
yeah, just
go
jump
figure.
down the line. So do you work on cars a lot or anything in your free time?
I don't really work on cars. I don't work on cars on my free time, but I love going to like a lot of the short track events and drag racing events here in town.
Yeah. Hell yeah. So now that kind of leads me to the next one. You're probably not just a fan of NASCAR then. Are there any other series you follow, or is it just kind of any racing?
Well, I love watching just about any type of racing. However, there's one particular motorsport I really don't really care for, and that's MotoGP. That's something I don't really care for.
Yeah, I'm probably in that same boat.
However, I do like to watch that Monster Energy Supercross where they go into all these big stadiums and all. I love watching that.
Yeah. I'm going to pop Chad in, Alex's dad here. I just muted his mic because he's listening to a dirt race. I didn't want it to kind of wash out here.
It's all good.
But he's popped in now.
All right. Which short tracks do you go to, being that you're that close to Talladega and some of the other ones? Do you get to go to Huntsville, or do you go to Talladega short track, or do you go over to Buckshot or ECM?
I've been to ECM before because that's maybe a 30-minute drive from my house. I've been to Thunder Valley up in Winfield. I've been to Sayre, which is maybe about 15, 20 minutes from my house because it's literally just down the road. I've been to Jasper Speedway, which is about 15 minutes, which is about 10 to 15 minutes because it's the closest. I've been to Mobile International Speedway in Irvington, Alabama, which is south of Mobile. I've been to Five Flag Speedway in Pensacola, Florida. And on both those tracks on multiple occasions, Mobile and Pensacola, because a lot of times when me and my grandfather are in Mobile visiting family, we usually check the schedule and see what's on the agenda for each track, and bingo, we'll go check it out.
Yeah, good deal.
And do you have a one of those tracks that is your favorite to actually go to, whether it's the closest one to you or not?
Honestly, my two favorite, I gotta be honest with you, I love Mobile and Pensacola. Those two, in particular, the most, is because there's a lot of great memories at those two short tracks. Matter of fact, there's two. The reason why Mobile is because that's where I got to see my first short track race is in at Mobile International Speedway. Now, for Five Flag Speedway in Pensacola, however, my first trip down there was on $5 fan night, where fans can pay $5 for general admission and just sit anywhere they want, of course. Well, I remember that night going into it, they had like 5 classes, and at the end of the night, they had a demolition derby on the front straightaway. And I kid you not, when we went over there, literally every single one of the classes that night when they had $5 fan night, they either wrecked for the win or there's a last lap pass for the win with a neck and neck finish. Some of the best racing I've ever witnessed in my entire life.
Well, I can see why that would have made you a huge fan of those two tracks itself, being where me and Alex lived while he grew up and where I grew up. We would to watch asphalt. We would go to Montgomery Motor Speedway, and one of my first experiences there, I actually got to see old Red Farmer. He come 3 laps short of winning the Alabama 200 that I went to. He had a drive line belt come off the front of the motor, and with 3 laps to go. And I actually have a door in my basement that come off of David Bonnet's car that he let me take home with me from that event, from my first ever Alabama 200. And this year, me and Alex and Myra and my wife got to go back to that event. And it's just like, I hadn't been to it in so long, but it was so cool. And then I got to watch a 3rd generation Bonnet race. So I've got to see Neil when I was a kid race, then David, then his boy Justin. So I thought that was really cool for me. And that's really the first real short track of asphalt that I got to go to. And I was in my 20s when I actually went to see that.
Now, I will tell you a fact about Red Farmer real quick. I happen to be really good friends with his 2 younger nephews, Caden and Maddox Mullinax. They race at Talladega a lot, and sometimes at Caden Speedway. I think it's in Georgia or Tennessee. I can't really remember. But they race at Talladega short track pretty frequently.
Oh, I've actually been able to flag over Maddox. He raced at Rome underneath me on a couple of Sundays this past year in 2021. So I know exactly who you're talking about, and they come from a good family line, and they are hard-nosed racers too.
Yes, and 2 of the nicest guys that I've really personally gotten to know. Matter of fact, Maddox, as I told you, Colt, at the track, Maddox knows about my passion for sports broadcast journalism. And he gave me some advice as I was doing like a little practice call, just something to get, my feet in the water or something, just like a little practice call at the local hockey rink here, in Birmingham. He gave me some advice, Maddox did, because he was a broadcasting student for UAB. He said, you've got to be animated, but do not be biased. Because my call at that time was like, here comes such and such with a pug. Here comes this guy. Here comes that guy. He shoots, he scores. I didn't know what being animated meant was at that time. And when he furthermore explained it to me, I was like, like, which means be more animated. Well, I'm going to get NASCAR. Here comes Kyle Busch going down the inside. Here comes, oh, they touch. You know, something like that.
Right.
That's called being more animated instead of being low key. And that's, as he put it, I'm like, oh, because see, I didn't know what be animated meant at that time as far as broadcasting slang is concerned. Now I do know.
Yeah.
Hey, Alex, it'd be a good thing to let him meet Dwayne Keith, wouldn't it? As animated as he gets on the mic for some of them Southern All-Star events.
He will become your favorite chocolate announcer as soon as you meet him. That's what he says.
I will tell you this. I have done some PA announcing at Jasper Speedway and at my local drag strip at I-22 before. So it's technically not my first rodeo. Now, drag racing is fun to, you know, to like announce, especially when pro mods are in town, because they go like 3 seconds in like a eighth of a mile. But I enjoy calling round track more because there's more action.
Right.
I have a serious question. If you're announcing drag racing, other than telling me who you are lining up on the grid and who's going to race and telling me the time, what do you do? Because I've never been to a drag race.
Well, it's like this. You ever heard? You know what bracket racing is, right?
Of course.
What they'll do when they set the dial in up on the monitor that I read off of, I read the time off on the crowd, like to the crowd. Like, for example, this guy, like a pro ET dragster, is dialed in at a 4.27, and the guy in the right hand lane is driving a 1968 Camaro, which is dialed in at 5.86. And I let them know. And when they take off, whoever wins that, well, gets the green light. I'll read off the ticker. Like, say if one of them broke out, I'll tell how much they broke out by either by either the thousands or the hundreds. While the winner, you know, if they got like something funny on their car, like when they start pulling up the line, I got a friend of mine that drives a Chevy Beretta with a Sneaky Snake. You know, it's got Sneaky Snake written on the side of it. I go, here comes such and such with a Sneaky Snake on the side of the door. You know, just kind of do some pun intended and all that. Now, I will tell you this. I did get in some slight trouble, but the track boss at this one speedway was a jerk. I mean, he was hard to work with. There's a junior dragster car that had like Price Construction on it, and I just figured I'd crack a joke when he lost. Said apparently this go around the price is wrong, you know, because you know the price is right. The game show. I was like, well, unfortunately, most of the time the price is right, but unfortunately this go around the price is wrong for such and such price. And the guy and the guy that was in charge of the booth operations, he came there storming in, grabbed the mic from me and said, "You're done." I'm like, what? It's a joke. I mean, because when the guy I had originally took over that position from that guy.
Yeah. Because
all you could hear, like at I-22 where I go, where the guy's over at that thing, we have like music playing over the PA, but thing about it, he never turns it down to where if he needs to speak, he never turns it down. All you hear is the music going this. That's all you hear from him. But when I'm in the booth, I'll turn the music down like maybe 3 notches and speak in a more clear tone.
Yeah.
And there's been multiple drivers that vouches for me said, you need to be back up in there in the booth where we can understand you better. I'm like, well, you need to tell that one guy up there that he needs to get going in a heartbeat before I can even get back up there. Y'all need to start making a stand. If it wasn't for me, if it wasn't for him, I'd still be up there.
Yeah.
And the guy's just an absolute jerk.
So I got a couple questions here. So you're a big Kyle Busch fan. What is your one piece of Kyle Busch merchandise that is your favorite? Which one you like the most?
Oh my goodness. I like them all the same, but if I had to pick just this one, it's a hero card. Believe it or not, it's a hero card. And there's a story behind the hero card. When I met him at the 50th running of the 2017 Snowball Derby, which was the 50th running, as I said, he ended up winning the race. And once he did all his victory celebration, and we got the okay by security to go down to the pit area, he happened to, I always carry like a paramedic thing on my wrist at that time I did, to let other medics know when I'm at far away that I have a medical issue, like as an autism, that I might resist or something, or be kind of fidgety or something.
Yeah.
Well, he happens to notice that bracelet. And he said, he waves at me like, "Hey, you." I'm like, because I have like a real nice Kyle Busch championship shirt on. He's like, yeah, you, come here. I was like, because when I did that, when he said that, I was like, just seeing my idol like that, I was like, oh my God, he's waiting me on. I was so excited that I thought I was going to have to go and get carried off the track in a gurney. That's how excited I was. So I walked up and he said, here's your hero card, buddy. And he signed it for me. I asked him if he could sign the championship hat that I was wearing at that time, along with the souvenir program. And he was like, sure. Yeah, and he's like, sure, man. Signed all that. And I asked him, I hate to be a bug. I just asked this to him out of curiosity. I asked him, do you have like any die casts, like small or big die casts that you can autograph for me? He said no, but if I did, I'd let you have one. And then I asked him like a couple other questions for his PR representative. Said, Kyle, we got the tech guy needs to see you, because it was a late model race that he competed in.
Right.
Anyways, Kyle and I were just talking, just shooting the bull like you and I, like we are right now. And I asked Kyle, I said, Kyle, I don't mean no offense by this, but you don't seem like this, like you do on TV. You're actually one of the nicest guys. Like, to see, when I watch you on TV, you seem like pretty snippy. He said, I'll tell you the reason why. I hate doing interviews so badly. It was the exact tones. I said, really? I said, he said, yes, I know I have to do it, but I hate it. That's one thing I hate doing. Because a lot of these reporters, as in his words, a lot of these reporters, they come up with the biggest dumbass questions I've ever heard. Especially, and I'm being honest, I could see, the way he talked at Las Vegas a couple years later, I can see how he feels. Like, I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Yeah.
And honestly, I can relate to him, because there are times when you're in that spur of the moment, especially after a race, and you do kind of mediocre or halfway decent. I can understand it. You don't want to be bothered, but yet there's that one in every like 50 reporters. I'll set that microphone instead of asking politely, because I've learned this in my broadcasting journey. You ask the driver if they've got time for it. Instead of just rushing up and said, hey, such and such, you got time for a question? And then just stick the mic in the face. That's one thing you don't do, because that's just not even courtesy like.
Right.
And I've come to know, and that's something that was instilled in me as a child, was common courtesy.
Yeah. And so that's a great story. Kind of funny about the interview comment, honestly.
Yeah, for true.
What is, in your opinion, what is the best Kyle Busch paint scheme of all time?
Whew. I got to be honest with you. There's so many different ones that I like so well. But if I had to name three favorites, I'd have to say at number 3, it'd have to be the 2010 pretzel scheme.
Great scheme.
And the M&M's pretzel, like the blue one.
Yeah.
And at number 2, I would have to say the year he won the championship in 2015, the bright green M&M's Crispy. And my favorite movie themed car that any driver had ever ran before at any level was the Indiana Jones scheme that he won at Darlington. That was by far the best movie themed scheme I've ever seen. And honestly, if it weren't for these scalpers on the internet that want like $5,000 for that diecast, I'd buy one in a heartbeat. But I ain't paying $1,000 for no diecast.
That was one
I'm not
sweet
paying
ride.
retail.
I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, damn good car.
It was
That
that
one's up
night,
there.
that's for sure.
Well, that one and the 2010 Pretzel are up there as 2 of my all-time favorites from him.
Well, if I had to name some honorable mentions, there's also the peanut M&M one where the yellow M&M's laying in a bed of peanuts on the hood. I like that one. And the other honorable mention is whenever they did like flavors and stuff, like the peanut butter or the, like the special schemes in 2014 that he had, like the peanut butter, the pretzel, the almond, stuff like that. Just something like that. Whenever they did special schemes like that, that was one of my favorites, even though that was one of his more mediocre years.
I liked it when they actually went across, and most of the time they used a Snickers scheme, because the Snickers schemes usually were pretty sharp as well, and some of them were actually kind of unique and completely different than a normal regular scheme on a car.
Yeah, for example, the 08 Atlanta, which he won the first race for Toyota, and that's another one of my favorites. But as far as Snickers is concerned, as the paint scheme is concerned, is the one that he ran in the 2019 Folds of Honor 500 at Atlanta. I remember, now the reason why I like that one so well is because I remember him blowing a tire about midway through the race, going a lap down, getting the free pass, and somehow, some way, end up finishing 8th. And honestly, if he had a couple more cautions, even though he had like a partially damaged car, if he had like a couple of late cautions, he would have had a chance, because that car was by far, witnessing that track on the track that day was the fastest, considering the fact that it was damaged. It still ran pretty well and consistent.
So, as a race fan, if I give you a pass, I'm going to give you one race ticket to any race in history. You can go back and watch. Which race are you going to go back and see?
Ooh. It's going to be a 3-way tie, to be honest, because I can't decide between these 3. It's either one of the 2 years that he won the championship at Homestead, or the 2018 Chicagoland finish between he and Kyle Larson. Because I would have loved to have been there in person.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Just the last couple of laps, yeah.
Especially for the last couple of laps, for sure, because I'd be like, oh my God, no. And he finally comes across the line winning. I'm like, holy crap! At the top of my lungs.
Now, out of all the races you've been to, have you seen Kyle win in person?
Only once. Well, actually twice. But they're in lower tier stuff. Like the 2017 running of the Snowball Derby, and last year at Nashville in the Xfinity race.
Yeah.
And now I'll tell you a funny story about the Nashville Xfinity race. I was sitting kind of adjacent to the start-finish line, about 2 sections past it, going in turn 1. And right next to me, in like a couple rows above me, were a group of nothing but Chase Elliott fans. Now, don't get me wrong, I like Chase Elliott as a driver, but some of his fans go way beyond overboard when it comes to Elliott pride, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they had the F, I'm not going to say the word, but they had F Kyle Busch on their shirts with Chase Elliott giving the number 1 finger, as I'm waving right here. And, where Kyle had accidentally wrecked him at Darlington because Kyle, openly admitted it wasn't. I didn't mean to wreck him.
Yeah.
Well, during about halfway through the race, at every caution, I could tell they were also Atlanta Braves fans that are going, Kyle Busch, Kyle Busch. And I look up at him, I'll be like, and in my mind, I'm like, shut up.
Yeah.
Because, don't get me wrong, I like the Atlanta Braves as a baseball team, but that Tomahawk chant, I understand it's a tradition and all, but it does get annoying fairly quickly. Just me in my opinion, but hey, to each their own.
Right. So I had another good question lined up like halfway through your story, and now I just freaking forgot it because you got me on the Atlanta Braves now.
Oh, it's all good. Hey, but I will tell you this. I am a diehard Cubs fan too, kind of like how Kurt is, but.
Yeah. So you said 2018 Chicagolanders, 2 championship races. I'm trying to track back so I can remember my damn question. Should have wrote it down like I did the other 3.
It's all good.
Yeah. So what did you think of this last week at Atlanta?
Ooh. Honestly.
Overall race. I know Kyle had a bad weekend.
I've got to be honest with you. As far as being a VIP pass, as y'all saw in the garage area and all, that was an experience of a lifetime. As a personal standpoint, getting to see everything behind the wall that you don't see on TV.
Was that
the way
the first
the pit
time you ever
crew?
got those passes?
Yes.
No. Yeah.
Seeing all of the way the pit crews operate, changing tires like that, and putting in the gas can and all. I understand they make mistakes because they're human and all that. But when I would watch them on TV and all, I bashed the crap out of them. Like, what are y'all doing? It didn't matter which driver it was. But seeing what they do before, during, and after a pit stop, that gave me a whole new profound perspective and respect. A lot of those guys will go in, are former football players in college and NFL. They didn't quite make it in the NFL. And they go out there on a weekly basis, out in that hot sun, on asphalt, doing that ordeal. And in those, that costume I was wearing, I had to share that top part off, just take the top part off because it was starting to get unbearably hot. And those guys had to keep that on the entire time. How they do that? I don't even know.
Yeah.
Some of those old football players and stuff like that chose not to go to the NFL because they can work for a cup team like that, and they get so good at it that they can make $150,000 a year and only work 4 hours a day for 36 days out of the year. So it's kind of crazy when you look at it based on the hours of pay that they actually work. And if I was that athletic and could do it, be doggone if I wouldn't have made that choice. But, as old as I am, that wasn't even a thought. You had to be one of the mechanics on the car back in the 80s when I was growing up if you wanted to be on the pit.
Right. That's for sure.
And Alex, he banned me because we'd go to a race together and I'd buy a Kyle Busch hat on Saturday. Kyle Busch would win on Sunday. He wouldn't let me buy no more Kyle Busch hats after he won 3 races that we went to go see.
That's funny. Now, I was going to tell you like a brief story about stuff back in the 80s and stuff. I've got to be honest with you. My grandfather, when he had this official credentials and all that, he would, get to interact with drivers and stuff, through as an official and all that. Believe it or not, he had numbers from Rod Osterland, the people that got Dale Earnhardt to start. He's got Petty Enterprise, Richard Petty's number. He had Junior Johnson's number. He had Richard Childress's old number. He had like a lot of the top tier guys at that time, even JD Stacy, all those top tier guys of the late 70s and early 80s at that time. All their phone numbers where he could like order parts for like old used parts for his friends, race parts for his friends. Because at the time you could do that. Now you can't. Matter of fact, Junior Johnson even told him at one time, saying, if you got I'll give you some, my race used stuff half price. But if it's faulty or it doesn't work properly, you can turn it, you can come back and you can ship it back. I'll give you either a full refund or I'll give you a brand new one free of charge. That's how Junior Johnson was. That's how down to earth he was.
Now, Chad or Alex or even Zach Ryan, do you guys have any more questions? Because any that I didn't ask, he answered in his stories. He's been real good about keeping us all entertained here with his stories.
Yeah, he's been a very good storyteller. I've been enjoying it, and this is the first fan spotlight that I've not really participated in, and I understand why people like watching our show now, because it's really cool to see the insight that we can get from people just by asking just a few simple questions, and like Ashtain did today, and he's been talking about all this cool different stuff that he's experienced and what he's thought about different races and stuff that Kyle Busch has done and stuff like that. And then I've been appreciating being just the guy on the sidelines today. So that's been pretty cool.
Well, that's why we like doing it here at FanFuel, is to get the fans' perspective, because everyone always wants to talk to the drivers. Don't get me wrong, we do as well. But I feel like there's a huge group of stories that get missed from the fans that go to the races every week and that save their money and save their dollars to go to one, maybe two races a year. And that the weekend that drivers, just see as another weekend is an important memory in someone's life. And so we want to unlock those memories. And you've certainly shared more than enough with us already. So we really thank you for that, for coming on and keeping us at the very least entertained for a good hour. We still got 11 to go. Before off the clock. Yeah.
Well,
36 hours, man.
Colton and Alex, I mean,
Wow.
The one thing that I got to know that Ashtain is really deeply embedded with NASCAR history thanks to his granddad. And he didn't mention any of that to begin with. It sort of like creeped out of him the more we asked and the more things we got to, ask him about. And when he started bringing up those old 80s names, knowing that was in my heyday of being a kid, and I probably ended up running into his granddad at a race in a garage when we snuck in and stuff, or my dad sent me running through the garage so he could come in the garage after me so he could go in after a race. That happened a few times at Atlanta. Yeah. It's kind of cool to know that your heritage has been there all along, knowing your grandfather knew all of the greats when people thought poorly of NASCAR because it was just a redneck sport back in the 70s and early 80s.
Yeah. And that's something we'd have never got if we didn't come up to you in the garage this past weekend in Atlanta. So, like, we're learning all this good stuff just because we chose to seek you out, because we saw a happy-looking fan in the garage. So I appreciate you coming on with us tonight.
Thank you. Now, now to alliterate on what you just said about naming all these old drivers and stuff. As a lot of times during the week when I was real younger, I'd watch like old VHS tapes of like NASCAR history tapes, like documentaries and stuff, along with old races like from Bristol, Daytona, Rockingham, North Wilkesboro, just to name that select few. So
yeah, hell yeah.
That sounds like my dad's parents. They recorded every race on VHR, or VHS, excuse me, and they probably got piles of tapes just in their house that at some point somebody's gonna have to go through and see some of these races that got broadcasted that nobody's got content of because NASCAR hadn't released it yet.
Well, I'll tell you this: I've got two memorable finishes in my VHS case in the living room. One is Bill Elliott's first and only short track win, where he beat Jeff Bodine, because he and Jeff Bodine were the only two cars on the lead lap in the, I want to believe it's the 1988 Valleydale 500.
Yep, the spring
And
race.
then another one, and the other one is the most iconic one in the year 2001, which of course it was a somber year for NASCAR, but it was also ability to rebuild the sport as far as safety is concerned and to rebond together as drivers. Matter of fact, I got the 2001 Atlanta spring race where Kevin Harvick edged Jeff Gordon on VHS tape. And when that tape breaks, I will try my best to fix it one way or another. If not, I'm going to download it digitally on a DVD, because there's just so many packed memories of that race on that alone. Because I understand that Fox Sports can only put out so much time on kind of the time allotment and all. But when I had the full race on VHS in my house, getting to see all those old commercials and all that, NASCAR commercials and all that, those brings back memories of childhood. When I was about maybe 5 or 6 years old. That brings back memories.
That it does. I was actually at that race. I published an article in a lot of the small newspapers around LaGrange, Georgia, and I actually have that finish at the start-finish line photographed, and it made it into about 7 different newspapers, and it was one of the most awesome moments that I actually got to do and share through the newspapers by having got that shot.
Now, I will tell you this, speaking of photographs, if you go on to Getty Images about the Quaker State 400 this past weekend, there's like a series of photos of Kyle Busch and all that. But then there's a picture of me in my fire suit holding a piece of tear-off, a part of the suspension hole, and some grill tape, like in my hand. And it says, I can't remember the exact caption, but it says, a Kyle Busch fan holds pieces of the damaged car, Kyle Busch's damaged car, as he watches the race, as he looks on during the Quaker State 400 on Sunday. And that exact image, believe it or not, is on Getty Images. That's how I found out about it. I was like, what? Because it's something that nobody ever gets on.
Dude, you need to screenshot that and put that as your wallpaper on your computer.
Yeah.
It already is on my phone, buddy.
Now, you watched Daytona 500 this year on TV?
Daytona 500 on TV this year? Yeah, I did.
So, do you remember after the first wreck Kyle Busch was involved in, when he crashed, and there's that fan in the stands?
That's Dalton Good.
Yeah,
that's Dalton Good.
I on just a minute ago. I wasn't sure if you were familiar with him.
Yeah, we're friends on Facebook. I'm friends with multiple different, people of Rowdy Nation, if they call it. So, but yeah, that is a guy on, he's on there. Now, I will openly admit this. There's been people come up to me and say, hey, we saw you at Dover. I'm like, because there's multiple different people that will impersonate Kyle Busch at Dover, Bristol, and all these other places. The only tracks I've been to is Talladega, Atlanta, and Nashville, and soon to be Pocono.
Yeah. Now that you mentioned it, I just added you on Facebook here just to say I did. That is pretty cool because we weren't sure.
Yeah, I just got the notification, so I'll send it. I'll accept it here in a few minutes. So
we were going to try to get Dalton back on to see if, I don't know, apparently if you're all at least friends with him.
Well, you should. I don't know if.
Yeah, try to get him back on where we can have a little Rowdy Nation conversation.
Yeah. You should have a lot of fun at Pocono. Jared Bakaisa, he's coming back from the Kings Royal right now. He's our other co-host on the show. He's from Pennsylvania. He goes Pocono every year, and he says that it's one of the best fan experiences in NASCAR, despite the fact that You can't really see much because the fence and everything runs into the cars on the front straightaway, but you can see the rest of the racetrack. He says it's one of the best fan experiences in NASCAR. And that's saying something because the dude's going around to pretty much everything on the Eastern Seaboard as far as racetracks go. So you should have fun up there. I'm a little bit jealous. Pocono is one of those guilty pleasure tracks for me because I'm a Denny Hamlin fan. So I'd love to go up there one day.
Yeah, but yeah, because this is definitely a. I've never been as far north as Nashville, Tennessee before ever in my life, and get to go basically above the Mason-Dixon line. This is going to be an experience of a lifetime. For a first experience, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it'll be a good time. Do you know? You're probably sitting in the grandstands, I'd imagine. Not a lot of shade there, so obviously water.
Wear some sunscreen.
Wear some.
Oh yeah, I wear sunscreen. I put like 5 or 6 different bottles of water and like 2 bottles of 2 or 3 bottles of Gatorade. That way I can have some electrolytes in case I start feeling a little nauseous. And then of course I always carry at least 5 cooling towels like I did this past weekend in Atlanta.
Yeah, damn good idea. Well, if you guys don't have any other questions, I'd like to pass it off to Ashton here. Ashton, do you have any questions for us before we let you go here?
Well, for starters, I want to go ahead and say thank y'all for me being a guest on the show. Since we met in Atlanta, and I didn't, little that I know y'all had this podcast and all, but just to say that, getting to exchange all these different stories and all these different questions and all that, this and that, just seeing all the different perspectives of other fans, kind of like what this podcast is for. It's definitely amazing how to each their own each NASCAR fan is. Right. You got the obnoxious ones, you got the boomer ones, and then you got, people that like to tell all these different stories and all that.
And it's okay, Ashton. You can say I'm old too.
I'm sorry.
You can go chat old too. That's fine.
You got a son that's almost 30.
Yeah.
but in all seriousness though, chatting about all these different stories and all that. I do have some questions I want to ask about the past and present of and possible future of NASCAR.
Okay.
If you guys got time.
We got time, dude. We're on our EX-TREAM-AGANZA. We still got 11 and some change hours.
Yeah, the next guest didn't even hop on for at least another half hour.
Okay, now every single one of these is going to go to each and every one of y'all, so y'all just take as much time as you need. Now, what are y'all's thoughts on this new next-gen car?
I mean, at least Alex and I are in the same boat here. We think it looks absolutely badass, sounds badass, huge improvement as far as the durability of it compared to the Gen 6. I mean, there are some issues with, the wheels are a big issue. The diffuser actually seems to be a big issue. But, I mean, overall a net positive in my opinion.
I think I said this at the beginning of our 36-hour stream when we were talking about our Atlanta recap. I think that the Gen 7 car, the next gen platform, is the best race car that NASCAR has ever put on the track. And I say that as somebody who's been entrenched in the sport's history and watched races all the way back to when they weren't even broadcasted green flag to checkered flag in the 60s and 70s on what I can find on YouTube. Like Colton said, I mean, it is durable. It doesn't just crunkle up like a aluminum can like the Gen 6 did. It is racy at 1.5s, which is what we've been begging for the past 7-8 years. And it shows me that NASCAR is not only thinking about the future of the sport cost-wise, but where we can be competition-wise so that we don't have to be fake in our entertainment. We can actually let the sport be itself. And I feel a little bit of nostalgia when I watch these races on the 1.5 miles specifically. And I'm excited about the future because I know that every package has been worked on. Specifically the COT, it started out as being an ugly piece of shit, and it worked out to being one of the best race cars we've seen on track. So I'm excited for the future. The first year of this platform, even though we won't add half a year, I'm good. Like, it's hell of a show so far.
All right. Well, being someone that I've been able to see Gen 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and now 7, I mean, I've been around for a while to get to see them all. My favorite was the Gen 3, and this Gen 7, the next gen platform, is coming up to where it's putting on the racing like the Gen 3 cars to me. And it's got a little bit of history behind it to where you're seeing true racing come about because the cars are built very similar, back in the same days in the early 80s. You had 2 or 3 chassis manufacturers that would build the chassis. Most of these chassis didn't get built in the same shop as they do now, or the ones in the Gen 6 to where they got built in JGR or Hendrick or whatnot. They pieced them together. They came from different places and they built them and finished them in the shops. To me, that's where I think that this is coming back to where some of the older guys like myself are enjoying this racing now that this Gen 7 is putting on, because it is, I wouldn't say leveled the playing field, but it's put more power back into the driver's hands, as well as the ingenuity of, all right, all of these cars are coming from the same place. How do we make them go faster? And what can we find to make them run just a tick faster and be the man this weekend? This is awesome. That's why I like this car.
Right. I agree with you, 100%, because before, I'm like y'all. After the Gen 3 car, it's, that Gen 3 cars were pretty durable back in the day. And on top of that, they did bring up some good competition. So I'm like, in a way, I'm just like you as far as, the competition standpoint is concerned, and the durability of the new next gen car. So, yeah. And I'm going to be honest with you. When the car tomorrow came out with the wing and all that stuff, I'm like, what is this?
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
That's my exact thoughts.
Took some getting used to. Yeah, that's for damn sure.
Well, hey, once we got to about 2010, them things were rocket ships. Them things could race at any mile and a half, any short track, and I wish we could get just a wee bit more horsepower so that we could see some short track racing again. But I know that the engine manufacturers won't let that happen. So.
Okay, my next question is, I've done told y'all my, if y'all had to pick one race, I've done gave you my 3. Is there any particular NASCAR moment, like at any race, that you would like to re-witness, like in person, regardless if you were there or not?
Well, low-hanging fruit would be the 2001 Pepsi 400, or like the 98.
That's a good one.
500. Mine
That's another
is, I've been asked this a couple times, and I've had a chance to think about it. If I could go back to one race and watch the whole thing play out, I would watch the 2004 Ford 400 at Homestead, Miami, where Kurt Busch's tire came off and went onto the track, and he fought back the whole race and won the championship. I think that would probably be my one I would honestly most like to go to.
I think I've got 4, and they're all at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and I'd like to be on the front straightaway for them because I was not on the front straightaway or not at the property. And that's the 2001 Kevin Harvick, Jeff Gordon finish, the 2000 and I believe 6, I can't remember right now, Carl Edwards and Jimmy Johnson finish, the 1999 Dale Earnhardt and Bobby Labonte finish. And I
that was 2000.
Yeah, that was March 2000.
Listen, I'm not in a good space right now, so just bear with my mind.
It's all good.
And
It's
then
all good.
the 2011 race, no, the 2012 race, excuse me, Advocare 500 that I missed because the man sitting above me right here wouldn't let me go to the racetrack because they ran out on Tuesday.
Yeah.
When Jimmy
Right.
Johnson and Jeff Gordon had that battle for God.
Now, he
150
was
laps.
still in high school, Ashton. I wasn't gonna let him miss school. His mama wasn't gonna kick my butt.
Yeah.
What's more important, me knowing already what's going on in high school because I was a good student, or watching NASCAR? I think the second part.
I
With
don't
all of
know.
the access I've given you the last few years and everything, I think I've kind of made up for that one that I made you go to school with.
I don't know. That was a pretty instant classic race that I didn't get to experience live. So I don't know.
Oh boy.
That's debatable.
I mean, but you
Yeah.
just walked Jeremy Clements to the driver introductions the other Saturday.
You're
I mean,
right.
you can't beat that.
You're right. I know.
You
I
never
know.
had that opportunity before.
Oh, I know. But I didn't have the opportunity to see two legends of the sport battle it out on a worn out surface on a Tuesday either. But you got to understand my problems and everything. And I apologize that
All
you were
good.
coming on
All
and
good.
we were getting rowdy for this 36-hour stream.
Yeah.
Because usually we're a lot more professional, especially with our fan spotlights. Because what Colton said earlier holds true. The whole point of FanFuel Motorsports is basically to spotlight the meaning and the passion behind every person who spends their money on watching this sport, whether that's in the stands or in their own homes. Because without us, there's no heroes racing around in circles for a couple hours. So we appreciate you
And
coming
that's
on.
the truth.
And that is true. Now, I would like to get to my races if I could, which would be the Southern 500 in 1985 when Bill Elliott became the first ever Winston millionaire.
That would be an instant classic for sure.
And I would love to have said I was there in 1980. It's either spring of 81 or 82 when Dave Marcus stayed out on pit strategy at Richmond in the second race of the year and actually won his final race and upset the entire field because he stayed out and the rain hit like 5 minutes later. And this was in a time where there was no radar in the pits in the NASCAR hauler or anything like that. That would have been awesome.
Wow. It is kind of ironic.
And I mean, as full as it was, I would have loved to have been there for the inaugural running of the Brickyard 400.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I just showed up for qualifying for that race. 88 cars.
I mean,
That'd have been a hell of a fun time.
I don't think it was 88. I think it was in the 60s or 60s.
No, it was 88 cars because all the Winston West cars and all the Winston Cup cars showed up.
All I know is
And there
AJ
was
Foyt was there.
100,000 people there for qualifying.
Yes, that I remember.
Yes.
Can anybody remember the first ever qualifier for that day?
No.
That was before my time, to be honest.
It was number 36, HB Bailey. His final attempt at a NASCAR race.
Now, my third question is, if y'all had like any top 5 paint schemes of any car, past or present, which would be y'all's?
The 36 Skittles car that Ernie Irvin drove is up there. The 97 John Deere from Chad Little. I would say the Kyle Busch Indiana Jones one is up there as one of the best looking hot rods. Man.
Now, while you're thinking,
by
go
Jeff
ahead.
Burke, 2000, that 99 Exide with the lightning on it. I'd have to think of one more.
And while you're thinking, I just want to go ahead and say that the mid 90s to the early 2000s, they had some of the literally most flashy and iconic paint schemes that was ever just graced a NASCAR track, hands
Oh, yeah.
down.
Absolutely.
And if I had to go more nostalgia, to add on to the paint scheme, if I had to go more nostalgia, I'd be like you, the Ernie Irvan scheme, for sure.
Yeah.
That or the Darrell Waltrip Tide.
Yeah, that's a damn good one. Go ahead,
I
Alex.
like simple schemes. So it's not that I don't like some of the pretty intricate schemes that we see nowadays with the wraps and everything, but I like some of the simple schemes because you can see one or two lines and it's just like this striking, powerful image. And I got to say that Rick Mast has my favorite paint scheme in NASCAR ever. And that was his number 75 Remington car in 1998 from, I think it was a super speedway track car from Talladega and Daytona that has the fluorescent orange spoiler and number on it, and my dad's holding it up right now. That is my favorite scheme ever in
That is a
NASCAR.
good scheme. That's one. That's
And
another.
then my
That's another
second
good one.
favorite is the Mike Skinner Lowe's car,
Oh,
followed
That is
by
pretty
the
good.
Jimmy Johnson
That is pretty good.
red vest scheme from 2000 and I want to say 16 or 17. Those are my three favorite paint schemes because they're simple. That's it right there. They're just simple. Just a few striking colors makes the point and is very easy to spot on track. So that's it. I don't even like Jimmy Johnson in his prime. I mean, I respect him now, but I didn't. But dude has some damn good schemes.
I do agree with you on that. Definitely agree with you on that.
And my dad's probably showing off right now. We did a diecast dash earlier up there at his house, but he got about 2,000 164 scale cars. So he'll probably show you what his favorite is.
Chad,
You're muted, so let me see if I can unmute you.
There you
Oh
go.
no, he got it.
This right here is my favorite of all time. And we saw that car get crumpled in person at Talladega. And it
That
was
was the fall
beautiful. You could
2012.
see
I
it
remember one
all
too.
over.
Yeah, that's when Dale
Yeah.
got his concussion.
This is
Yeah,
another
that was.
one of my favorites.
That's a good one.
That just
And I ain't
drove
Oh
gonna
him.
yeah,
lie,
Buddy Baker.
this was my favorite Cale Yarborough scheme. The
It's
old,
not really
Oh, that's a good
coming
one
out on
too.
the phone camera.
yep. So that's my top three. And even out of all things, there's a throwback that Kevin Harvick got to do that goes back to Cale Yarborough days as well. And it's right here.
This is one of my favorites.
Oh
Right
yes,
down
the
at
Bush
bottom,
one. That is a
Daytona.
good one.
And as easy and as crazy as it is, I've always been a fan of all the Kodak cars and how simple they were, especially when
Yes.
they started running the Fun Saver cars. And
One,
Jeff Purvis got to run it in the Bush series because it was easy on your eyes, blue, yellow.
A little bit of red. Yes, that is
That's
definitely
it.
basic, but it's effective as far as attracting sponsors.
Right. But there is one that is, you can't beat it. And this one right here, because of the fact of just having Bud on the hood, was the easiest car to see and easiest sponsor to see going around a racetrack. Because when they're in the corner banked, you could see the 11 and the Bud. Junior Johnson had a way with words.
Oh, that's for sure. That is for sure.
now, one of my favorite cars of all time was I'm younger though, and newer. The car Kevin Harvick won in 2014 to make it to the championship race.
Yeah.
That Budweiser one, probably one of my favorites of all time.
I always really liked his Outback car that he ran with that like maroon and that like cream color at the bottom. That was a damn good one. That Budweiser one there.
That one was good too.
Now, I'm going to single-handedly admit something about Harvick. I'm not no Harvick guy, but ever since Busch, I'm not no Harvick guy. But I'll tell you this: some of the best paint schemes he's put on here, especially within the last, prior to the pandemic and all that, he's got some pretty iconic paint schemes. But my favorite one, go ahead.
I was wondering how he would throw in that Budweiser car. How the hell don't they have the Dan on it? I never could get those things off without breaking the car in half. Or almost break. You're muted.
We use a pair of snips and we bust it in half somewhere between the front and the rear wheels. Mm-hmm. And then we just unscrew the back half and unscrew the front half. We do it to all of them. I've probably taught many people how to do that before people figured out how to do that without killing the cars.
Yeah. I did get a couple off, but like I used to play with my cards, but I probably have like a good 50 or 60 of them open. Now I'm probably have like 100. I'm probably looking at 100 cards right now unopened.
Yeah, now I'm going to get back to my thing about Kevin Harvick. My two favorite ones that he's ever produced or that Busch had put out, it has to be the Gravedigger. Even though it wasn't Busch sponsored, it was a Father's Day scheme that Keelan helped design. That's by far one of my favorite ones of the most recent times.
That was the Gravedigger one, right?
Yes, the Gravedigger. And then the other favorite is when he ran at Talladega in the fall. It's got like white camo with some orange on the bottom of it. I love that. That was pretty cool.
White camo with orange on the bottom of it.
Yeah, I can't exactly remember the exact Busch brand. The exact Busch branding it is, but it had like a little white camo. White and navy blue camo, like what the SEALs use when they go out in the snow or something like that to snap somebody, something like that. He ran it at Talladega in this past fall race. I know that because I was there in person, getting to do the garage experience and see it.
Oh yeah, they hadn't made that one yet. I think it's still on pre-order, and they hadn't done it. But
I did see it. I did go to Carvick's hauler, his merchandise hauler. They did have a very, very select arc, before they put stuff out, a very select few arc up there. So it should be coming out anytime soon. I think. I mean, I don't really know, but it is one of the most nicer schemes for sure.
Well,
muted again. He's trying to talk.
He's trying to talk. He's just showing Ryan the little clippers that he's got.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Yeah,
that he's got to get those
little wire snips.
Yeah, I don't really open my cards anymore. Plus, right now I haven't got a Lionel car in a long time. I really just only get these now when I can even find them, like the one from the door.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never been much of a die-cast collector. I mean, I've got quite a bit of them, but I don't really like buying them. I'd rather buy shirts. I'm more of a shirt and hat guy.
Holy fucking hell.
Yeah.
Whoa, put that on put that me in small screen. Let me see that other.
Yeah, there we go.
I gotta check that out. Oh my god. Holy cow.
A lot of money on that table.
Wow.
The hauler too. Holy fuck.
Yeah, he's got a couple hundred haulers.
Oh my gosh, he's got a track to go with that too. Oh my god.
Yeah, if you'll scrub back to some of our stream earlier, other than the fact that we were having technical difficulties, I went up to their house earlier today, and we actually
They actually made
raced
the Red
on
Bull car
stream.
in a 164.
We roll dice and take them around the track, kind of like Monopoly, and we have rules and stuff to do drafting and everything.
Nice.
That is cool.
Oh, he's not done.
That's very cool.
Did any of those
He's not
done.
more Steve Kinder?
It's still going. It's
Yeah,
still
he's got a
gonna
couple
go.
Steve Kinsers in there.
Holy cow!
And that new goal one here. Damn.
Wow.
Earnhardt one. Damn.
No, starting cool in here. Brand new.
Yeah, he got 5 new next gens.
Nice.
What?
This is like freaking.
This is like eye candy right here. If you're a diehard NASCAR fan like
he's not
us.
done. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
he's not done.
Wow.
My God.
A good paint schemes on there in here.
They even made 164 to the old 20 Dale Earnhardt 1 cards. I didn't even know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if there's a 164th you can think of a paint scheme, there's a almost 100% chance that Chad's got it.
I feel like his garage could be a museum
That's his basement.
This
or basement.
Yeah, and he's still not done.
what? Oh my God.
And yeah.
Wow. Talk about some really old schemes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Freaking late models. Holy.
Oh my.
Oh, the
Even
Brent
sprint cars. IROX 2.
I didn't even know they made IROC. My God. Yeah, I love
I knew they
Brent
made the
cars.
164s, but not the. I meant the 124s, but not the 164s. Wow, that's freaking amazing! Wow. Even that Roadrunner Plymouth with the big weight.
Hey, you're muted.
Holy
So whatever you're saying, we can't hear you.
Me?
I've had that car since I was in 1983, I believe, or 81.
Hey, that looked
And
like
that,
the
Wow.
number
and that
that
big car too.
that looked like the number that led board.
Well, if you'll look up Darrell Waltrip Mountain Dew 11 car in 1981, the number placement was closer to the front.
Who had some of those Brent cars?
That's Bobby Allen. If you'll know, Logan Schuart and Jacob Allen are his grandsons.
Oh,
that
I know.
raced.
I met Jacob and Alan and Logan last year. This hat is actually done by Logan.
Well, Logan is his stepdad's one of my buddies, and we had him on the show earlier this year. You got Steve Kinzer and
yeah, actually last year at Port Royal, I won ticket through Logan and Bill, and I actually got to wave the green flag at a heat race.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
Me and Alex can say we've got to do that quite a bit.
yeah.
Right?
No, that Bobby
Wow.
Allen was pretty cool. I didn't even know they used to like make them like that.
How you like that shine on that last lap car right there? That is a black chrome.
Nice.
I'm telling you, that's definitely something special for sure.
I've
It's
even
definitely
got
something special.
some great cars of Rob Moroso right here from his Busch Series past.
I see you also got Adam Patty and Kenny Irwin up there too.
Yeah, I sure do. Tim Richmond.
There's a lot of cards.
Got some Davey Allison
Now
stuff
while we're on this Legends phase, who are the biggest what might have beens in y'all's opinion? Here's mine: Davey Allison, Alan Kowicki, Rob Moroso, and Ernie Irvin before he got hurt, before his crash up in Michigan. Those are my biggest what ifs.
100% it is Tim Richmond for me.
I will second that because that man could have won 2, maybe 3 championships in the late 80s. He could have stole one from Bill Elliott and Rusty Wallace, and they would have never been champions.
Mm.
So did you see any cars you liked there, Ashton?
Multiple, like literally multiple.
That's a lot
For sure.
of cards.
And see,
That's like
Alex can tell you, it's like I'll go to stores and stuff like this from time to time, and then like this hauler here, I actually found it for like $20, and it came with the car that he won his first race with from 1994.
no freaking way.
This was his first race at Michigan that was not a road course.
Freaking way. That is cool.
And I don't remember how, but finding his car for the 88 season title was incredible as well. I think I found it at that Daytona shop that Alex told me about that I actually got to go to in 2020.
Wow.
But there are some rare cars, especially like the black 42 that Coors liked, that he painted like Dale Earnhardt's car, because he said if it was black and silver, according to Felix Sabates, you could get away with anything, referring to Dale Earnhardt.
Wow.
Yeah, they're the rare card there. Definitely.
For sure.
Even some of the modern day cards, some of them are rare.
Yeah.
Well, that one I told you was my favorite paint scheme. If it wasn't for my buddies in Pennsylvania, I'd never have it, because that fluorescent green 88, I could have gotten it on eBay for like $95 shipped from Japan, but I couldn't find one, and they found one by chance at a flea market in Pennsylvania. So I got to hand it to them. Sometimes you can get lucky, sometimes you can't.
Yeah.
Right.
We're going to flip around here. Ashton, it's been a great night, buddy. We more than thank you for coming on. It was great to have you on for an hour and a half or so. We'll have to get you on again here soon. Maybe we'll talk to you
when I'm not inebriated.
Pocono race. Yeah, we'll get you middle of the week sometime when we're all kind of in our groove. If you have anything else for us before we let you go here, we got our next shift coming on here in just a few minutes. Do you have anything else for us before we all sign off here?
Well, like I said, a few minutes ago now, I do want to thank y'all for letting me come on here. It was an honor and it was a privilege to be on here. I definitely thank y'all for this time allotted, because this has definitely been an experience, getting to hear all these different stories from all of you. And definitely, I would definitely love to come back on the show for more, to exchange more experiences and different stories from this perspective, because this is definitely something that more fans need to be more intrigued on as far as fan experiences opinions, and beliefs of the sport we love.
Yeah, amen. Thank you again for coming on. Like I said, we'll definitely get you on again here in the future. Maybe we'll do it here in a few weeks after Pocono. Whatever we got to do, but we will definitely set something up. So thank you again, Ashton, for coming on. And we'll see you. Have a blast in Pennsylvania.
All right, thank y'all, and thank y'all for y'all's time. Y'all have a good evening.
We'll split this up for you and send it to you. It might take a week or so, but we'll get it to you.
That's fine and dandy with me. Take all the time you need.
All right.
Thank y'all.
All right. Thank you, Ashton.
See ya. Thank you.
All right. Goodbye.
Bye. All right. Damn good interview.
That was a fun interview.
Zach, you just like fucking chilling here? Or?
Yeah, I'm
Dude's
here
just
for the
fucking
experience.
down for the ride, just like Ryan
Yeah.
has been all fucking weekend. It seems like
I got a
hell yeah.
poop.
I mean, like I don't know as much as you guys do, so I'm just here enjoying it.
Yeah. Well, we're about to have one of the most passionate
I'm here for it.
and acceptable personnel that call themselves a Chase Elliott fan come on. So they're going to talk about more paint schemes. So that'll be fun. I guess I need to take a 3-hour nap since I'm getting back on around 3 a.m. So I'll wait till Keith gets on first, though, because I got to say hey to my buddy. Well, Colton left. Where'd he go?
I think he's gonna get a piss.
Oh, well, I got to pee too.
Well, get up and go
I'm
pee. The
still-
rest of us can handle this. I mean, we can holler and talk while you don't.
All right.
Yeah.
See,
All right. Sorry, I couldn't pee.
so I think the dude almost crapped his pants when he saw the collection, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of did too. That's
Yeah.
impressive.
That was insane.
Well, I mean, most of that has. I started that when Racing Champions came out with their first ones, and I think it was 1988. So I've been collecting them for just a little bit, maybe a minute
Yeah,
or
I
two.
mean, yeah. See, it seems like it, but I mean, stuff like that. That's what's cool to me is you got guys like you that start from the beginning and have always been collecting and still collect, and those are the collections that I like to see.
Well, you'd be surprised to know that I've been to well over 100 Cup races in my lifetime. So and I timed it just right. And the Daytona 500 in 2020 was my first Daytona 500, but it was my 100th Cup race.
Yeah, you timed that one perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah, my fucking back hurts.
You got a recliner, dude. Just
From
chill.
what? What are you? Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah, but it's hard to see.
I don't have a recliner.
Fucking 10 hours on this couch.
You just got to move your camera closer.
How am I gonna keep my feet out if my camera's all up in the shit?
You got like a little
Dude,
lap bar
I got my
thingy?
phone. I got my phone propped up against a blanket on top of a pillow on my lap.
Yeah, but I have a laptop.
Well, yeah, just like
You don't have one of those little things that's like plastic and it's got a little pocket on the thing and it's like a little cushion and you just sit your shit on top of it.
No, because I'm not bougie.
They're like
I
$12
don't
at
even
Walmart.
know what that is.
You know them little lap discs that they make?
Oh, yeah.
It's got like the really hard
I think
plastic
you-
surface and then
I
it's
think
like
you
a
just lost
fucking
me at
bean bag
pockets.
under there. You put it on.
I've never seen one with pockets.
Yeah, it's got a little pocket on the back. You can put your pencils because you're like a studious little student or some shit. Ryan's just chilling. Like, he's like, just chilling with his illegal
just here
shirt
for
on. You know, Noah got penalized today, right?
I was the one who said it.
Yeah. Oh, you were, weren't you?
Yeah.
And look, breaking news. I forgot that Ryan broke news for us earlier
Yeah,
on.
Frunky McGee over there.
It was almost yesterday. 5 more minutes. Keith said he's probably going to be around 12:10 because he had a rough night at work and just got out. Well, buddy, throw some back. I did earlier.
Yeah, you definitely did.
Well, I mean, I was bored. I don't drink often, so might
Yeah,
as well do it
something.
on the EX-TREAM-AGANZA.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Let the whole world see.
Right.
Or like
All right,
8
now I
fans
gotta
that we
pee.
got, including the ones we got on here right now. Who was it that took us with them when they were on the show? Was it Colton? Did you take us with you one time you had to pee on the show?
Yeah.
And you muted it? That's
Yeah.
fucking weird. Don't ever do that again.
That's why I moved to a computer. So I couldn't.
I'm ready to go to sleep.
Same. Yeah, beyond same.
I'm going to get on whenever I guess Keith and them get off. How long is Nate going to stay on?
Probably 2 hours.
Because I don't want Keith to stay on by himself.
Yeah, if I had to guess, Nate would probably only be on for 2 hours. Oh, man.
Well, I think Dale McDowell won him $10,000 tonight at White for the Southern Nationals, and Johnny Scott just upset the regulars for the Lucas Oil Series at the Diamond Nationals tonight.
No. Yeah, I don't really keep up or know that much about late models and super late models and all that.
Alex, this is a terrible fucking idea.
What?
36 fucking hours.
It was your idea. I said 24 hours.
Yeah.
You said 36.
Yeah. Well, it was a terrible idea.
Okay. Listen, I'll lay down on the couch and just turn my camera, and it'll be that like that one time that Katy Perry had a live stream of her sleeping, and people just watch me sleep.
I mean, I'm down.
Okay.
That sounds interesting.
I think Zach's into it.
Yeah, I'm down.
You see
I
me
mean,
in
if
my
you turn
best,
your
may as well see
camera
me on my
too,
worst.
you won't tell that you're laying down. So,
I mean, I got a second monitor right there, so all I would really have to do is put my camera on top of it and turn my monitors off so I don't have any light, and then peace out. Who's texting me now? He said he'll be ready to go at 12, but hand it off back to one of you at 2.
Ready to go at 12. Motherfucker, it is 11:59.
I just read Stuart Friesen won at Fonda tonight in the big block modified too.
Stuart Friesen is Canadian. Fact of the day. I'll be ready to go at 12. Mr. Nathan, I don't see you on here.
Nathan, you lied.
It is 12. The clock has struck us. It is tomorrow now.
Hey, the stream is almost over.
The stream is almost over. We still have 10 hours. And there's Nate.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. It's tomorrow.
Yeah, it is tomorrow.
Welcome to tomorrow. Keith's gonna be here in about 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I got Sean will come on, and then y'all can get your rest.
My 2 hours.
Yeah, and then I got to get my rest.
We're gonna go nap for 2 hours. We will be back on just after, I guess, 2 a.m. because my alarm.
Yeah, we'll take care for a couple hours.
Yeah. My alarm's gonna go off at, well, I guess midnight my time, but 2 a.m. over there, and I'll be ready to hop back on, and I'll figure out what the fuck to do for however many more hours we got. I don't know. Maybe
We'll just stare at each other intently through the webcams. How about that?
I'm down.
I'm sure everyone will enjoy it. Just not
Staring
say a
at
word.
As close as possible
Just-
to the camera as you can get.
Just the most uncomfortable face you can make.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I can look really creepy.
And Nate, I'll have the stream and my phone on, so if you need anything, just shoot me a text or
Okay.
call.
Okay.
But all right, I'm gonna go take a nap. I'm fucking
Y'all
tired.
can get your rest.
Yeah, I'm fucking tired too.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna do some early morning paint scheme chatter.
All right. See you in a couple hours.
Ryan used to take a sleep too. You've been too much of a trooper today.
Yeah. Y'all got to get rest. You guys have been here for a while.
So I'm getting to stick around, huh?
You can do whatever you want. Keith will be here shortly. Hopefully, I
mean-
won't miss him.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. I sent that link to them.
Wait, it's somebody else. That's
That's
Sean.
Sean. That's Sean.
Hello,
That's
Sean.
Hey guys,
Sean.
how you doing? How's it going?
I'm good. I'm about to go to
Sean.
sleep. Y'all got this now.
Yeah. So these are just the people that were here earlier. They're gonna be getting their rest stint coming up pretty shortly.
Okay.
They've been here for like a really long time.
Yeah, it's a well-earned rest, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's what is it? It's 12 now. So we're gonna wait for Keith to get on
Gotcha.
before we kind of transition things.
Understood. Got it. Yeah, I was just watching the last few minutes of your guys' stream before we came on. I was trying to get everything set up. That was pretty good.
Yeah, you and Keith are gonna get along pretty well.
Oh yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Share a pretty good common interest with Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where are you, Keith?
One of the
Where
few
are
things I know about NASCAR paint schemes. So thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
you? Yeah. Just waiting for him to come on, and then. Man, I feel like Ryan's been on the show for like the whole day.
Pretty much. I think I was on it from like 3 a.m. till 8
Still
a.m.
here. I'm like, man.
Mhm. Yeah, I caught a little bit of Colton. I don't know who he was playing with, but he was playing some Modern Warfare 2 and then some Monopoly. I was like, man, these guys are holding it down.
Yeah, they're
Just
absolutely
those
nuts, man. Like they're nuts. I couldn't do it. Like
Yeah.
that's why I'm doing 2 hours at a time.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Getting my outline set up here.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah. I got some stuff.
Oh yeah. Where is Mr. Keith? Usually, yeah, he's probably gonna save us. He's he's the energy guy here.
Yeah. He didn't text it all in the chat that you set up, so hopefully
Yeah,
he's all right.
He said he would be on in around 15 minutes. I don't know. That's what somebody else said. I'm just waiting for him to pop up because I have the whole thing like ready to go here. I just gotta wait for him to pop on, and then I'll let him in.
Yeah, he's clearly the star of this. Like you two are the stars if it's just us three, So yeah, you gotta.
I never host. Like this is kind of new to me. So.
Oh yeah, I hear you.
I don't know what's going on once he gets in here.
Yeah.
I commend these other two guys for being on for so long. Like
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a tough act to follow for sure. So hopefully we can do it.
Like, if y'all need rest, like feel free to get that rest.
Yeah.
I know Alex he's gonna be asleep for 2 hours probably. I know once I get
haven't really been on that long. I just got on a little bit ago.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Okay, so he's new. He's been on here forever.
Sorry, I'm just Jesus. Shit. I'm still trying to get acclimated
What's Chad doing here? Just as Alex's dad.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know why. He's just in here. I don't think he's been here for a while, but he's just left.
Oh no, I've been here. I'm still here.
Oh wow. Okay. I didn't know he was so late.
Well, I don't know if y'all know, but July 3rd, my wife broke her back riding a bicycle and everything while we were out riding that morning. And, sometimes I stay up late, make sure that she don't need anything. She's getting some good sleep and keep the dogs occupied to keep them doing from waking her up and whatever. And, just doing everything I can to do that. And why not be a part of this podcast here for 36 hours and have a little decent time, while I'm up.
Absolutely. I'm so
Might as
sorry
well,
that happened.
right?
Absolutely, man. Yeah, I'm so sorry that happened to your wife. That's so terrible. But I'm so glad you were able to come on here and have some fun, because I caught the tail end. It was pretty great between you guys.
Yeah, that last interview was pretty cool. And if you missed it, I mean, it was nice that she let me go down and do part of the basically be on the diecast dash and everything, since it's on the race table downstairs. So, I mean, that was fun. We do that so often, it's pathetic, and we hadn't done it in a while, because the last great one that we had for the diecast, we had like 7 people at the house, and we did a cookout. We started at like 10 a.m. that Saturday morning and finished the feature when the sun came up. We downed a 96 quart cooler full of alcohol and water.
Oh my God. Wow, really?
They had pizzas, hot dogs, hamburgers, all sorts of stuff. I mean, we just had it going on that weekend. And then when we got up and we went to Noonan to my buddy's house, and then we grilled out steaks and watched the Southern 500. So it was a great weekend. But we ran 4 heat races and a B main and an A main feature that night because we had so many cars.
Wow, that sounds like quite a weekend. That really does. That sounds amazing. I think I missed the diecast collection, unfortunately, but I'll have to go back and look at it, because from what I've heard.
Oh, dude,
I must have been asleep until noon today. So.
Oh really?
Yeah, I said I was going to take a nap at 9. I didn't wake up until 2 a.m.
Oh God, yeah, they'll throw you off.
Yeah, so now I'm kind of just here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. You wide awake or no?
Mostly.
Okay. Hopefully you can make it.
I'm mostly awake.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nate, the only reason you can't see me on screen is the low light factor in the living room, so I look like a shadow in the dark. So I was like, I'm just cutting the camera off.
Got it. Makes sense. Absolutely. Is that this one?
I mean, just to prove to you. I mean, I'm actually sitting closer to some light now, but other than that, you really can't see that I'm here if I'm sitting on the other side of the room, but I had to come plug my phone up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Keith.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Get in here so we start.
Cannot wait to talk Jimmy schemes with Keith. I mean, he's obviously made
Oh, yeah, you two are going to get along, because you two are probably the biggest Jimmy Johnson fans I know.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean,
diehard Jimmy fans.
Yeah. I used to think I was like the biggest Jimmy fan. Then I got on Twitter and I saw him and a bunch of other guys. I'm like, dang, he's got me. I've seen his diecast collection. My God.
Yeah, we had Dalton Good show us his diecast earlier. That's pretty impressive.
Really?
Color-coded Rowdy Energy cans for every paint scheme. It's just
really, that's awesome.
Yeah. I only got 1 diecast here, but that's okay. I have 2, but everyone else is at home.
Which ones are they?
I got a Kurt Busch diecast back there from Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
I got a Hamlin diecast over here.
Gotcha.
And Sean, all of our big diecast.
That's all I got over here. Yeah. It's where now meets next.
Nice.
That's one underrated paint scheme for sure.
Yeah.
Sean, we got downstairs all of the big diecast are put up, but we probably got less than 2 dozen of them. But on that diecast collection that I showed, there are 1,220 something displayed that are raceable. Plus, there are 3 acrylic cases full.
Wow, really? That is
Yes.
What do you mean by raceable exactly? Is that like are they like
They're available to race on the table? Yes.
that is okay. That is fantastic.
Yeah, I can do that.
I could never dream of something that big. That is very impressive to say the least. Yeah, I'm sort of surrounded by my
Yeah, the one who probably had 300 150 boards in his room right now. Yeah, that's freaking incredible.
Yeah, I did. Seriously, I used to have like a lot as a kid, but like a lot for me was like I filled my 48 car Hot Wheel case, and I was like, this is so much when you're like
Yeah, I
6
had
years
like
old.
this Tupperware full of 164s as a kid.
Oh yeah, the
Now over here, I've only got a couple die casts, and then the other ones they're just scattered at like my mom's house. My dad's house has a bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
that's kind of where all the stuff goes mostly. I got artwork here, artwork over here.
Yeah,
back there.
that's Alonzo behind you, right?
It is.
Yes, of course. Yes, we wouldn't expect anything else.
No, you would not.
Yeah, I went kind of
That's
crazy.
kind of my new vice when it comes to merch is artwork.
Yeah, even more so than helmets because I know. Or do you?
Yeah, well, I mean, I got one like miniature helmet, but those are too expensive. So
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, I remember you showed me some.
I decided against that when I saw it was $300.
Yes. Well,
I can't do this, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just a tough hobby, is collecting stuff because it gets worse every year. I don't know if you caught Dalton say this earlier. He said that the next gen like standard diecast is $100.
Oh, the standard? Really?
Yeah.
At not if you order online like normal, but the hauler it's at the race tracks.
That's great. So it's still like I hope they didn't raise the price.
They
even
did
online.
a little bit of like $70 now, I think, for a standard or 60 board. 60 board, 70 for a standard, then like a race win it's a little more.
Yeah, I saw like 80 for pre-win or pre-ordered 2022 race wins are 80, I think.
Okay. Wow.
And then I guess to buy them at the track, it used to be like $80 to buy them at the haulers, and now it's $100 apparently.
Yeah.
So yeah, Lionel knows what they're doing.
It's insane, man. Yeah, they really do, and it's like the quality goes down, but the price goes up. Like I remember when
it's like inversely related. If you
and like the 150 boards are like 15 at the hauler and
really,
wow. Oh, that reminds me, I bought.
They're always worth like $10, but
when I was at the race with a couple other people, I was at Daytona last July or August actually. I bought once we found out, like once Blaney won this race, we all went down to the Penske merch hauler to buy one of these, and like all the people I watched the race with, such as like Borchert, if you know him from Twitter, like everyone like signed this car.
Right, that was.
So now it's like a thing we do after if we meet up for races, we'll like buy the winner's paint scheme if we can find it, and then sign it.
That's awesome, man. Now those.
Yeah. And at the time it was like $10 to buy one.
Yeah, which isn't. I wouldn't say it's horrible. I mean, but like 15, that's crazy.
Yeah. Where is Keith at? I'm trying to get him on here.
Don't know, but here I'll show Sean and Nate the whole deal.
You gotta see it. I gotta see this.
Sorry if I get a little close to the camera just to try and like appreciate it.
If you want to, you can make mine a featured screen like you did a while ago, Nate.
Yeah, I can do that. Let's get you.
Wow.
I'm kind of.
That's you, man.
I'm just technologically inept.
No, I understand. I'm
All right, so if Chad starts saying stuff, it might like move him.
All right. Well, what you need me to start saying?
Yeah.
It won't. I remember seeing Alex and all of the stuff. I don't know how he did it, but there.
There you go. There we go.
Wow.
And to give you a once over.
Wow.
They're not even half They're not even half
This
of
is
them.
this is
Really?
just what's on the racetrack.
Yeah. Wow. This is just like what's out out in front and center. Wow. Some
Man, I would
really
have had a field day if I was a kid and I saw this.
yes, absolutely. Oh my goodness. Although you wouldn't want me as a kid neither because I was.
No, I probably would have broke them.
Yeah, I was just gonna say these. Wow.
Like I would launch them off the
Great
ramps and everything.
collection.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see that 2017 Indy 500 flag, and I kind of
Bad memories.
yeah. I mean, I would just get it as a keepsake.
Yeah, memento. Yeah. Wow, this is wow. That is
See, this is
unbelievable.
what I was talking about. I've got them all over the place.
Yeah. Oh man, this must have taken so long to like fill in, or I don't know if it was just like established before you filled it in.
Nuts.
No,
Wow.
I bought these since 1988 and kept going.
Wow, that is amazing. It's wow,
Nuts.
34 years worth of wow, collector right there.
Yeah, and
That's
there's
amazing.
300 and some odd haulers.
Yeah, I was gonna say the haulers too. That's a huge commitment as well. And
Is that
what a
the
great
black
use.
8 car? The black Bud car?
Good spot. Good
Well, I
spot.
like that Truex fencing right there.
Siri, yeah, very true. That is a great spot.
That is probably one of my favorite COT era cars right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
the fucking Casey Kane car, they're amazing too.
Oh, totally.
This right here is the baddest ass Casey Kane car.
Yeah.
Mopar.
Yeah, that's the one I thought it's.
Yeah, the barbed wire one, I think.
Yep.
Absolutely. That 9 font is
But
one
yeah,
of the
what
best
paint
fonts ever.
schemes and thought that well though. Like
Mm. Oh wow.
Schrader cars. See some
Larson one, I
some
love it.
Truex cars. Ooh, okay.
The mix of old and new is just like you can tell, like from you can tell it's
Yeah.
34 years worth. It's so great, like just that's amazing. All these cases, those are beautiful.
God.
Those are beautiful. I kind of have something similar for my 124s behind me, but I don't think it has the mirrors, which I think really adds to the overall look.
Yeah.
Nate,
Yep, I see it.
Awesome. Okay.
and this is one of the rarest cars you can get, is the last lap of the century Dale Earnhardt Black Chrome.
Really? Wow. When did you get that one?
I got it when it came out.
Okay. So you
And-
didn't.
And these
No.
Rock Moroso Bush cars are pretty hard to get too because they're Swisher Sweets
Oh, okay.
cigars.
Oh, so okay. I was gonna say. Wow. Yeah, I understand why it's so rare. Wow, those are amazing.
yeah, like all the Earnhardt cards are probably worth a lot, but because like
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
Earnhardt.
This is my all-time favorite because I actually seen it win in person
Really? Where was
That's
that?
a nice
at Atlanta Motor Speedway,
Wow. That's awesome.
1984 fall.
Oh wow,
Hmm.
that's great. Yeah, my dad was a diehard Dale Earnhardt fan, and when he passed, it was Harvick and Jr., but diehard Earnhardt fan throughout his life, so he would have loved that one.
I mean, I've got some cool stuff. I mean, that's Sammy Swindell's wing from a 1989 flip that he had at East Alabama Motor Speedway.
Wow, that is
That
unbelievable.
track right there is the track that we had when Alex was growing up.
Nice.
He actually had bunk beds, and we put that on the bottom bunk. He had his own racetrack underneath the bed that he slept on the top bunk.
That is some A+ parenting. That is the
What the 888?
The 888 is a car I actually lettered, and
Nice.
he actually won the Bama Bash
Nice.
at Green Valley Speedway.
What the Hoother one? The Hoother and oil one right there.
That Hoosier
Yeah.
BR1, that's Brandon Shepard's right rear quarter panel from East Bay this year.
Nice.
He won 3 nights in a row while I was there. I was in Victory Lane with him all 3 nights because I supply the rugs or mats that go in his hauler for Rocket One Racing.
Yeah.
And if y'all were here when I was talking to Ashton, that's the 66 door for David Bonnet, Neil Bonnet's son, from
Wow.
the Alabama 200 that I got to go see in 1996.
Wow. That is amazing. That is quite a collection right there.
And then I've still got boxes of stuff that's got cars in them that are not displayable, or they're duplicates that I will display later on and stuff. But most of these boxes are boxed, like the hauler boxes, like the ones in the red down there that are for these haulers, and you know which one goes in which.
That McDonald's hauler is cool.
Yeah. But man, that's crazy. That's so much up there, but there's so much this is not you can't see too. That's
Not only that, but this one's really expensive because it's actually metal. It's not plastic like a lot of them.
yeah. Like I can't say you could tell.
And that's actually printed on it. It's not a decal on the side like you can see the decal on the side of the Kellogg's.
Yeah. Back when
That's actually
toys were actually
printed on
made of metal.
Right.
Because I bet you some of those cars are made of metal or a harder material.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you get, just some of the older school cars are just sweet as all
Terry.
get out.
Oh man, is that the Piedmont?
Yeah. Piedmont Airlines.
Do that have the hard tires or the soft tires?
This one actually has the rubber tires.
Yeah. What about that 28?
It's got the rubber tires.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Because it's actually an RCCA Club of America car.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a couple.
I love
COT that has rubber wheels.
Yeah, I think I have one of a Jimmy, but
I
I broke
bought-
it. Well,
Yeah,
I
won like
that.
can't remember.
Del
when.
Nematech.
There was an arcade that I used to go to as a little kid, and like
Nah,
one of the prizes
Burger
if you got
King one.
tickets was like a 164 diecast for like the
don't
rubber
have
wheels.
the Burger King for Joe Nemechek. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I do.
Yeah, I was asking who that was.
That is actually Joe Nemechek's
All
Burger
right.
King.
Yeah.
Was there a code? Was there a burden?
Oh damn! They used to sponsor back then.
Yes.
Yep.
Now the Telb car you have to the right of that, the mail tail. That Darcon sponsor. I didn't think they sponsored back in the day.
The mane and tail.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn. Dirk it Diddy. Something I haven't heard in years.
And
Yeah,
most
my bad.
people
I
don't
looked
even
deep.
know what that is.
I don't know what Jackaroo is.
That's actually the barbecue sauce that Outback actually put in grocery stores that was on their ribs that you could order in their restaurants.
really? Wow, that's very specific. Wow, Jackaroo. I would never would have guessed.
Who is that?
Ooh, we got the
Oh,
Jeff
it's
Gordon
not the
numbers.
51. Never mind.
Well, the funny thing is Racing Champions almost put this fastback Monte Carlo out.
What is that car on top of that hauler?
This one?
Yeah.
The Dodge test car.
Okay.
I saw the hood and I was thinking I didn't know if it was like a cool Casey Kane test car with the Dodge Bill.
This one here
Mm-hmm.
is a limited edition diecast. This is Casey Elliott, Ernie Elliott's son that died of cancer, that was Bill's nephew that was starting to race.
Wow.
We got Keith Merrick.
What McDonald car is that?
This is one of the Monopoly cars.
Oh, nice.
Man, that looks good. Oh, hey, Keith.
He's in.
This is the other Monopoly car.
Yeah, those look amazing. That's an amazing collection. Like, puts mine to shame for sure.
Yeah, I can't really compete with that, especially my 2 diecasts being with me right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did any one of you guys see any crazy ones you really want to see a little more up close before I take off back upstairs?
Oh man, I don't know. I feel like there's so many that it's hard to pick like a single one.
Yeah, I appreciated you going slowly down because I really was able to like appreciate all of them. I loved the Dan Marino 13 car. That was one of my favorites back in the day. But yeah, I appreciated the slow crawl down the side because I really got to appreciate each and every one of them. It was great. It was terrific.
That's cool. Because
Yeah,
I actually have somewhere the Kyle Busch Prelude to the Dream Win Dirt Late model somewhere.
really, is that 124?
No, I got it at 164.
Okay.
Here it
Yep.
is.
I want to say they made one for him, but I could never find it.
Oh, that's
Nice.
beautiful. That is beautiful. Must be so hard to find specific ones in that room. Like you go in looking for something and you're like, oh crap, where is it? You know?
Not really, because I've actually put every one of these in a spreadsheet, and that's why when you look and you saw that there were numbers up behind them on the wall,
Oh yeah.
they correlate with the blue one is a certain spot, the pink ones are a certain spot, the orange ones are a certain spot, and I know which hauler they go with and where they are. And you see them so much. I'll come down here and walk around once a day because I work down here too in my office.
Mhm.
And, you know, you just memorize where a lot of them go. So
That is so cool. That is so cool. I could not imagine that's like next level dedication, having a spreadsheet, and
yeah,
that is so cool.
and it's one of my favorite ones too.
Tim
Yes.
Richmond, yes. Oh, that's fantastic.
And the one that he was driving when he went away from NASCAR, the one with the white numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so he went out with the white number. I always assumed he just had the gold
I
number.
don't know. I'm kind of preferential to the gold number.
The 87 was the white numbers, 86 was the gold.
Yeah.
Okay.
7, the gold.
Yeah. Yeah. And that, what a beautiful car either way though. Those Folgers car was just it was Folgers, right?
Yes, those are Folgers. Yes.
Yeah.
Saw up there a while ago. I do have the old Milwaukee version as well.
Oh yeah. Oh cool. Oh, same color scheme though. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Love it.
But the cool part is Ashton said something about his granddad having the phone number for JD
I
Stacy.
actually have that exact car.
You do, Nate, or what?
Yeah, I don't know where I got it from. I think I got it from like a tent at Pocono in
That's
2013.
great. Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, you can find those very rare cars like that.
At random, like 10th at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this
I
one.
know I have that. No, I don't have that, but I did have the.
It's a Rob Moroso car too, but
Okay.
people forget that he drove that one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's beautiful. Beautiful peak. Wow. Yeah, that's awesome.
And I know some of Jeff Gordon fans and whatnot, they forget too that he started in a Pontiac, but this is the Ford that everybody remembers that he drove at
Where did you go? Oh, Rockingham? Okay. See, I always, when I think of the one car, obviously I think of the Baby Ruth one, which is just so easy to go with that. But that's the one that he started. That's really cool.
And this is the one he started his first race in, also sponsored by Outback.
Oh, yes, the 67.
Yeah.
Yes, my mom has one of those as well. Super cool. Super cool. Yeah, that is
It's
fantastic.
the original Baby Ruth car that Racing Champions made and come with the hauler.
That came with all. Oh man, that is impressive. I love that one. One of my favorites. Loved when Michael. Yeah, absolutely. I loved when Annette threw back to that one too. That was so cool.
I mean, anything else, I mean, as crazy as it is, I actually have Cup, Xfinity. I've actually got ASA cars. I've got some ARCA Hooters Pro Cup cars, and there are some, what is it? The ARCA cars. And
ARCA.
there's two of them right there, Bill Venturino.
Oh yeah. I missed that your first pass by when you were showing the sheet metal and whatnot.
And that Daryl Waltrip 17 tied ASA car.
Of course. Oh, ASA. Really? Oh yeah. Is that a? What is that next to it? The 43, the Frenches? Is that Frenches?
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah.
Rodney Combs
Yeah.
and Mike McLaughlin, because I actually have the Lance Crackers version of it too.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's fantastic, right? That is so cool. Yeah.
But I've actually got the other 8 from Truex, the 11 of Menard, and the 1
Oh yeah.
Truex, all 4 of them that came in the 1 pack.
Well, they did 4-packs back then?
They did that as a special commemorative pack.
Oh man, that's so cool. Yeah, only 4-pack I've ever gotten was recently with the Hendrick 1, 2, 3, 4 at Dover. Picked that one up. That one's a keeper. I had no idea they had done them previously.
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of a new thing.
And how about really throwback to when they first started doing crazy stuff with paint schemes, right?
Yeah,
The
the Batman.
Thunderbat,
Oh, what was that one? I'm sorry.
Batman.
Jurassic Park.
Oh yeah, yes, T-Rex car, of course.
So Keith, we know that you're a paint scheme fanatic just like I am, because I get mine from all of these when I buy them.
Yeah, man, you know it.
And not only that, but I don't know if you know, but I do help Jeremy Clements with a lot of his graphics and everything. Everybody gets to see those on Saturday races. And I put a lot of mats in a lot of people's trucks, like Alpha Prime and Jordan Anderson and Jeremy and other stuff like that too. So there's like the Lucas Oil race tonight, probably 2/3 of that field have mats that come through my office and my design, and we manufacture them and ship them out to them.
Wow, that's impressive. That's cool stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, it really is.
So I got deep roots in the design and the racing community all together. And Nate got to see a little bit of it when I was down in Daytona in February. Got to meet him in person for the first time. Got to talk with him about it, a little bit of those, and still couldn't get him to go to Volusia with me, believe it or not.
Yeah, I'm busy. Like, I got a school, I got work, like volunteer work, all that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, you are going to be a doctor there, Nate. So we're going to give you a pass on that, because at some point in time, you're liable to save every one of our lives for something.
Yeah, hopefully, right? That's the goal.
Absolutely.
All right. So enough of that. We're going back upstairs, and now we can let you start your part of the show.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Y'all can get some rest. I mean,
Yeah,
you've
thank you for
been on
showing
this
us
for
that. Really
hours and hours and hours. So I'm kind of just taking this over, considering the fact that I'm fresh. Y'all have been here for a while. I mean,
yeah, for sure. But thank you so much for going back through that. That was a pleasure. I really appreciate it.
Well, one day we'll actually have a whole episode where people can jump in and join in and do it where we're just looking at that whole collection there. But we'll work that out with Alex.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, you got the inside track there for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be great.
all right. So now that I guess it's our turn for the show, I guess we could turn the topic to just paint schemes in general. That's probably why all of you are here. I know that Keith and Sean are like big paint scheme nerds. Not really sure what Zach and Ryan talked about before we came on, but I guess for now we're going to go into the topic of paint schemes. And the first topic we have down is rank certain paint schemes from every decade. So we're just going to go around the room and discuss. Let's start with, do we feel comfortable going all the way back to the 80s, or do we start in the 90s?
I'm cool with the 80s, dude.
I'm probably the only one that goes into the 70s, so 80s would work.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're going to go with the 80s. you guys can name us 4 or 5 schemes from that decade that you guys like the most and why. Like we kind of just go around the room. Obviously, I guess since I'm the host, I'll go first. So
All
I
right.
gotta
Go.
go number 1 for this in the 80s paint schemes. Ooh, I think that I'm going to go with Terry Labonte's Piedmont scheme from 1984 because blue is probably my favorite color. Light blue especially is my favorite color, so you mix that with white, it looks really good. I just saw it in this diecast collection, so that's definitely number 1. Number 2, this is kind of a tough one for me because it's like a 3-way tie. I could have said Ricky Rudd's Bud Moore paint scheme, but I think I'm going to go with the Tim Richmond 1986 scheme because I just got reminded of that and I really like those gold numbers. So that's number 2. Number 3 is probably Darrell Waltrip's 1989 Tide scheme because I love orange too, and I can't go wrong with bright orange. Number 4, I'm probably going to go with something that's a little different. It's not necessarily iconic with this driver, but Rusty Wallace's Alucard paint scheme from, I think, 1986. Don't quote me on that, but it was one of his first paint schemes in the 2 car, so it's not really that well known, but I can find a picture of it. I think it looks really good. And number 4, no, I already did number 4, so I'm going to go to number 5. Let's see. I think Jeff Bodine's Levi Garrett paint scheme, just because it's timeless. I wish we got more throwbacks of that paint scheme. I know we did one in 2017, but that's about it. So those are the 5 schemes that I kind of think of that decade. Where do we want to go next? Want to go Chad?
Yeah, I'll go next. I mean, I was always partial to the '88 Gatorade car.
I was gonna, you took one of my.
You know what? Yeah, you stole that from me because I kept
That's
thinking
exactly what I was thinking too.
That's probably why I think of it.
It's a great choice. It's a great choice. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but Bobby Allison also made famous in 1981 the Hardy scheme that Cale Yarbrough ran for so many years.
Yep.
I still think of Cale and I think of Hardy's, and I was actually one of mine as well. Or I think he was 70s, and he made it when he was winning this. Or I'm probably getting it wrong. This is why I'll shut up. I'll let you go ahead. Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking these up.
Well, to let you know that, I mean, Hardy's love Cale so much that he owns like 6 or 8 Hardy's in the South Carolina area, just so you know how good of a sponsorship that they had together.
That's unbelievable sponsor loyalty right there. That is amazing. That's so great, and I can't blame him at all for it.
And I also liked his MC Anderson 27 Valvoline. It's been iconic, and of course, there's been many throwbacks based on that one. So
yes, I remember the Dale Jr. throwback.
But one of my odd ones that was cool. We will actually take and go to, I think it's 81 when Hal Needham got a car, and it was still the Skull Bandit, but it was number 22, and then they had the 33 and brought Harry Gant in, and they were basically painted identical, but the original Skull Bandit car was awesome.
So the number 27? Wow.
No,
I'm sorry.
20, yeah, the 22, and then
22. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh no, 22 is the original Skull Bandit.
Yes, it was.
That's fantastic. Let me look this up.
And then the little known version of Bobby Allison's number 22 from 1985 that was white on the sides, gold chrome numbers on the side. It was red on the top, but had the gold foil stars all the way up on both sides on the red. The Mid-American Buick was just phenomenal.
Was it the highlight one or no?
I don't know if it was, but I know 1985 is when him and Dygard split ways because of certain things.
You're talking about the red one.
Yeah, the red one on top with the white on the side.
Right, because there's like a matching IndyCar one that's the same.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh, that is
Yeah,
gorgeous.
this must be the one. Yeah, I'd never seen this one. I thought you were talking about the all red one.
No,
But yeah, this must be the one.
that's it right there. That car was bad to the bone sharp.
Absolutely.
I
I've
mean,
never actually
you
seen this
can't
car.
argue with those clean lines 80s looks because those cars had some of the cleanest lines to where you could go. But I will say my all-time favorite one, all time, is the number 47 Race Hill Farms, where it was yellow on the top, white on the sides, and that big bold blue number. And if you'll notice on every one of those cars, if you zoom in, those were never vinyl. They were all hand lettered by brush.
Yeah, I can't compare the paint schemes now. I mean, even
Yeah.
now, you look at like there were a couple Hendrick schemes I think a few years ago where you could like clearly tell the difference between the wraps versus everything else.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
That was a lot of their plate track stuff they used to do when they'd show up during speed weeks, especially when they swapped over the dual races from the day to the nighttime races. You can tell on specifically the 2015 race winner cars of Dale Jr. and Jimmy Johnson, those things sparkled. And for pretty much the remainder of the year, they had a wrap on the car. But yeah, a lot of them were painted. But the one car that was actually hand painted was the 2015 Clint Boyer throwback. He had the I'm trying to think of who. I think it was David Pearson that he threw back to, and they hand painted the race car.
Yeah, that 14 Carolina tool.
No,
Yeah.
it was the 15 car he had run before he swapped over to
That's
Stuart Haas
The
It was like
inside.
when he
white.
was still with MWR.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
that's right.
I remember being like white. I think like white and black.
Yeah, it was a white car. And
it was the
blue
one
and
that
red.
referenced Bud Moore's 15.
That's it. It's Bud
Yep,
Moore. I
that
thought
must be the
it
one.
was Bud Moore. Yeah, it was hand painted and it was actually pretty cool.
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
there's a video on YouTube where that was done, and they show all of that car being lettered that way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see it now.
And I don't know if you know this, but there is certain vinyl manufacturers that Hendrick bought basically as much as they had to as a minimum order to get all of that vinyl for the Day Glow Yellow for the 24 and the 48 when they were hand painting. I mean, just by hand spraying all those cars to where that yellow was 1 mil thick and was as thin as possible so that when they cleared over it, it was completely flat based on the clear. There was no raised anything for the numbers, even with the vinyl on it.
Well, that would hurt the arrow if it was a little bit raised above. That was something that I learned long ago when they did the contingency decals. All the contingencies, all the little small ones would hurt the aerodynamics, and that's really when they started going into vinyl wraps. Was they just did whatever they could to get an advantage, and kind of took the authenticity away a little bit. But whatever you can do to try to get an edge above the competition.
Yep, but Hendrick was the first one to actually do that with the vinyl. And I'm going to reference Bobby Hamilton car, that first Country Time Lemonade car that they had, the 68. It is said that there is so many layers of white, so many layers of fluorescent yellow to get that yellow to pop that was 25 pounds of paint on every car.
Oh my god.
That's a lot of extra weight.
That
on the
reminds
car.
me with McLaren in 2019 when I guess Alonso missed the Indy 500. He crashed the primary and he lost 2 days worth of practice because McLaren was super particular about the shade of orange. Like they didn't have the papaya orange on site, so they squabbled for like 2 days debating like they had to have this shade of paint perfect, and they end up missing 2 valuable days of practice. And then when they finally get the car done, they don't even have the steering wheel ready. So that's just an example of how particular these people are when it comes to colors and everything.
Absolutely.
It's all about brand identity, man. You see a lot of these companies like Monster especially, you've noticed that the last 3-4 years now, any Kurt Busch car, no matter what kind of paint scheme, like one paint scheme that really pisses me off is the Star Nursery car.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
blue, yellow, and red, and there's just big ass fucking black splotch, but it's because the sponsor wants it that way. So that brand identity is really, really important.
It is.
in a lot of different ways. It's obnoxious, but you also have to respect the hustle.
For sure, absolutely.
Yes, so stupid.
Honestly.
Irritates me.
Yeah, but it only ruined that car for like 10%. The rest of it was so authentic, you really didn't pay attention to that little black spot on the car.
Oh, no. There's been worse things that I have seen, and that's the furthest thing from it. It's one of those little things that you'll remember and be like, man, that irked me a little bit.
Yeah. But yeah, then you're ultimately grateful for Monster hanging on if they can get that little area, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't. I don't remember them being this particular back in the early 2010s.
They used to not be. They really used to not be, and then it really wasn't until
everything.
It wasn't until really they got to CGR that they really got particular with what they were doing. They were really subtle about their stuff, like when Kurt Busch started running for SHR, the original 41 car. I remember specifically when he won in Martinsville. On the left front of the race car above the headlight, there was a Monster logo on there. Kind of just stuck it on there, threw it there, but now they're so particular about where they put their stuff and, how much you're going to see of it. And, they don't want their brand getting distorted by the rest of the scheme.
And that actually came with the brand recognition that NASCAR asked for them to instill in their own brand specifications for that Monster logo.
Right.
It was a joint effort there.
Wow. That makes sense. And when you said this was Martinsville, was this 2014?
Yes, that was a heartbreaker of a race for me, but it was a hell of a cool race, and it's a badass diecast that I have, and I got that in another collection at a different house.
Oh,
but, it was one of those cars that once I was able to get my hands on it, it ain't going nowhere.
I hear you, man. Kurt never has a bad-looking race win diecast.
No, he really
they're
doesn't.
never clean.
They're actually becoming a lot harder to find nowadays.
Yeah.
Like in particular his 2010 Coke 600 win with the yellow Charlotte Motor Speedway wall paint. His 2017 Daytona 500 with the grass and the scratches all on the right side. That's one of the most brilliant looking diecast cars. And then, of course, the last Monster Energy diecast that was ever made was his Kentucky one, which I actually got sitting up. I'm looking at it right now, and it's pretty cool because it was the Monster Energy Cup Series and the Monster Energy car. So, and the diecast authenticity of it's pretty cool too because it's missing the right side window where the team pulled the window out so they can climb in the car and get to victory lane. So. And that's definitely one of those race cars that they actually nailed properly. But yeah, I mean Kurt Busch's diecast cars, whatever race win he's got, it's awesome looking.
Yeah, one of my big regrets, and I still have a screenshot of it somewhere. It was I think on Stuart Haas's website or somewhere. I saw an autographed Kurt Busch Daytona 500 win diecast. They were on clearance for like $42.50 or something like that. And I was like, I'll come back to it, and now. Nowhere near that of it like that price, So
it's ridiculous now.
Yeah, I know.
Like I take so many L's like with die casts, like and like I'll get it later, and then like everyone I buy stays the same price. Everyone I pass on, it goes all the way up.
Thankfully, like I'm a Hamlin fan, so like I can get his diecast for like $40 on eBay if I wait a few months.
Yeah, dude, anything you want.
That's the perk of being a fan of a less popular driver.
That's one of the few perks, and it's a great one, though. It's a great one.
Like I know for sure that if I was a fan of a really popular driver, I would be in trouble because there's no way I'd be able to afford them all.
Well, what's
like a
really
Chase
weird,
Elliott, for example. Like I don't know how they do it.
Oh man, this is one dude that I know. Pit Violation. He grabs tons of them. He has just about every Chase Elliott diecast car that's ever been created. I think he's got a couple customs, and just about every one of them is autographed.
Oh my god, unbelievable!
Dude's got like some of the hardest, rarest cars to find. He's got his first truck win. He's got the Baja Blast from 2018.
Oh
He's
my
got he's got some ridiculous collection. I am just envious as hell over what he's got, but it's so cool to watch him put it all together. But yeah, like Denny Hamlin, especially like from 2008 to
2016, really, right?
I want to say 2008 to like 2015, there was no race wins of his.
Yeah, there was none. I mean,
it was his
duel, I think.
But his Bud Shootout win in 2006, his Pocono Sweep race, and his 2007 New Hampshire, and then the next race win he had that was ever made was his 500.
Yeah, I mean, they did make a duel from 08, but I guess like if that counts as a race, but it's not a points race. So
yeah, so like that.
I guess I do have his 3 500 wins. I'm glad I got those, but hopefully they've made a good 6 or 7 of his race wins since. Like they made 3 or 4 from 2020. They made both 2021s. They're making at least 1 from 2022, from what I'm aware. So. Well, I'm hoping I can buy the 2021 Darlington win for cheaper once it gets shipped, because I didn't want to pay like $100 to pre-order it, because I know that the demand for them is so low that the price will just drop. Yeah. Like you can get a Homestead win for him for $40 on eBay from 2020.
There was this really weird rule that Lionel Racing had back in 2017 when Hamlin had won at New Hampshire. That diecast didn't make MOQ, and their rule was if a race win, their first race win of the season doesn't make MOQ, they will not produce another race win if they so do win a win. And his 2017 Darlington car never got made, and that is one of the biggest fucking bummers.
Really
like
is.
That was biggest. I mean, it could have been a sweep set because he swept the weekend and they were both the same throwback.
Yeah, and because of that stupid little technicality, they chose not to make it.
Really, really mad at that, and I'm sure there's like customs out there, but I don't feel like
it's not going to be the same thing,
right? And that was the last year that they had the same quality in the standards. And then 2018 was when they went to like their lower model, like their less quality model. So like it would have been so great to have just the standard of that year, and much less an elite, especially if they didn't sweep set, because if it were Kyle Busch who did it, the fans would have pre-ordered and they would have made it regardless. It's just I had no idea about that technicality.
Yeah, it's just upsetting because I feel like I understand that some drivers are less popular than others, but I do miss the days before like MOQ or whatever it's called became a really big talking point, because like you could get diecast for like Paul Menard back then. It didn't matter. I mean, nowadays it's like if you don't make MOQ, you're not going to get diecast. So I feel like it narrows the selection down, especially because it's harder to get like you said, obscure drivers, or even less. I mean, Hamlin is far from obscure. He's just not popular. Like, you could win as much as him and you could still not get them made.
It's so ridiculous. Like what he has to have like the lowest percentage of like diecast made.
It's not a contest.
Yeah.
No, there's one driver that, believe it or not, when he first started his career, didn't have many race wins for as popular as he was, and that is Jimmy Johnson. Between 2002 and 2006, he had 23 race wins. He only had, I think, 5 of them made.
No, unbelievable.
His 2002 Fontana win, his 2004 Atlanta win, his 2005 Las Vegas, and his 2006 Daytona 500 and Brickyard 400 wins.
I never realized that.
Yeah, there was one more.
They snuck in a commemorative 2003 Loudon win, which isn't a replica of the race win. It is a color chrome Chevy 400th race win.
Okay.
So it commemorates the fact that he won at Loudon, but it's not a race win diecast. So if you really want to be technical, there's 6 ever made of his first 23 wins. But yeah, he didn't have a lot made starting off, and really he really didn't get a lot made. 2007, he had, I want to say, 5 of them, 5 or 6 made.
Mhm.
Actually, he might have gotten all of them made, believe it or not.
Out of what,
Really?
10?
I have like Texas sitting right next to me. Texas
Yeah,
Fall.
he had his Las Vegas was made, his
Martinsville.
spring and fall Atlanta, Martinsville, Richmond, both Martinsvilles, both Richmonds. What else did he have? His Fontana,
Oh yeah, the
his
Fontana.
Texas. They didn't make. I don't think they made his fall Phoenix though. So
Which is disappointing, the fourth one in a row, right?
I think that they made 8 out of the 10, and then in 2008 they made 1, and that was
Unreal.
his 2008 Brickyard.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
It's not right.
And then I want to say 2009 he had 5 out of his 7 got made.
Okay.
So yeah, like it's crazy because like you look at like a driver like Dale Earnhardt Jr. He'll have the standard, he'll have the elite, the color chrome, the liquid color, the raw, the vintage, the galaxy. I know Windvow 8820. He has an entire set of Dale Jr.'s 2014 Martinsville wins, and it's like 7 cars of the exact same version, just different finishes.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
it all depends on the driver, man.
Yeah, you go back in time, and the same thing happened with Earnhardt Sr. as well. Remember?
Oh, for sure. My dad.
I mean, for every 4 diecast, 3 of them were a 3-car.
Right. He just printed money with it. He and Jeff. But I'm sure.
Look at Elliott now. I mean, you got like Bristol. You got the Bristol Dirt race versions, and it's like it's the second year on Bristol Dirt.
Obnoxious
no
thing.
sense.
It is the most obnoxious. I mean, I love Chase, I really do, but the amount of diecast that guy gets made for the dumbest shit. He gets so much merchandise for the dumbest shit. Like there was a T-shirt made for him for the Indianapolis road course. I'm like, for fucking what? Like, why?
Right.
We
That's
got
a qualified top 7. I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna get the Chicago Street Course diecast next year. Like, regardless where he finishes, it doesn't matter if he doesn't even start the race.
They're definitely
dude,
gonna.
like,
Yeah.
They were waiting on that 2017 Martinsville too. They were like, "Oh, you're the checkers or wreckers? Gotcha." I know the first one that's going up, and it sure as shit, man. It was before Dale Jr.'s.
Right.
Literally, it was way before Dale Jr.'s. They were like, "Yeah, it's me, the Chase Elliott Martinsville."
Yep, that's basically like a Hendrick, like feeding system, like with it.
I mean, only 3 cars so far have been made. Actually, there's 4 that have been in the works. 3 have been produced, and 1's getting ready to be produced. And it's either a Hendrick car or a Junior Motorsports car, and that's it.
Yeah,
they got nothing else. It's a Larson, an Elliott, a Junior, and a Gregson.
There you go. Yeah, they know what people want, like who's going to buy it.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
I don't understand. Like, I understand wanting to get merged for your driver, but I've never understood the appeal of like, okay, he finished 11th at Bristol Dirt. I need this car right now. Unless I was in a race. But
you tell me you don't want. Oh, go ahead, Pete. I'm sorry.
There's one car that I got custom made, and the only reason why I got it custom made is because of the fact that it's from his 09 championship run. There was only one finish that he had outside the top 10, and that was his Texas race. When he got spun early, and I have a custom car based upon that accident.
That's
so
great.
I don't have many of them. I don't have many wrecked race cars. I'm not a big fan of them, but that was one that I had to have.
I love it. That's great.
Yeah, that 2009 Chase was a killer for me because literally out of the 7 races Hamlin finished, I think he finished 6th in the top 5, and then he blew an engine when he was running 3rd. He blew an engine when he was leading, and he crashed when he was leading. And it's like, oh my gosh, man.
Yeah, so frustrating.
Which is crazy because he also didn't even have a race win at all at that point in the season. It took until Homestead for him to get his first and only win of the year.
Unbelievable.
I thought he had 4.
Did he?
Yeah, I think he got Pope.
Are you thinking of 2013?
Yeah, that's
That's
what
what I'm
they're
thinking
thinking.
of.
I was gonna say 2009. Like Hamlin was
That's definitely what I'm
honestly,
thinking of.
yeah.
is
Like
2013.
Jimmy's chase run was kind of untouchable, but like if he didn't have all those engines fail, which was like a Toyota tradition back then, but he should have at least finished second at points. So that one kind of hurts me more than 2010.
Yeah, that 2009 chase was pretty ridiculous. I mean,
Yeah.
he had 4 out of the 10 races he won, and finished top 10 9 out of the 10 races. So
I did the
he
math,
was just
and it was like if you let Hamlin finish the races that he DNF'd and chased where he was running. So let's just say he won Talladega because he blew up from the lead in that race. Let's say he finished third in Charlotte because he blew up from third in Charlotte, and let's just say he won Fontana because he crashed when he was leading at Fontana, and that would have given him top 5s in 9 of the 10 chase races, I think, with 3 wins, and he still would have finished behind Jimmy. Like, it's crazy. Like, he could do all of that, and Jimmy was so good that he still would have won.
even with a wrecked race car.
Yes.
Yeah, like if it wasn't for the Texas
even with a
thing,
mulligan,
literally
Right.
would have won like 2 weeks early.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
But,
that's just unfair.
I know we were on the topic of 80s paint schemes.
Right.
At one
We're
point
just
in this
moving
thing.
around, yeah.
Yeah. So if I
It doesn't matter. I mean, we're having a good time.
No, yeah, but I was thinking about my 80s paint schemes, and I think my number one in the 80s paint schemes has got to be the unveiling of the 1988 Goodwrench number 3. It was such a big deal because of the fact that Earnhardt had ran the Wrangler car. He won 3 titles with, or 2 titles with the Wrangler car, 3 titles at that point, and he just came off of back-to-back titles in '86 and '87, and that unveiling was such a big deal, and that car looked so sharp with the silver number 3. That was such a badass looking ride. I loved the Tim Richmond '86 car. I'm a huge Tim Richmond fan. So the gold number 25 absolutely has a place in my heart for sure. I love Davey Allison's '87 Haviland Thunderbird. Timeless classic. You put that on anything and it looks fantastic. I love Darrell Waltrip's '89 Tide Ride, being the first time that car hit the track and it won at Daytona. But it's a pretty special race win at that. And I really love Rusty Wallace's, I don't know if this was in the 80s or not. I think it might be in the 90s, but if it's not, cool. The number 27 Miller car. I want to say that might be.
Yeah, it was the 90s.
I want to say it might have been like early 90s.
Because he started driving for Miller in 1990.
Yep, that's
He
it.
won the title
Because he won in '89 with the number 27 Kodiak car.
Right.
So I wasn't sure if Miller was before or after Kodiak, but regardless, the Rusty Wallace 27 era was a nice era.
That Kodiak car was sharp. I especially liked it in '87 when they had the Pontiac Grand Prix 2+2s, because those were some sharp cars. And that car had some great lines, and I know that's what the car actually got the paint scheme on, and then it went down to the smaller version of the Pontiac that he won the title in and everything, and the paint scheme didn't change for like 3 years. But it looked really good in '87 when he first started using the Kodiak sponsorship.
I've always loved a car that sticks around as the same paint scheme for a long time. Like for the last decade and a half, having the number 22 Shell Pennzoil car, that was a really, really special car to have for a long, long time. I think we had that for like 11 years consecutively. So
unbelievable run.
That was a timeless paint scheme, and it became iconic sheerly because of the fact that it never got changed.
Right.
So when you keep it as is and you let it kind of just run its course, it's a really, really nice looking paint scheme.
Yeah, I kind of like that about other decades. Is that they kept a lot of schemes similar or at least the same. Whereas now,
well, I mean, when you look at like the '90s was the first decade that introduced special paint schemes, and it wasn't just like, all right, we're gonna run this paint scheme. They made a big deal out of it. Like I remember when looking back through history, the Bill Elliott McDonald's Batman car, that was a big deal. The Jurassic Park car was a big deal, and the '96 Dale Earnhardt car. I'm sorry, '95 the Winston Select car.
The silver
that
one,
was
yes.
that was
Silver
that was
Secret.
a really big deal. So special paint schemes were not something that were just thrown around as easily as they are now. Like there's no identity with a driver anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
Yeah, that's
kind of
crazy.
hard to keep it. Like you look at how FedEx is kind of stuck by Denny Hamlin, so that's kind of a synonymous correlation with one another. Same thing with Kyle Busch and M&M's, which is unfortunately going to end at the end of this year.
Jimmy Johnson with Lowe's, of course.
Don't remind me.
It's there's been a lot of really good sponsorship contracts that have gone for a long time, and they kept paint scheme the same for a while for a lot of cars. The Hamlin cars, I especially loved the 2011 to 2014 paint scheme that he had. That was a really, really nice looking ride.
Well, you got
Or,
to think about the tide. It started in '87 with DW, went through
that's-
Ricky Rudd and was the same, and then went through Ricky Craven and the 32 cars, and they were all the same kind of scheme because it was an iconic look, and Tide liked it.
Yeah, it's gone. That went from Waltrip to Rudd to Craven to Bobby Hamilton to Travis Quaffle.
Mhm.
And it ended up being a throwback for Matt Kenseth in I think 2016.
Mhm.
And
I love that car.
it's just one of those cars that no matter how far away you get from every era, that's a paint scheme that everybody's going to remember.
Right. But that Matt Kenseth car actually disappointed me because they didn't use paint and they printed it, and the yellow and the orange was not as vibrant. I'm sorry.
No,
It's a great. It was a great throwback, but it left.
Yeah.
It left you.
You got to do it
wanting-
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that reminds me of, like, speaking of doing it right. I think there was a 2018 Johnson throwback at Darlington where like the
Go
A
on.
cooler was all
I
like
don't,
messed up.
I don't want to talk about it, man.
Me
that
neither,
was
man.
the
That was
worst
bad.
possible throwback because they ran a throwback of a race car that had run
2012 or
literally not even that. It ran 4 years before that. The last race it ran was 2014 Dover.
Right.
And they decided to roll that out as like Cobalt's last hurrah when I'm looking right now at Johnson's 2007 Atlanta win.
I'm looking at the Texas win right here. Yeah, the Cobalt.
Oh yeah,
That
there you
is-
go. There you go.
That is, in my opinion, Jimmy Johnson's best paint scheme he's ever run. And for them not only to slap us Johnson fans in the face by giving us a throwback of a car that's really not, it's a toss back. Wasn't even a throwback.
Yeah.
And you ruined it with the A post.
Yes. Yes.
Absolutely
It was
ruined
white.
it.
Why is it white?
And the
It
worst
was atrocious.
and the worst thing is, like, it was only like memorable because it was his 200th win, and I'm glad he got the 200th win at Darlington. But we all know, I still will never forget 2012 Martinsville when it was Jeff and Jimmy battling for the win, and it just butterfly effect. Like, had that not been ruined by David Rudem staying on the
Yeah,
track,
they would have. I
That's
guess they would have never
201.
come back to it then.
and then that's
Well,
not a,
I will raise you one more. Fuck Brian Vickers. Because Jimmy Johnson
Oh,
had
the
a
2011,
2-second
yeah.
lead on Tony Stewart, and
2011.
Brian Vickers had to try to run through the whole damn field. And listen, props to Tony Stewart
yes.
for getting around the fastest car of the day on the outside at Martinsville.
Mhm.
That was a man on a mission, and you weren't going to stop him in that situation. But
Mhm.
Brian Vickers can suck a fat one every day of the week for really fucking up Hendrick's 200.
100%, man. I had almost forgiven him for Talladega at that point, and then he just renewed it all over again. Like, I'm way more mad about that one.
Yeah, that was rough. I mean,
Yes.
That man was on a rampage from Sonoma to Martinsville to Phoenix. You could not keep that silver 83 away from other cars,
Yeah.
no matter
No, you
fucking
could not.
what.
Unbelievable. Like, it was rough. Like, 2 straight Martinsville wins. That 200 was right there for the taking.
How that man ended up getting another ride, let alone another win.
Yeah, I
just
got
a
his.
couple years after that.
I have his New
Blows
Hampshire
my
win.
mind.
Yeah, and I felt good for him that day somehow, but I don't know. Maybe it's because it was my home
Yeah,
track.
I mean,
But that
I don't
race
know.
will forever haunt me too.
I would be so. I mean, obviously, as a little kid, like Tony Stewart was one of my favorites, so I wasn't really like mad at that. But looking back on it now, I'm like, now that I'm old enough to like not hate Jimmy Johnson because he wins all the time, like now I just look back at it and I'm like, man, he got screwed.
Absolutely.
Dude,
Yeah.
Well,
All that stuff.
if you can't appreciate the fact that Jimmy Johnson won all of those championships in a row in so many different cars and so many versions of those cars, that is really unthinkable. Because there was one season he had to run the Gen 6, I mean the Gen 4 and the COT at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Absolutely.
That guy had a wheel steady that nobody else could tame. Chad Canals knew exactly what to do when he spoke on the radio, right? It didn't matter which car it was. He was fast as a bolt of lightning, no matter which track he was on.
You know what I hate is when Sean, I think Sean's mentioned before, is like people always say, oh, 2017 Pocono, that ended his career. It's like, honestly, it did not. It was probably just a factor of all sorts of things that had nothing to do with that day.
Oh, it was a lot. It had to do with the separation of him and Chad. It really started breaking in like 2015-ish.
Yeah,
one of my favorite fucking clips, but it also really showed where their relationship was spring 2015 Martinsville, when Jimmy Johnson, he's just like, he said he's either loose or he's tight. And Chad's like, is it loose or is it tight? Like, is it loose? And Jimmy's like, is the fucking world round? Like, I'm loose.
Yeah.
And it was just little things like that their relationship was cracking. And that had a lot to do with it because, let's be completely honest, having a good crew chief pairing is incredibly important. You can look at the talent of a driver all day long, and yes, Jimmy Johnson is a very, very talented race car driver, but he needed Chad just as much as Chad needed Jimmy. And given where they were for a while, in 2016 they hit on something in the summer. They figured something out. Probably around Indianapolis. They had been running like dog shit for weeks, and they went out at Indy and they finished a quiet third place. Went out to Bristol and they finished well there, and just quietly showed their way. And when they unloaded at Chicago, it was like a whole different team showed up. And I think it's because they were just like, fuck it. We figured something out, and let's just go balls to the wall. What do we have to lose? 2017 wasn't supposed to be the last win. I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
But with all that was there, Pocono shook Jimmy up. But if we look just about 6-7 weeks later, Indianapolis, that man took one of the, if not the ballsiest moves I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Yes.
Dude's car was blowing up, and he stuck it down into turn 3 wide, where you shouldn't be able to do that. And
Absolutely.
Of course, his car told him, you can't do this, but you weren't going to tell him otherwise. And on Radioactive, he even said we had that race won.
What a move.
So,
yeah.
I feel like the new fans are like so obsessed. They try to pinpoint like
The
one
moment.
particular, like, oh, this is when so and so's career was never the same, and it's like there's so much more things that go into it than just
Yeah.
There's so much, like, and the fucked up part is the fact that when you look at specifically with Jimmy Johnson, when he and Chad split up at the end of 2018, they hadn't really been running well. The highest they were in their last race together was 6th. And that was it. That was at Homestead, where he ended up finishing outside the top 10. But just didn't have that kind of speed. And then they went to the high downforce package, which is exactly what the 48 team did not need.
Yeah.
Paired with Kevin Mendering, which I'm sorry, that man's a fucking Neanderthal and shouldn't be near a race car.
No.
Great guy, but he should not be a crew chief in a cup car. So that was a terrible, terrible time period. And Cliff Daniels came in at Watkins Glen, and it kind of breathed new life into the 48. You know, they were running well and had some shit runs.
Yes.
But they had a lot more fire in them. Darlington hurts me so much. Daniel Hemrick is such a great guy, but for about 2 years, I could have, if I walked up to him, I could have fucking punched his teeth out.
for that move.
I was mad because Hamlin was in that wreck, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me.
First off, a very little known piece. Jimmy Johnson would have been in the second round of the 2018 playoffs if Daniel Hemrick didn't wreck Jeffrey Earnhardt for no fucking reason.
In his first race.
None.
Yeah.
None.
Yes.
Zero.
Oh, speaking of Jeffrey Earnhardt in 2018, like that, Indy still gets me too. So,
like, no reason at all, and it was just a bonehead fucking move.
Yeah.
And then Daniel Hemrick did some fuck shit at Darlington, did some fuck shit at Bristol, and wrecked Jimmy twice. Valuable points.
Yes.
Valuable points. And then it went down to Indy where he knew it was go or go home. And he went home in a ball of fucking flames.
Yes. Oh my God.
But 2020 was a really, really weird year because right before the pandemic break, he was 5th in points.
Thank you.
And
that's with the wreck at Daytona. Or, just saying, sorry. That's with the wreck at Daytona.
He finished top 5 at Las Vegas. He finished 11th at Phoenix and finished 9th at Auto Club. And came back and had a fucking bonehead move at Darlington. And that will kill my soul to the day I die. Had a bonehead fucking move at Kentucky. Which
shouldn't have happened.
I also have a gripe with John Hunter Nemechek spinning on his own.
2 laps down.
That dude was that guy was a caution clock.
The most unspinnable car on the planet. This man managed to fuck up history twice.
Yes.
If you remember correctly, the 2019 Homestead race, where Truex had his 2 sets of tires swapped. And John Hunter Nemechek gave that man a get-out-of-jail-free card by just managing to spin on his own. And then did the same bullshit at Kentucky.
God.
How that man even got to the Cup Series, I don't know.
Yep.
He's a great race car driver, but that was not the time.
Yes.
But Jimmy Johnson he lost it. And I don't think he lost his fire.
No.
But he lost that patience. Like, you remember 2007 at Texas, where he ran against Matt Kenseth and he didn't wear his shit out. Whereas in 2020, that man would have gone to the end of the earth to get a position.
Yes.
Oh yeah. I mean,
absolutely.
It kind of reminds me a little bit of Hamilton, I guess, in F1. Like, the speed is still there, but now that I guess he's not in, now that Mercedes isn't necessarily at the top anymore, you see him make a little bit more mistakes. He has to push a little bit harder, and I don't think he's normally, like, he's never normally been in positions where it's like, this is your only chance to win. You're not going to be able to win next week, and now it's like, it's hard because, like, Jimmy got put in the positions where it's like 10 years ago, I would have laughed at you if you said, oh, Jimmy Johnson doesn't have a chance to win next week. Because he'd always be fast, and it's like now.
But like, and I think the most insane thing about Jimmy's final race was the fact that once he realized that he was just going to have fun and enjoy himself, and there was no pressure to win, he finished top 5 to not only just finishing top 5, he finished behind in order all 4 of the championship contending drivers. And I think that is the most impressive feat of his career, because of the fact that after 3 years of not winning, this man was able to run with the guys that were running for a championship
Mm-hmm.
in his
Yeah.
final race with
Yeah.
a race car that he could not wheel worth a damn.
Yeah.
And that is unbelievable. And
Yeah.
it is highly overlooked as
Absolutely.
one of his greatest achievements. It's not flashy. It's not crazy. He didn't get it on the last lap pass. He didn't get to do these crazy burnouts. It didn't get him a championship, but he went out the way that he should have went out.
Yeah.
Quiet, under the radar, but nothing but respectfully.
Absolutely. Absolutely. See, this is why I consider Keith, like I said it on Twitter one time. I consider you like the Jimmy Johnson of Jimmy Johnson fans, because I'm still stewing about those last 3 years. Like, and you just in like a couple of minutes gave me like a better perspective than I've ever gotten on those years. You know what I mean? Like, it still bothers me. I'm sure it still bothers you, but like
he had some really good runs in between 2018 and 2020.
Yes,
like 2018 Bristol is a really overlooked race.
I haven't forgotten.
It was the Kyle and Kyle show, but
Yes.
Jimmy Johnson just methodically worked his way through the field
Yep.
and ran well. He ran well at Dover, both Dovers. He ran. Oh my God, fucking Daytona, the July Daytona.
Oh
race.
yeah, that was
When he took the lead in front of Truex.
When he took the lead was great. The save that he had on the apron to avoid the big one, the shit that man did was ridiculous in 2018.
Yes.
And it is a very overlooked achievement of his. 2019, he had his flashes of greatness. You know, he ran well once again at Bristol. The 2019 Daytona 500 irks me to my soul because I don't know if you remember this, Nate, but he was running up front with William Byron at one point, and then he got mowed over by Tyler.
Yeah, that was like right in front of me.
But he came back with a beaten and tattered car. After that wreck with Reddick, he ended up getting into another big one later in the race. Somehow that man finished ninth.
You should have seen the cars. I don't know if TV showed it. Like
he had a video on Facebook or on Twitter.
Some of the cars at that last Greenway checker, there was nothing left. Like obviously Johnson's car, everything around the fuel filler was like ripped out. So the only
it was just
the hose for the fuel tank. And then I think Newman's car, his entire right front was like caved in. It was cambered funny. He was sitting on the apron for the restart. He didn't even know whether he was going to take the restart or not. He finished like 12th. I mean, there were cars missing hoods. There were cars with everything.
I think the only 4 cars that were clean coming to the checkered flag were Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Logano, and Ryan Preece.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was
and even then, like some of them had like dents and whatnot, but there was that race was ridiculous, attrition wise.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can't imagine being there, Nate.
Yeah, I know. I was not. I mean, the red flag. I saw Logano behind him. I was like, "This is how it all ends." You know, I was like, I didn't like. Where he was,
for every reason.
I don't want to be leading. Yes. I don't want Logano in second.
Like that is one dude that I fear having behind me. I remember the 2016 Homestead race. In 2016 Homestead, Johnson and Logano both lined up on the bottom, and this was literally 15 minutes after he fucking got into Edwards.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is a done deal. We're getting wrecked. This man's winning a cup. And I'm still amazed to this day that he never made a move.
Yeah. I don't know why he didn't, but I'm grateful he didn't.
I get scared of him just for that particular reason. Like there's drivers I fear for different reasons. Obviously, Logano and Chastain, I fear for very.
I'm so glad you said Chastain.
Yeah,
because that was the first guy that came to mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I was thinking, during Atlanta when they were running side by side, I was going to comment. I was like, something's going to happen. And then like 5 minutes after I have that thought, he gets spun. I'm like, you're kidding me.
Yeah, absolutely.
That
obviously Truex I kind of fear because he doesn't make mistakes. Like I don't. Yeah. He's not going to run you over or anything. Like he literally just doesn't make mistakes. So if you need him to screw up,
one driver that I always loved for never fucking up, and he was stone cold, was Matt Kenseth.
I knew you were gonna say it. Yep. Go ahead.
Matt Kenseth,
Yeah.
I think my favorite win of his, outside of his 2016 Dover race win, was his final race win.
Oh yeah.
He let Chase Elliott get out ahead of him and burn his stuff up, and he came back like Michael Myers, slow, methodic, and he knew what he was doing. And it didn't take much for him to get past the 24.
Dude,
He was playing chess while Chase was playing checkers, man.
When-
He had him down pat.
When
Absolutely.
the Iceman of Terry Labonte retired, Matt Kenseth became the Iceman. He has ice in his veins. It don't matter what. That joker could just eat you alive on the long run.
Oh
Yeah, I mean, and it was cool whenever you saw a duel between Johnson and Kenseth.
Mhm.
They were two stone cold killers. And you noticed it with Johnson. And I noticed it a couple times in Texas, believe it or not. The 07 race,
Yes.
but then the 2015 race, the fall race where Keselowski led 312 out of the 334 laps.
Mhm.
And Johnson wore him out for the last 20 laps.
One of my favorite runs of all time.
Just fucking wore him out. And Keselowski couldn't hold the bottom in 1 and 2, and that was the one deciding factor of the entire race, and
That's
it was
what
just
I
Johnson's
think.
persistence.
Mhm.
Truex, I feel like Truex and Hamlin are like the only guys now that are kind of that way. Like they seem to always win on long runs. They just don't. I mean, I thought Darlington last year for both of them were pretty good. I think Truex, he literally ran the fence the entire day in the spring Darlington race. He didn't even touch it all day.
Yeah.
I mean, he pretty much destroyed everybody. And then obviously Hamlin, I mean, you saw the Southern 500. His heart rate was like 110 on the last corner, and he had Larson right behind him. It's like,
It's unbelievable. Yeah.
that doesn't make sense to me.
I know last year, like the right guy was the champion, but I would have given anything to see Denny and
Yeah,
Truex
that's
battle
true.
it out. You know, I would have given anything to see those two battle it out for the championship. It was
Yeah, they
looking
were. I
like-
mean, they were going to if it wasn't for the caution. But,
yeah, thank you. It was David Starr.
It's
I
just
think?
all.
Yeah.
I guess it all
I
kind of
mean-
comes down to luck in the end, whether
Yeah.
or not caution goes
I,
your way.
Leave it to a field filler.
Oh, as always, you know, as always.
I think
Yeah.
NASCAR's got direct line to them, and they bring out cautions on purpose.
I would not.
I'm gonna bring up one field filler name.
Wearing
and
the
I wanna
thirds,
know-
I don't like David Thar.
Yeah.
There's one field filler name that you do not hear at all anymore that changed history forever, and it is Dylan Lupton.
Yes,
Dylan fucking Lupton
that was
did
ridiculous.
nothing
He was
wrong.
both right than last week.
Mhm. Yeah.
He
Yeah, I know.
he had either a left rear tire rub or a left rear flat, and NASCAR could not wait long enough to throw that yellow flag out.
Yeah.
But they
And-
saw it like now.
I mean, for
Was
about
he in the
2 years,
Xfinity series?
I think for a little bit he was in the Xfinity Series, but he jumped up and he went to Go Fast Racing with the 32 car in the 2016 finale, and Edwards had that championship won. And
It was done.
as much as I love the fact that Jimmy is a 7-time champ, I would gladly give up the 2016 title to give it to Carl Edwards, because that man is one of the hardest working drivers in the garage area, and for him to get swindled out of not 1, not 2, but 3 Cup titles is in fucking sane.
All right, here's conspiracy theory. Thanks to Dylan Lupton, Carl Edwards retires because of that wreck and everything that happened with that.
I've heard things like that, but one thing that I heard was that Carl Edwards got wind of where NASCAR was going direction-wise and wanted out.
I think that's pretty fair. Like, I don't blame him one bit.
Because he heard about the lessening of horsepower.
Stages, especially.
Stages.
He was really critical about that, I remember.
Yes. So he even said in an interview, he's like, if they brought the horsepower back, I might consider heavily consider jumping back into a race car and running another race. You know, right now we're at 670 as their highest horsepower that we got.
Yeah, he's not coming back with that.
That's I'm sorry. I'm
That is pretty
thankful
sad,
that
though.
we have 670 over 550.
Right,
Dude,
but it's
But
still
I would rather take 900 any day of the
Yeah.
week.
something that like stuck out to me is I don't think outside of the plate tracks, I don't think they've ever hit 200 in a race this year. Like even at Fontana, they have not hit 200, which is like,
No,
mind-boggling.
the draft especially, you don't see that. They hit about like 198-ish at the absolute most, and that's with a hell of a fucking run. They haven't hit 200 probably since 2018. That's got to be like the high, like the last time
Yeah,
they
it's
hit
pretty
something that
rough,
high.
man.
Yeah.
It sucks because you look at 10 years ago with the COT at Michigan when
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
first
203.
repaved that racetrack. That
Marcus
203 was the
Ambrose.
average.
Wow.
203 was the average.
214 going into turn one.
It wasn't even like 203 was the max they hit. No, Marcos Ambrose was averaging 203 miles an hour, which that's like jaw-dropping speed for a stock car. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
Bill
Michigan
Elliott was
crazy.
earth-shattering. Bill Elliott was earth-shattering with 212, but that was no restrictor plate. That was you're a fucking psychopath going full throttle around this death bowl at 212 miles an hour average.
And
Which
and
means
that's
that
then that was a 2-mile track. Can you
Mhm.
imagine what Jeff Bodine went into corner number 1 at Atlanta and the repave qualifying for it in 1997? If he averaged 197 on a mile and a half,
Yeah, in
I mean, he must have been
1997.
hitting 205 heading down into one.
I'm thinking he hit
Yeah, you
208.
want to know a fun, I guess a fun fact that I saw when I was doing some research earlier is in 2014 they did a test at Michigan, but instead of the big 9-inch spoiler that they had the small spoiler that they had in 2016 with the 900 horsepower. And Hamlin mentioned that they hit like 223 miles an hour, like without a draft, like just by themselves in turn one. And the drivers loved it, but they were saying like, "There's no way that this is going to be safe enough for us to race," and they had to scrap it.
I mean, that's what the drivers crave.
Yeah.
Like the drivers don't want to have to play a game of let me get a run. They just want to go balls to the wall and let's see who gets to it first.
They would rather play chicken with the throttle and the brake.
Yes.
Yeah.
They would rather dive as deep as they can into the corner and see who lifts first.
Because the man with the biggest titanium nays is going to win that battle at the beginning of the run, but the one with a little bit smaller, better concealed package is probably going to win on the long run of that because he is not wearing his motor out. And I guarantee you at times like that, that's when we'd see engine failures and the stuff in the 80s come back again. Oh, how time and history would repeat itself. You know, that's one thing that's lacking today. We don't see parts failures.
Mm-hmm.
We see people wheeled to the garage because they ran out of a 6-minute clock, which is bullshit.
I feel like the parts are strong enough now to where the driver has no input on whether or not the part's going to break. Like they can withstand any driver. It's just a matter of whether or not you're unlucky enough to have a part break on you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
well, another big thing is the fact that these teams aren't machining their own parts anymore. They're not making them in their shop. They're not getting them and doing their thing to it. They're getting them sealed up and they're throwing it in the car exactly how they get it. And they just kind of tweak the setup based upon that. So everybody's shit's going to be the damn same. Nobody's going to have a faulty issue, you know, and it's very seldom that you'll have like one or two coincidental engine failures in one team and everybody starts freaking the fuck out, but nothing happens to the rest of the cars. It's it's completely coincidental. And it's just parts failures don't happen.
Well, I mean, you still got that possible issue of the $6 gasket that could be the failure. I mean, it's going to happen at some point, and I'm pretty
Jimmy
sure
Johnson
it already
Dover.
has.
Jimmy Johnson at Dover.
But go back to all them
Alonso,
80s and 90s
Australia.
races in Martinsville, right? The difference in the brakes, and somebody got somebody to make some thicker brake pads so that they could roll on through there for 500 miles and people not even know that their brake pads were thicker, and they made it through 500 laps when everybody else was losing their brakes and getting down toward the metal when they were using all of these, getting up speeds and everything to where they were wearing their brakes out or they were blowing the O-rings. The one guy that had the super duper thick brake pads that week actually won, but little innovation, little different parts, but it was the same part. It just, he had somebody make them a little bit thicker just for them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like it's pretty incredible to watch how certain teams make their race cars work. You look at the Gen 4s on road courses and short tracks, and they had those big old brake ducts. And the 2006 Spring Martinsville race with Dale Jr. missing the whole right front of the car, and how much that helped his braking because of how much air got on it.
Mhm.
And as much air as you can get on there, ironically enough, it didn't matter about the aerodynamics on a racetrack like that. So it all mattered about how much the elements were going to work with you or against you.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy now is that how much more it's switched from aero or from mechanical to aero, because like even in Martinsville, people are complaining, the aero is too much here, and it's like it's Martinsville. Like you wouldn't say that 10 years ago, and now here you are going into tomorrow where people are saying, dirty air is going to play a big role, and even Loudon. It's like, it's crazy how different it is.
Yeah.
This year's race was really rough at Martinsville.
Yeah, I'm worried tomorrow, man. Like I'm worried about tomorrow.
Yeah,
we
saw the best race this weekend already today.
Probably.
With the Xfinity race.
This car, it's not built. I mean, I don't remember who was an SHR engineer that, he replied to me on Twitter saying that these cars are the opposite of what makes a good shorter or flatter track race. Like they got bigger brakes, they shift, and the problem is all these issues are intertwined so that if you remove the shifting, it makes it harder. You have less momentum coming off a corner, so there's less wheel spin, and it takes away rear tire management, which helps long run passing. But then on the flip side, if you boost the power up, then you're only going to make shifting more likely because there's a bigger speed difference between the straight and the corner. And it's like all these issues are just put together. So if you fix one, then you make the other worse, and it's like they've dug themselves into such a big hole with this car on the short tracks to where it's not even a guarantee if they can fix it all. Like it's going to take a long time to fix it. I mean, I'm hoping they can do it in a year, but
I think a lot of that's got to do with the gears that they're making them run and the rear end gear that they're making them run.
I was just about to say the gear ratios.
If they change the gear ratios, you can go back to what you've seen in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, and 2010s.
Yeah, the only fear with that, though, is that with the 670 horsepower, I guess Reddick was saying that there's not enough power, and the tire is too hard to where you can't burn off the rear tires in Martinsville.
Shit, you can change the gear ratios and burn a tire off on the backing out your driveway. Don't give me that craziness. I mean, you got to look at these super late models that run asphalt or dirt because they can switch gears so easily on these quick change rear ends, and that'll be the difference with them being able to hook up and getting drive off the corner or drive through the corner as well as down that long back straightaway. They can do the same thing with NASCAR, but they won't let them in the box to change the gear ratios. You let them do that and figure it out, you got yourself a big deal.
Yeah.
Think about Earnhardt and the way that he had his to where he could leave on the starts, and Kurt and Kyle Busch, the way that they could restart back when they could adjust gear ratios. And you can't do that now. So you're basically, unless you can be hammered down quicker than the other one, just like a drag race, you've lost that lead going into turn one.
Yeah.
What was always really cool for a couple of years when they had the adjustable track bar inside the car, I always thought that was pretty cool. How, given any circumstance, if you were feeling a type of way, you can adjust how that race car ran, and didn't have to come to pit road for it and change it. granted, I love having that one-time change on pit road and making it you got to work with what you got. But I
Yeah, I
loved
agree.
how a
That's
driver
annoying.
figured out how much track bar they needed to really make their car work for however long of a run. Being able to change your brake bias, being able to change, what fans you have on to be able to get yourself through a short run or a long run, and how you wanted to go about that. I thought that was really, really cool. Putting that kind of pressure onto a driver and allowing them to make that choice for themselves.
Yeah, like I wasn't super big as this on the track bar, but I did like I do like the brake bias stuff. I mean, as somebody that does like endurance karting and I swap carts every so and so number of laps. I feel like part of the fun I think that separates good from great is just like Keith said, is like you get in this vehicle and you cannot fix it. You just have to work with what you have. And I feel like there's so many drivers that I race with that are super fast when it's to their liking, but when it's when they're in something that they don't necessarily like or the balance is a little bit off, then they get way, way slower. And I feel like the really, really good drivers that I race with, they're able to just do it regardless of what they're given. This cart could have the ballast could be way towards the rear and it just pushes like a truck. And then another one, the tires could be they could be blistered, they could be messed up like crazy. And, they could find a way to produce the same times as they could with something that they liked. And I feel like that's something that's kind of super hard to do. And I feel like now that that's gone, it's mostly a NASCAR thing, because all the other race cars like IndyCar, F1, they have all these tools that they can switch a bunch of different things. And now, with NASCAR, it's like you get on pit road, you make the adjustment. That's pretty much all you have, except for your fans and your brake bias. So I guess part of it's kind of cool. And then the other part of it's like, man, I wish I could change it while I was driving.
Dale Earnhardt was a master of taking what he was given and just doing whatever he could with it and making it work. He was always really damn good at that.
Yeah, he probably was the best at driving subpar equipment and winning with it, because even Richard Childress said their cars were 3 to 4 years behind everybody else once Harvick took the seat.
Mm-hmm.
But Dale Earnhardt was so good, he could do anything he needed to with the car and win with the car. So that was their biggest difference.
That was something that I remember reading in a book when I was a little kid. Is like back in the 60s, I think Jim Clark, when he was in F1, his mechanics always thought it was weird because they would ask him for setup changes and he would say, no, just leave it the way it is and I'll figure out a way to drive it. And I feel like nowadays it's kind of harder to find. I think Larson probably has the potential to do that. It's kind of harder to do in today's era where it's all about, finding that perfect setup. But I think, like you said, back in the day where you could kind of just manhandle the car, it didn't have to be set up perfectly. You could see the drivers make such a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
You probably got one or two others, and most of them have dirt backgrounds that could pull that off, because the ones that can get in 2 to 3 different types of cars on dirt and make them work are those drivers that will do that. I hate to say it, there's very few of those. And you look at the ones that used to run up front every week. Well, they don't get their 2 to 2.5 hours worth of practice, and they can't massage that car anymore. They get 15 minutes and they can make, okay, you can do some air pressure adjustments. You can twist some wedge in here or there, change the ride heights in the front a little bit, and then you qualify, and then it's an impound. I mean, Kyle Busch, he needs that seat time, Even Denny, he needs that seat time.
That's I think that's the only con of having the cars as close as they are, is it becomes more about nailing the setup than it really does the driver. I think IndyCars kind of had that, especially because, I've talked to a karting coach that, helped me out a few months ago. And he said that out of some of the drivers he's coached that made it to IndyCar, he said something that really helped them in this era was their ability to get feedback. Like they could communicate exactly what they wanted. And, even if there was one driver that was more naturally talented than them, they would still get the advantage because they knew how to take their car and put the adjustments into where they wanted it. Whereas a faster driver, just wasn't able to communicate that well. And they wouldn't, even though they're that much faster, they just couldn't get the car perfectly. And that's probably what hurts me, at least in karting, is that I've never, I kind of just get in and drive, and I feel like I suffer because I don't make effort to fine tune stuff because I don't really know how to do it.
Completely understandable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I think that's why I'm an Alonso fan, because I feel like he's kind of the king, at least in open wheel, of just getting in a car and driving it. I mean, he knows how to fix it. He just doesn't seem to have that detriment when the car doesn't suit him. You look at, Daniel Ricciardo, if you watch F1, he's having a mighty struggle with getting the car where he wants it to be, and it's just not working. I mean, you could look at even Vettel. He's had a couple of years that were just off because he didn't like the way the car was. And you could look at Alonso. It didn't seem to matter what the handling condition of the car is. It just seems like if you give him the time to get used to it, he'll just find a way around it. I mean, 2007, they switched tire manufacturers. It took him a while, but he got used to it. Obviously, he switched from grooves to slick tires. There was 1 year, 2011, that the car had an issue with the front tires. It couldn't get him to work. It didn't bother him at all. 2014, obviously, that car handled like a truck. I mean, it was horrible, but it didn't bother him. I feel like it's harder now to find a driver that just jumps in a car and just, I guess he doesn't do it immediately, but if you give him time to adapt, he'll just find a way around the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Well, wasn't it Kyle Busch that said that, I guess we'll just have to trust the engineers in the sim rig because it's all Greek to me, because I can only drive what they bring to the racetrack.
Mm-hmm.
And this was during the COVID racing, and he was like, I don't like this style of racing because I get in a car, I have no idea if I'm going to run through turn one wall or not when we start and throw the green.
Yeah. That's probably the hardest thing, is that it's just different now. I don't think that means he isn't an adaptable driver by any means. I think he just has a different way of going about it. There are some drivers that use that practice, and then there are some that are more, they don't necessarily have the ceiling that he does, but they can just get in a car and they'll find a way to make it work. And I feel like there are drivers, even like the guys I race against, they're similar in that way. Some of them do a little bit better with no practice than others do, and vice versa. And, I feel like if you gave me 40 minutes to work on a car, it wouldn't really do much for me because I don't know how to set it up.
Right.
So I've just got in the car and went, or at least the car, because I'm kind of already at square one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like the lack of practice really hurt a lot of guys in 2020, including Jimmy, unfortunately. It's just tough to adapt to when it's that sudden change,
Yeah.
Well, lack of qualifying too is a huge part.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Like not for every driver, like Kyle Larson, you can put that dude at the back of the field and he'll find a way to the front. But not everybody is the same. I feel like drivers, they need to have that ability to be in a certain spot and kind of just figure their way out. I think one driver that doesn't get a lot of credit just yet because of the equipment that they're in is Chase Briscoe. Chase Briscoe isn't in the best stuff right now. It's no secret that Stewart Haas has been struggling for the last 2 seasons. Yeah. Even if you want to go as far as the last 3 seasons, 2020 was a fantastic year for Kevin Harvick and Kevin Harvick alone.
Right.
The 2020 Kentucky race was as much of a fucking fluke as possible.
Yeah,
I mean,
no doubt.
No way that you're going to have 3 of the best drivers in the sport go against each other and fucking blow it against a rookie like that ever again.
That race pained me. Fucking that stupid brain that Blaney hit.
Oh yeah,
that was probably gonna be Blaney's race to win.
Oh, it was Blaney's by far. And that dude flew fucking foot in the air and just about took out everybody. How he didn't wreck everybody is beyond me, but That big
I
ass
don't know.
spoiler, no way you're going to catch Custer.
Yeah, just still wish Jimmy had gotten the chance to run him down though. That run from 9th to 3rd is one of my favorite Jimmy moments of all time. I know he was on
gonna
pressure
do it.
tires.
He was going
yeah,
to do it. He was
absolutely.
fastest on the track.
Yeah, he
And
was.
if it weren't for John Hunter Sneemacek,
Yeah,
we would have been just fine. But
absolutely. It would have been so
no, but
appropriate. Yeah, I'm
Chase
sorry.
Briscoe is one of those drivers that no matter what, he finds his way to the front if you give him the opportunity. And I think after his Phoenix win, he's kind of lulled a little bit. You know, Bristol dirt was in his wheelhouse, but I think that he kind of lulled a little bit, and he's kind of starting to figure his footing out. He just really has to finish a race. He can't just be wrecking with 2 laps or less to go, you know, Bristol or Coke 600.
Yeah, I feel like the dirt guys, like Chad said, they adapt really quick. It's just if you can. The only issue with some of them, like Larson, for a while was feedback. He was obviously more talented than any of his Ganassi teammates, but sometimes, Kurt Busch could beat him because it wasn't because Kurt Busch was more talented. It was because he could set up his car better.
It was the experience of those cars and the driving of them at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to remember, Larson came from the dirt side to where he didn't have much time on a track, and he was given a little feedback.
It's just a different
and the
style.
changes are completely different from the stuff that he was used to what the Cup stuff was.
Yeah, I think the thing is with the asphalt guys, they might not have as much raw car control. It's just they learn the teachable things, if that makes sense. They learn tire management, they learn how to set up a car, they learn all that stuff. But a lot of the dirt guys, they don't learn that. But when they get into a car, they can go faster than the pavement guy just because of their natural talent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's a finesse with asphalt, and then there's that hammer down with the dirt. And you take bigger swings on dirt for setup changes than you would on asphalt, because a bigger change could be the difference in running first or running dead last on asphalt, where on dirt could be the biggest change, could be the difference in being 10th or 3rd. It's not that big of a deal. But when a track goes through condition changes, unlike a true NASCAR event or any other asphalt event, I mean, that dirt is changing all night long, from moisture content to slicking off to getting the cushion.
That's why when
like
you
that.
have like 4 races at the same track, every race will be different.
I feel like the thing with the dirt versus pavement is you could compare. I feel like it's easier to teach a fast driver to slow down than it is the other way around. Because if you compare, let's just take Chase Briscoe and Harrison Burton, similar ages. They kind of came into the series at a similar time, a year apart. But you can definitely tell it's probably going to be a lot easier to make Chase Briscoe into a winner than Harrison Burton, just because one of them just has more talent than the other one. Harrison Burton is finesse. He's a mature driver. He just isn't as fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's a certain level of pressure that a driver can put down and know where their limit is, and that's what makes a champion and what's going to make somebody miss the playoff cutoffs. It's as simple as that. You look at a driver like Kyle Larson. If there's a limit, he's going to go over it. He's not going to hit it. He's not going to touch it. That man is going to kamikaze over it because he knows he has enough talent to reel it back in. When you have enough confidence in yourself to be able to go and do something like that, Chase Briscoe, let's get back to it. Bristol, Coke 600, Brickyard, you name it, the dude has just pushed his limits. He's pushed his levels. He's finding it, and he's not afraid to find it. Some people are afraid to find the limit because they don't want to fuck up their position. They don't want to lose a spot on the racetrack. They don't want to have a chance at a top 5 to slip away. A guy like Chase Briscoe's like, I don't care about a top 5. There's a checkered flag that's waiting for me. And if I'm going to sit here and I'm going to, sit in second place because it's the safer option, then I'm not fit to be a race car driver. And I think that a driver like, Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson, Chase Briscoe, the knowing when to push it and when to, hold it is something that comes with age. It comes with time. It comes with experience. It comes with fuck ups.
Yeah.
You look at Kyle Larson. He's made his share of mistakes. The 2016 Dover race, he wore his shit out against a driver that had a lot more experience. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's exactly what he needed. He needed a situation like that. He would wear his stuff so thin and really put himself in a hell of a bad spot. And it took time, and it took good people and good equipment. Like a guy like Cliff Daniels levels Kyle Larson out like nobody else.
Yep.
And that is unbelievably important, is also having that crew chief pairing. You have a coach in your ear saying, listen, let's back it down a little bit because there's a long way to go. Keep this energy, but don't be using it all up right now.
Something that, I've learned it too with the nurse karting. There was a race in March where, it was a 50-lap race. It was an hour long, but, everybody was racing like it was the last lap in the first 2 laps of this race. And I had lost the lead, and I was thinking, like, there were 3 or 4 guys lying behind. Like, I don't want to lose any more spots than I have to. And sure enough, I spun myself trying to pass somebody. And I was beating myself up for the entire rest of that first stint because I knew that I'd pretty much thrown the race away. And then sure enough, when the race is over, I ended up winning for whatever reason. I didn't realize I had retaken the lead through all the pit stops. But, then the next race that happened, I was second, and I clearly knew that I was quicker than the leader, but I just chose to push him for 5 or 10 laps because I knew that both of us were faster than the guy in third. I knew that if I had tried to pass him and couldn't clear him, then I would just lose time. We would both lose time, and it got to the point where it's like, I'm just going to wait. I'm just going to sit here, and then I'm only passing him when I know I can clear him. And sure enough, like you said, it comes with experience. You just have to learn, I guess, what battles are and aren't worth fighting, and whether or not. Yeah. I guess
one of the most brilliant moments I've ever watched, and I fucking love it, was the 2012 Spring Talladega race. Brad Keselowski dragged on the brake the entire last 2 laps. He had Kyle Busch push him way the hell out and broke the draft because he knew there was no way anybody else was getting back up to him. And that's one of those things that you can't teach. You can't teach something like that. You need to learn that all on your own. And it was fucking brilliant. It's one of those moves that I will never forget.
I go on about smart things. I remember 2019 Bristol with Hamlin. He started using his digital dash because it gave him a lap time readout every time he crossed the start finish line. And he was running the top. And as he was closing in on Benedetto, every time he would go to the bottom, he would look at the lap time and realize he was way quicker on the bottom. But he hid that. He kept that a secret. He used the top to run down Benedetto. And then the second he got there, Benedetto's thinking in his head, oh, well, Hamlin's on the top. That's where I need to go. So the second he moves up to the top, Hamlin, he looked at the information on his dash. He knew that he was quicker on the bottom. So the second Benedetto thought that he had made the right move of which line to pick, he had gone down to the bottom and instantly cleared him because he knew that he was quicker on the bottom. He just knew that that was a card that he had to keep secret from Benedetto. He knew that if the 95 picked up that he was quicker on the bottom, then he was going to sit there, block the air, and that was it. And I think that's something that you have to learn. It's like a chess game, like you said.
Yeah, I was in the stands at that race, and Denny was a whole straightaway behind Benedetto, and then he went down to the bottom and closed the gap to in half. Then he went back to the top and just, car linked it here, car linked it there back to him, so it looked like he had done wore his tires off, and then he'd back up, come back a couple of car links and whatnot. He really got into Benedetto's head but he was a lot faster than Denny. And then when it come to it, this is where your experience level comes out. Bam, there you go. You let the tortoise and the hare race do it every time. The tortoise is going to sneak by at the end, and you just ain't going to do nothing about it.
The 2020 Daytona 500 is a great example as well. is
Yes.
that looked like all hope was lost, and
Yeah.
Denny knew exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah.
And there's not many drivers that can pull that off, especially on a wild card track such as a Daytona or a Talladega.
Yeah.
You know, there's only a handful of drivers that I would ever trust with that. You know,
Mhm.
Hamlin, Logano, Keselowski, those are the three drivers that come to mind, and that's pretty much it. They are the guys that just know how to get around it. Maybe even Ryan Blaney I toss in there as well. The Penske guys have always been really, really good with the plate racing. But Denny's been so smart. Kyle Busch is just inherently smart. You know,
Mhm.
2017 falled over. He had about 50 laps, and he had like a good 8 seconds to make up on a racetrack where you had 24-second lap times. So he's a third of the way behind Chase Elliott and just tripped it down, dude, little by little. And when it came down to it, he went for the kill and he got it.
Mhm.
And it was so sick.
I've always said that since I started doing karting and all that stuff, there's only two guys that I feel like are kind of the model example of how smart I should be in the car. And one of them's right behind me, and the other one's Kevin Harvick. Like, I think those are the two guys that I kind of look at, and I think, like, this is how aware of things that I need to be. You know, if I want to win races, I have to think of these things. You know, they seem to just be on a different plane of existence in terms of being aware. You know, you don't know. I mean, I don't even know what the stuff they're doing is until they come out and say it afterwards. You know, I'll see somebody like Harvick do something, and I don't know why he's doing it. And then after the race, he'll say, well, this is why I was doing it. And then it makes perfect sense. It's just
Atlanta with Kevin Harvick is one of those for years. How that man only walked away between 2014 and 2020 with 2 Atlanta wins still blows my mind to this day. Because he had the Harvick line.
Yeah.
And he was an absolute beast with it.
Yeah.
And I know that 2018 clip had resurfaced where he was letting go at turn 1 of the midget track.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he was just letting it roll. He was letting the resistance of the car do all the work for him. Didn't waste anything and just let the car kind of go to wherever it needed to get to.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like he was letting go and he was losing tons of time. He was saving fuel. And on top of that, he was gapping the field.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do that?
Don't
is
know.
one of the most brilliant things. You can't just like be like, all right, Kevin, this is what you're going to do. He's just like, I figured something out, and I am never going to tell you how to do it.
Yeah.
You're just going to watch
That's-
me do it.
you know
You're going
what?
to have a camera inside of my car, and you will still not know how to do it.
Yeah,
So,
that's
have
what I
fun.
love. I mean, I was watching, I think there was this thing that the F1 YouTube channel put out called Behind the Visor, and they had Alonso come on and talk about his Imola win in 2005, where, you know, it's a notoriously difficult track to pass on, and he was down a cylinder, and he had Schumacher behind him on fresh tires, and he was, you know, he was under heavy pressure. You know, he was right behind him that entire last stint, and he knew that he was in serious danger, but there were a couple lap cars ahead of him, and with how much aero was on those cars, he knew with only a few laps to go, instead of pushing as hard as he could to try and get away from Schumacher, he would just sit in the corners that were too narrow for Schumacher to pass. He would sit there, and, you know, he would just park on the apexes and all sorts of things just to mess up Schumacher's exit. And he chose to do this because he didn't want to catch the lap traffic. He knew that if he got too close to the lap car, he would get in their dirty air, and that would lose all of his downforce. So instead of going as fast as he could to get away from his immediate threat behind him, he just chose to sit there. I mean, I feel like that's something that a lot of non-racing fans don't understand, is the chess game that goes into it. You know, that's completely counterintuitive. That's like if you had a bear chasing you, and that's like you choosing to jog instead of run. You know, I don't think many drivers would have chosen to do what he did, but it ended up winning him the race because he kept us enough gap between him and the lap cars to where it didn't affect his downforce. And, you know, it ends up winning the race.
Not only with driver stuff, but when you have your team also put together a really good strategy. It works really well. There's two
Mhm.
races that come to mind.
Yeah.
First off, I want to say the
Big one.
last natural race that I remember was the 2016 Atlanta race, where Kevin Harvick had the field yarded all day long. Chad Canals brought Jimmy Johnson in literally at the very beginning, the first lap possible of the pit window, and Jimmy just went balls to the wall for a few laps and gapped the rest of the field, and he kept that same distance for a while. Harvick ended up trimming down about half of it and lost his tires, and that was a brilliant move. And it ended up being a green-white checker that ended up with that stupid fucking overtime line. But
Oh, that sucked. Yes.
another great race, and probably my favorite strategy race of all time, was the 2018 Sonoma race,
Yes.
where Martin
Oh,
Truex's
yeah. Oh,
team
man.
jumped on the wall. They're ready to go. And Rodney Childers tells Kevin, yo, come on. They're coming in same time as us. Let's do it. And faked the fuck out of that 14. And it was a brilliant move where Truex got to stay out a couple laps later, let Harvick wear his stuff out, and gave Truex basically a 5 to 10 lap extra buffer on his tires, where he could just eat his lunch. And that was one of my favorite strategy races ever, because it was brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, at Atlanta, being working there and having access, Colton knows I'll walk up to any one of the drivers. It's quite easy. But Harvick was coming out of the Xfinity garage, and I walked with him to the motor coach lot and asked him, I said, how come you always hit 25 laps and then park it in practice? He said, well, here at Atlanta, you have laps 10 through 25. And if you can't control your tires between laps 10 and 25 and make that car as comfortable as possible, you're never going to win here.
Yeah, that reminds me of something that I think Nico Rosberg said it last year on one of the F1 broadcasts, and I never knew this because a lot of the commentators never really gave this insight. I think it was Hamilton came out of the pits and he was behind Alonso, which obviously ended up being like this 10-lap battle that no one expected. But he said something along the lines of, if he doesn't manage these tires in the first 2 or 3 laps, then he's not going to win the race. And sure enough, he didn't end up winning that race because of that. And it's crazy to think that all this stuff has to go in their heads during a race, and it's not something that I would think of, when I was a little kid. I didn't know this stuff existed, and now it's super fascinating.
A driver requires a lot of restraint, a lot of self-restraint, because inherently they're going to choose competition, speed, go as fast as you possibly can, gap everybody, and you don't realize that there's a lot of different elements that need to go into that for all of that to kind of come together. It's not just a matter of the fastest guy wins. You got to make it to the finish line first. You don't have to be the fastest by any stretch of the imagination. You do not have to be the fastest car on the racetrack. You can, like Denny Hamlin at Richmond earlier this year. Dude just used a beautiful strategy, and it fucking worked.
Yep.
It doesn't take much, but you also need to understand that doesn't take much is exactly what you need to win a race. It may not seem like a lot. It may not feel like a lot. It's a couple pounds in a bucket, but if you're holding a 10-pound bucket versus a 15-pound bucket, you may not notice it off the bat, but you give it 10-15 minutes, you will figure out just which one is worse for you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's incredible to watch how these drivers and teams have evolved, and also, ironically enough, how it's all stayed the same from the inception of motorsports to here in 2022, where many things have changed, but the very fine basics have always stayed the same.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how those guys do it, especially with like long runs and saving tires, because when they put me in a non-rental car for the first time, the way I had to drive changed pretty drastically. It changed from, something that's big and heavy, I can just throw it into a corner because the front tires don't grip on their own, to where now the front is stronger than the rear. It grips super easily. And, if you turn into a corner too hard with the way the steering rack on a kart is, the rear will step out. And now it's all about, you have to make as little input as possible as opposed to just tossing it in the corner. And even though tires don't matter in the cars, it's just you have to figure out a way to make speed without slipping the rear tires. Because if you do that, it's going to cost you momentum. And you want to get to the slip angle to where the rear of the car rotates, but without you having to counter steer. And it's something that it's almost like the way that, a NASCAR driver would drive with yaw before the next gen car came out, to where you look at Jimmy with the COT, he could drive the car pretty much sideways and, not too much, not too little. And it didn't make sense to somebody like me because nobody else could do it like him. He could just have the car sit there, and it didn't even look like it was out of control, but it was.
Oh yeah.
Look at Harvick and what I was talking about too now, and he would be the prime example of this. So say you're Nate, you're the guy out front for Harvick, right? You're turning 0.3 of a lap faster than him right off the green flag, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you slow down over the course of that 30-lap run at Atlanta 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Okay, but you gapped him by 3 seconds in 5 laps, right?
That's when you know you messed up.
But he's still running, and he only loses maybe 0.7 of a second over his course of the whole run, or maybe 1 second, maybe 1.5 seconds over his use of the tires, right? He passed you on lap 18 like you were standing still because he reeled
It's all
you
about
in.
control, man.
And that's why when he goes to get something comfortable, he said he wanted something comfortable that he could drive for a long time. That means from 10 to 25 when he practices, that car cannot be out of control at all. It is just 100% comfortable, about the same speed with about the same fall off every lap, to where you're not losing. Maybe he's losing 1/10 every lap, but once you burn your tires off after gapping him, you're losing 0.3 every lap.
Yeah, I mean that happened to me. I guess I used to sim race last year.
But go back and look at him though when he was in 2001 when he filled in for Earnhardt, right? All the way up to when he left Childress and went to be Rodney Childress's driver. Rodney Childress, sorry. And them two together put that together with the experience and all of his longevity. That's how he became that. All of that experience of burning his tires off finally hit him when somebody said something to him and coached him off that box. Then it was all about comfortability, and we're gonna win this race because we know exactly how.
What's crazy about Kevin Harvick is the fact that in his RCR days between 2001 and 2013, he had 23 wins. And ever since he joined SHR less than a decade ago, he has more than doubled his win total with 35, making it 58 career race wins, which is fucking-cotic. When you really sit back and think about it, this man in 8 years doubled what he did in 14. Honestly, even he did this in 7 years. He did it in 14. He doubled it. I mean, it took him until, I think, if you look at where his RCR days ended with 23 wins, it took him, I want to say, maybe 2018, he ended up hitting his 46th career win.
Yeah.
So
and look at how many crew chiefs he had at RCR versus Stuart Haas, right? It was that experience and then that coaching off the pit box makes the biggest difference in the world.
Perfect combo.
Absolutely huge.
Yeah. I feel like every driver, like not every driver gets their pairing correct, like their Chad Knaus. But like Keith said earlier, it's so important, But if you find that pairing, the drivers who do, they just take off. And you saw that with Rodney and Kevin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
if Ray Evernham never left, where would Jeff Gordon be?
Oh, man.
He would be second on the all-time win list because he would be sitting somewhere around 115, 120.
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. If
And
it
Jimmy
weren't
Johnson
for-
don't win 7.
Oh,
Jeff
no.
Gordon wins 8.
Yep.
Oh, I can see that 100%. Absolutely. I think that Jeff Gordon probably would have won. When did Evernham leave? In 2000 or 2001?
2001 was the first year of Dodge, so it would have been in 99 is when he decided to leave.
So he only won one more title after Evernham left. And you look at how close Jeff Gordon was without Evernham. You look at 2004, you look at 2007, you look at 2014. Those are just 3 seasons right there where you could have gotten 7 on his own.
Yeah.
But if you put Ray in the picture, and I mean, listen, if you keep Ray around and, you have everybody that made those cars so damn fast, unfortunately, when they lost everybody on that plane crash in 2004, they also lost their engine guy. And I think that's a huge part of it as well, is the fact that they lost a very big piece of a lot of different parts of that puzzle.
Yeah.
Jeff Gordon would have been ridiculous. I mean, he would have absolutely annihilated the field. I think another very underrated pairing that got split up because of pettiness. And I was listening to this on the Dale Jr. download today. Was Dale Jr. and Tony Uri Jr. If they never split up, I don't know where Dale Jr. would have landed, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, 2004 was a bad ending because of Atlanta and Talladega. That was a shit way to end that season. But, you look at 2005, 2006, 2007, it was abysmal. 2 race wins between 05 and 07. That could have easily been double-digit wins, multiple wins on plate tracks. They were finally figuring out how to get around, Phoenix and Richmond. They had rocket ships at Atlanta. They would have been serious threats. And those crew chief pairings that coulda, woulda, shouldas are painful to think about because of how well they were at one point and how terribly they ended. And it's insane to think of where certain drivers would be. Dale Earnhardt with Andy Petree. If Andy Petree never left, I'm sorry, Dale Earnhardt is going to be an 8-9-time champion.
That's possible.
No doubt about it in my mind. I think that they were where they needed to be. I think another big thing is a driver's stubbornness. When Dale Earnhardt had his crash, I think it was 96 or 97, where he hurt his back. And it took him all the way up to 2000 to get a back surgery.
Yeah.
His own stubbornness, and he was in pain for a long time. And I heard it on the Dale Jr. download where Larry Mack was saying, I'm doing everything I can. I'm giving Dale everything he wants, everything he needs, and it's still not enough. And so even a driver's own stubbornness can get in the way of a great crew chief driver pairing. Because let's face it, Larry Mack was a great crew chief.
Yep.
He was a hard ass. He put good setups together, and I know for a fact that even without Andy Petree, Dale Earnhardt might have won another cup. He might have been able to do it in maybe 98, 99, or even 2000.
I'm gonna throw a wrench in there because I'm gonna say that McReynolds never goes to RCR, has Davey never crashes and dies in the helicopter.
Man.
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy to think about all the different shit that could have, would have, and should have happened?
Yeah.
And I
given the
think Davey wins 2 championships because of Larry Mack.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Undoubtedly, he wins 99 because I know that Dale Jarrett himself has said that Irvin and Allison were more talented than he was. I mean,
Right. But I mean, it would be easy to think that Dale Sr.'s 94 title would be erased because that would have been Davey Allison's year. Look at how strong that 28 car was, even with Ernie behind the wheel. That was going to be Davey's year.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
It's
sorry,
insane, man.
That right there, that's number one taken away from Earnhardt. Petty's still the only 7-time champion.
Yeah.
Oh,
because
yeah, absolutely.
Gordon actually moves and takes Jimmy Johnson, some of Jimmy's away from him. So Jimmy's only a 4-time champion.
I think Jimmy, if all went to plan of the NASCAR timeline with the keeping of Allison, with Earnhardt keeping Petrie, with Gordon keeping Evernham, I think that Jimmy Johnson absolutely would have only been a 4-time champion, and I think deservedly so. 2006 was going to be one of those titles. 2009, 2013, and you might have snuck another one in there. He really might have only been a 3-time champion, given all the circumstances.
Yeah.
And if it weren't for Matt Kenseth, I think that there would still be full season points. NASCAR just didn't like the direction that the 2003 season ended with. And it's a real shame that they thought that was a disappointing title, and really that was one of the most impressive that you could ever have. To have one win versus a rookie or a sophomore at that point, and Jimmy Johnson trying to chase him down, and another sophomore, the reigning rookie of the year, getting 8 race wins.
Yeah.
And not even be able to fight for the title worth a damn.
Well, I'm sorry, but there was a few lines of white powder smoked about a year before 2003, and the talk of the chase and everything happening took place a little bit before Matt Kenseth won his title.
I think the nail in the coffin, unfortunately, was that title.
Maybe.
Yeah, that was
and another big part.
And Winston leaving.
Right.
Exactly.
I'm sure they had different
Winston leaving.
Yeah.
Had
I feel
Winston
like
not
the sprint era, the TV era, if that makes sense. I feel like
Yeah.
Winston was a great sponsor, but I don't think that they weren't as big on the entertainment, the TV side of things as next time. Sprint.
You
They made it
NBC.
We need to make it brand. We need to make it a made-for-TV show, and I feel like that's kind of what hurt it a little bit.
You lose NBC at that point because you got to have cable. You can't have it on the major networks with Winston as your sponsor. And had they never stepped away and they signed on for 10 more years instead, the old point system would still be used today.
I agree.
I mean, it sucks too because I don't necessarily like.
I miss the No Bull 5 races. I really do.
Yeah.
It's not a thing that pushes me away from the sport. I do wish. I mean, I'm okay with the 10 race chase. I thought it was all right, but I do wish that we didn't have a playoff because I feel like it's sort of. I've seen Keith hit on this numerous times on Twitter, better than I've been able to, and he said that it kind of devalues the feel of the importance of a championship when it all comes down to one race because you already know what's going to happen. It's 4 guys; they all have an equal chance, and whatever happens. It feels like it kind of takes the importance away from it. Like it makes it feel like it's not that big of a deal anymore.
Of course.
I was looking around on Twitter. And I don't know if you guys know about the Gay Racing podcast with, Zach and Newgate, and they're great dudes. And they frequently have one guy, Jackson Todd, come on. And there is a stance that he has that I've really started to adopt. And it's that this is the first version of any point system since the Winston system to have more than 5 years. When you
of course, it's like the worst one.
Yeah.
But the thing is it may not be the best, but if you're trying to attract new race fans, you look at from 2013, really 2012 to like 2017, there were several different versions of the playoffs. 2012 had the regular, 1 point per position. There was 12 cars in the chase. Have at it. 2013, they kind of fixed the rules because of some fuck shit that happened at Richmond and put 13 cars instead of 12.
Yeah.
2014, they totally shook everything up, and they kept that for a couple years.
Yeah.
And then 2017, they shook it up all again. Whatever new fans we would have had in that era, gone. They have no idea what's going on. They're losing interest.
Yep.
And now from 2017 to now, that system hasn't changed. So any fan that's come in and they've, say 2019, they jumped in and they started watching NASCAR, or 2020 when the pandemic hit, and NASCAR is all over the news with how they're handling all these different activist issues. And people are really starting to take a liking to it. Now, that system that they can look back a couple years on, it's the same system. It's the same one. 2017, 18, 19, the points are the same way. The stages are the same way. Playoff points are the same way. The championship is won the same way. And now that there's consistency. Now you're actually getting there's a brand identity there.
Right.
Yep.
And we are the only motorsport in the world to have a playoff system. You told, a NASCAR fan this 20 years ago, they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? But you tell somebody over the last 5 years that we have a playoff system, how it works, and the fact that it has not changed, not even once.
Yeah.
And this is its 6th year now. That is really, really important because NASCAR has lacked consistency for a long time.
For sure. The only thing that worries me is that even though I think the playoff system can help with new NASCAR fans, just coming from non-racing backgrounds, it does hurt a little bit because there's so many people that I know from, karting tracks or whatever that are my age or they're a little older. And I ask them, hey, do you watch any racing? They all will say, yeah, I watch F1. Yeah, I watch IndyCar. Yeah, I watch sports cars. And I was like, hey, what about NASCAR though? And then, there's a couple that do, but a lot of them are like, well, I don't like the playoff system. I don't like this, because no other racing series has it. And that's the only thing that really kind of makes me sad is that a lot of them they're not conditioned like we are to having gimmicks to where it's harder for them to latch on because they don't understand it. And of course, I think now it'll be easier for them because F1 is going crazy with gimmicks. I mean, they're going down the path NASCAR was going on in the 2000s. And
well, you got American owners that follow NASCAR, so
yeah.
But I have always been interested because Alex has always said something about it. What if NASCAR did points just like F1 instead of the stage racing going all the way back to 2017, including the Owners' Championship being just like the Manufacturers' Championship?
I mean, if it's full season, I'm probably not going to complain about it, even if it's a weird format because, if you went back to 2020 when my driver was in the Final Four or 2021 and they didn't win, instead of being like, oh my God, my driver lost a championship, I was like, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's just one race. Like, I guess the playoffs have they've hardened me to where it's like, it's no longer an importance for my driver to have that title because it's all one race rather than like a season thing. And I feel like that's the only thing that gets lost on like a diehard race fan. But I mean, I said, it's hard to think about.
But if you think about it with F1 points, it does make it a little bit different, and especially when you can only count your 2 highest teams for the other points for the construction or the Owners' Championship,
Yeah. And then,
I think it would be a little more interesting, and I'm pretty sure Alex has thought about it and put it in a spreadsheet at some point in time, but I haven't ever seen it, but I do believe that would be an interesting look to not have a playoff and the way that they only award so many points for position. After that, you don't get squat. So if you don't race your ass off, you don't get no points.
I feel like my ideal point system would be, obviously, it's like a full season, similar to the Winston format, but except for it weighs higher finishes more. I feel like the problem with the Winston format is that finishing second was only was only a tiny bit worse than finishing first. I feel like if you separated first from second by 5 or 10 points, and then you went down the ladder, you separated them enough to where a driver would not be okay finishing 11th instead of 10th. You'd have make the points for a top 10 or a top 5 be so much bigger than finishing outside the top 10, to where drivers are fighting to get that top 10. So you still get the excitement of racing like everything matters, but at the same time you still have to be consistent. You can't just say I'm gonna win or crash because I can win my way in. Like with a full season format, you have to be consistent, but at the same time you can't just consistently say, hey, I'm going to finish 11th every week and I can win. Like, you still have to finish higher up, if that makes sense.
I really enjoy IndyCar's points format.
Yeah.
Where they have 2 specific races over the course of the season that are double points. So they don't change the rules of the race. They just increase the significance with the Indy 500 and the season finale. I like how they run their points on a week-to-week basis. It's not, in equal interval from first to second to third and so on. And there is importance. I like the fact that IndyCar has podiums. I don't really want to see that in NASCAR.
Right.
But I like the fact that finishing in the top 3, there's an importance there. There's an importance to finishing better than where you're at. Like, it's not just top 5. You're finishing, gold, silver, or bronze. Like, that's really, really important. Mm-hmm. And I like the fact that they've really increased that importance over the course of the last decade or so. And IndyCar has really gained a lot of traction through keeping that consistency.
Right.
Much like what I said with the whole NASCAR thing, do I like the playoffs? Not particularly. But if I'm going to look as an overall NASCAR fan and the health of the sport, selling out races that haven't sold out in years is really great. The Coke 600 is a crown jewel that dwindled away, kind of like a flame in the night. It's just it was here, and then NASCAR did everything it could to butcher it. And it was really frustrating because I remember I would make a whole day out of the Coke 600 at my house. Like, that was the fucking crown jewel right behind Daytona.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
You're at NASCAR's home, 600 miles on one of the most important holidays that we recognize. And the paint schemes, the pageantry, how much fun it was to have Monaco, Indy, and the Coke 600. There was so much importance, and we lost that. And I feel like there's some consistency that's kind of gotten back, and that interest has found its way back to the sport. Do I see us hitting, levels of like 1998 to like 2003? Absolutely not. I don't want to see a Dover race hit 130,000 fans. 40,000 fans is more than enough. There are baseball stadiums that have 2 of the hottest teams on the planet. You can put powerhouse all-stars, and they will hit 60,000 fans jam-packed like sardines. And NASCAR can absolutely hit that on a week-to-week basis. You go from like a 35,000 to like 70,000 fan range. That's perfect. You don't need 160,000 fans shoved into the Bristol Motor Speedway so you can sit like this so you can watch your favorite driver finish 12th. Like, that's not the idea.
With IndyCar, I feel like you hit on some with IndyCar is that they might not attract the most new fans. Like, I feel like NASCAR and F1 definitely have them beat in terms of attracting casual fans on the street. But I feel like IndyCar is the least likely to take a nosedive because they're not doing crazy gimmicks. They're kind of just staying themselves. Like, they haven't really done anything crazy. And
Yeah.
They're like the normalcy of racing. Like they're the happy medium between F1 and
Yeah.
NASCAR, like a combo of both.
Right.
Yeah, like F1 has their majority of the races. It's going to be a manufacturer is going to be at the front, whether
Yeah.
it's a Red Bull, whether it's a Ferrari or a Mercedes. You might toss, a random race win in there from McLaren or something. But when you look on the NASCAR side of things, we're 19 races in and we have 13 different race winners from all different manufacturers, from different drivers, different ages, anything you can think of. And you look at IndyCar, and it's just, who's going to be good, who's not going to be good. But the drivers that are going to be good are going to be good. And they're going to compete. They're going to compete at a high level. They're not going to do dumb shit. And I think another motorsport that doesn't get enough recognition in this part of the world is the fucking V8 supercars.
Yes.
The V8 supercars is one of those series that is so freaking slept on. I loved the race last week where Shane Van Gisbergen played the politics like a fiddle. And it was hilarious and it was great. And it's something that got everybody talking. And I loved it. And the V8 Supercars is a balls to the wall series that has aggression and etiquette so perfectly balanced. And it's insane how cars that can look like they're on the absolute edge because they are can race so well with one another on any surface, anywhere in the entire country of Australia. And they put on a show at any given moment.
In this car. You and Jared.
Oh man, he's on a lunch break.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
That's definitely McDonald's for sure.
Sheets.
Oh, Sheets is the shit.
Yeah, us Southerners don't have that.
I got
dude. Man,
are you legally allowed to say Sheets is the shit?
Alex, are you wearing a rug?
That's a blanket because
looks like that.
Y'all woke me up in my sleep cycle and I was cold for once.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Looks nice.
So how was the King's Royal?
Jared, is the sun up?
What up?
Is the sun up?
Not yet.
Or is that just artificial light?
I'm at a gas station right now.
Oh, those gas station lights.
I was confused.
Otherworldly.
Yeah.
I was confused.
Yeah.
Those gas station lights, you can see your future in, man.
I don't know. They ain't seen my basement lights, have they, Alex?
Oh man.
I thought,
but
you guys
V8
gonna drive and listen and chime in whenever, but I'm gonna probably be eating in the next 10 minutes.
Cool. We're just talking about V8 supercars.
Random,
they are.
We talk about everything, random racing stuff.
Except paint schemes, which we came here to tell you about.
We made it through the 80s, never made it to the 90s.
I didn't.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
We talked about
it went on and on and on.
Jimmy Johnson. Yeah. We talked about Jimmy Johnson for a while. We talked about
somehow, some way. I think we got a Jimmy Johnson fan on the feed here.
Yeah.
I learned tons of stuff, so either way, I'm not complaining.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
There's just some cool shit that when you get talking and you kind of going from one thing to another, you're like, damn, there's a lot of shit that I didn't know. So it's always cool to sit down and just bullshit and just talk about certain things.
That's the thing with racing. It's a rabbit hole sport. I can go on.
I fucking love racing conspiracy theories.
Yeah. Oh yes, I can, dude. I could literally stay up for 30 hours talking about that. I know I can't because
it's a good thing that we had a 36-hour stream.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, but I knew I had to keep my sanity. I had stuff to do, so I'm like, I can't do this.
Okay.
One that always comes to mind is the Jeff Gordon Las Vegas crash. And the in-car footage that'll never be seen.
Yeah.
There is something gnarly that happened in that fucking car. There had to have been.
I'm honestly he got thrown. I mean, there's no way.
I think a concrete wall, I think at that speed with that car so early on, because, I mean, granted, we had it for a year in 2007, but it was still in its early stages of development, and they were kind of just going along with it as time rolled on. I think there were some things that they needed to button up, and that was one of those things they needed to, and they were never going to release that shit. We don't even know what kind of G forces he had. And
Oh,
it
wow.
had
It's
to
probably
have been
65 or
ridiculous.
70, I heard. But I think what happened in there, if I had to make like a conspiracy guess, is that, you know how if you've ever got the wind knocked out of you, sometimes you can hear it. You can hear the air rush out of your body. I mean, if you've ever played football, you can feel that. You can hear it sometimes. I feel like, the way he hit the wall, I mean, he was on his brakes. The engine wasn't really, you couldn't hear the revs. It was just the only thing you probably hear is him hitting the wall. I feel like the cameras must have picked up the sound of him getting the wind knocked out of him. And I feel like that's something they decided, like, yeah, we're not going to show this.
There's one wreck, and it is, in my opinion, the worst wreck in NASCAR history, and it was the 2010 Pocono race.
I was
with
just going to
Elliott
say,
Sadler.
So ESPN kind of screwed that one.
And Kurt's
that one was fucking horrible.
I mean,
Russell Phillips
is
Russell
like,
Phillips is a fucking rabbit hole you need to go down.
Dude, I went down that rabbit hole, and I'll never do it again.
Yeah, I went far enough.
Tony Renna, like this was some IndyCar test.
Tony fucking Renna. I was gonna bring that motherfucker.
Something really, really, really bad happened in that crash.
I have a buddy of mine. You guys might know him, Chad Frankenfield. He is a big IndyCar fan, and he was talking to me about how basically his car flew through the catch fence into the grandstands and fucking disintegrated him.
Yeah, I
because
think
he was going like 220.
I feel like what happened, there's been reports saying that the engine in the gearbox when he hit that fence went into the stands and took out like a whole row. And you could see it. There's no pictures of the crash, but like there's a bent railing and everything. So obviously if there are people there, they would have died. And someone said that the tub of the car with him in it was stuck in the fence, just hanging in the fence. And then there's other reports saying that he went through the fence. There's reports saying that like he was on the track. No one knows what happened to him because the official cause of death was listed as quote unquote blunt force trauma. There was no specific details released from the medical examiner as to what actually killed him. There was nothing that was, it wasn't like with Dale Sr. when they released it. They said, okay, he died of a basilar skull fracture or he died of a broken neck. It wasn't any of that. It was just they put a vague cause of death. They didn't say what it was. And there's no pictures. There's no video. Yeah. So I do feel like something really, really bad had to have happened. And probably
this dude died. Like, that was it.
On race day, people say that if that crash happened on race day, that they would have sued, people in the stands would have died. I mean, they probably would have been at the end of IndyCar.
Was that still during the CART IndyCar split?
I think that was.
Or were they already back together?
That was the time when they were they were really apart. I think 2003. So they didn't reunify until 2008, if I had to guess. And so that was when the IRL was like its thing. It was all ovals, and they had a car. I think it was the IR03 at the time. That was pretty much an airplane. Like if it got sideways, it was going to flip. Like there was no stopping it. So he just spun in the middle of turn 3 and he flew into the fence. Like there's no cause or reason listed behind it. He just.
I think they hid that a lot because it would have really hurt the integrity of the Indy 500.
Yeah,
in a very, very big way. Oh, dude, if that happened during a race,
might have ended it altogether.
I mean, that would have been multiple casualties on top of the driver. I mean, just horrible, horrible fucking things. But there's some crazy ass crashes that have happened over the course of time that are just mind-boggling. Like I said, the Elliott Sadler crash was fucking nuts. The Austin Dillon crash, how that man walked out of there standing upright still blows my mind because it went from a $190 to about 20 in a matter of 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like another thing they really dodged there is that if you saw like that Tony Stewart onboard where he drove under the car as it came to a stop, if that car was a little bit lower, then he would have hit a stationary car like right with his windshield. So all of the cars that drove under him pretty much dodged a massive bullet there. Imagine having a stationary car just land on you when you're going full speed.
Well, did you guys see the footage of Newman walking around his car a couple weeks ago?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's nuts, man.
The seat was bent in.
They said his helmet was like bent up too, but he said he's never going to show pictures of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just nonchalantly was talking about it on the SRX broadcast.
He should not be.
He just walked by it and he said, "Well, yeah,
you
can see where that was," and they just kept walking.
Yeah, that's where it was on.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he just realizes that it's part of it. I guess he likes it, right? I mean, it saved his life, so.
What was so crazy about the whole Newman crash is the fact that when you go back to 2009, when he had that vertical flip and he landed on top of Kevin Harvick, they put the Newman bar in. And ironically enough, the Newman bar couldn't even protect him. And it's psychotic to think about. And then just a year later with Joey Logano, I know that when he flipped over in front of, or actually on top of Bubba Wallace, I know that the roll bars crushed in onto his helmet.
Yeah, because he's a taller guy. I mean,
yeah.
There was Danica Patrick had a wreck at Talladega, I think 2016, when Kenseth flipped. They were saying that if she was the same height as Kyle Busch, she would have broke both her legs because the compartment of the car where their legs sit was completely crushed backwards. But because she's so short, she's like, she's 5'1", 5'2", she had no injuries because of that. And, you compare that to Kyle Busch, where when his tire got pushed back into where his feet were, he's probably one of the 4 or 5 taller drivers. So, of course, naturally he ends up with a broken leg and a broken foot. But that was another dodge bullet because after that crash, it didn't really get reported and they kind of just kept it under the rug. But all of the compartments for the drivers in the Cup Series went from optional to mandatory to where there was this added reinforcement that prevented similar things like that from happening. And I think had that been a taller driver, then it probably would have been a career ender.
I have a book on NASCAR history, and it talks about Kyle Busch's wreck for a little bit.
Yeah, that's like 90 G's.
Yeah, and he said that during the wreck, when you hit that hard, everything in the car stretches and flexes. And moves. Like even down to not just the seatbelt flexing, but like the bolts and like the actual shit holding the car together.
Yeah, like he said it moved. He felt the car moving towards him, and he was moving towards it.
Yeah, he said that his chest and his helmet both hit the steering wheel.
Oh yeah, like it's no doubt.
Plowed into him because everything moved so much. It was such.
And he was the scary part is like someone said that he was only going 90 miles an hour, and it was still 90 G's, which was the hardest hit in the last 10 years in Cup, and it's or not Cup, Xfinity, but. Imagine if he was going as fast as he was when he left the track. Like that would have been borderline unsurvivable.
There was some dude, and I don't know who he was. I don't know if he's a troll or if he's just a fucking Darth. But this dude was going on about all these different conspiracy theories and shit, and he said that Kyle Busch never broke his legs, and the reason why he went and had an 11-week hiatus was because he got bionic feet.
Hold on. Okay, 2 + 2 = 4. That shit don't add up. Like what the fuck? Why would you need bionic feet if you fucking didn't break anything?
Yeah.
He's talking about just going out here and just fucking upgrading the fucking cyborg just on a fucking Tuesday like it ain't nothing shit. What the fuck?
This man dead ass said that this man never broke anything and just got bionic feet to get bionic feet.
There were some of the conspiracies in racing are crazy. Like there was one for F1.
Does he not understand entropy? Like fucking
y'all
heat
ever
is a
heard?
Thing. Like your fucking feet would literally cook you from the inside.
Y'all ever hear
all
about
kind of metal in a
theory?
race car?
y'all need, like, I don't know if y'all heard this one. This is a fun one. Back when Senna died, they didn't know the cause, and nowadays it's probably because the steering column snapped in the middle of the corner. And there were fans for a while. They thought that someone sniped him, like standing near the track had a sniper and killed him.
God.
Like in that, people bought that conspiracy for years.
Yep.
Like
Shit, I remember people in the stands during the mid 2000s that were saying, "I wish somebody was up there on the roof and shoot that damn Jimmy Johnson." Like they're gonna be fucking accurate at fucking 200 mile an hour coming at you.
I'm like, how would you hit a guy in the head at that speed?
They probably got done watching that movie with Angelina Jolie in it.
Wanted.
Yeah,
Is that the one that curved the
they
bullet?
Fucking curved the bullet.
Yeah.
And
shit. Some of these fans are pretty nuts. I mean, I've seen some of the theories they come up with are just fun to listen to. I mean, I myself was like, there were crackhead theories about, you know, Alonso getting electrocuted by his own car in 2015. Those are fun to entertain. I mean, I know for a fact there was, you know, like you said, the one with the bionic legs and feet. That was something else. There was one saying that Dale Sr. didn't actually die at Daytona. I saw that one on Facebook a while back.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I don't know what they're thinking, but
yeah.
I wonder who Kenny Schrader saw in the car then.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did not see there's no
it was a dummy. They were remote controlling Dale's car all day.
Well,
and he rode off into the sunset with Jimmy Buffett on his boat. I don't fucking know.
being about that, you know, they finally named that, but that basal skull fracture.
Yeah.
When was it Adam Petty and Kenny Irwin at New Hampshire, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how many more blunt force traumas did they cover up between them and 1984, where we saw a guy at Atlanta Motor Speedway in his second race, Terry Schoonover, had the same exact accident.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's so many more that died that same way.
Yeah.
And yet they could have actually done stuff safety wise back in 84 forward instead of 2001. But had it not been for Dale Earnhardt, it would have been
it was a study.
It was a moot point at that point.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't the superstar.
1992.
You look at the
they killed
way
7
that
drivers.
they didn't figure it out. The people that made the Hans didn't figure out what caused the basal skull fractures, and they thought originally it was from hitting the steering wheel, but they realized that it wasn't a contact injury. It was just when your neck snaps forward, it pulls the back of your skull apart, and with it, it can pull all the veins and arteries, which means if all of them get snapped and you bleed out in seconds, you're dead. And then there are a few people that have lived through them.
Unplug your brain.
Yeah, like they've had people that have lived through them, like Ernie Irvin, where not all of the blood vessels were snapped, so there was still blood flow. You know, they just lived because instead of suffocating, somebody was able to cut their throat and get air into them. But now it's such a rare injury now because the Hans device, they realized that if they could stop the head from snapping forward like that, then they could stop that from happening entirely.
Yeah, I think the last straw before NASCAR really made it mandatory for all drivers, because they made it optional in 2001 for drivers to have the Hans device. And even after Dale Sr. had died, they still didn't make it mandatory. It wasn't until after Blaze Alexander died at Charlotte in the ARCA race in October of 2001 where NASCAR, really, I think all of stock car racing, it was official. You had to wear a Hans device. I think that was like the last straw. And everybody thinks it was Dale, but you had Dale, you had Adam Petty, and then you had Blaze Alexander.
And Kenny Irwin.
And Kenny Irwin
was another one.
Yeah, like 2001 was
the
a
Blaze
really,
Alexander
really, really
one was
bad year.
also when we mandated spotters on the roof as well, because that was in a practice crash.
Oh shoot!
That was Eric Martin.
Yeah, that was brutal. I don't know if y'all ever seen footage of that. Like, y'all go ahead and Google that one because it's not graphic. It's just sad because he was sitting there for like 20 seconds, and because another driver, it was a test, they didn't have spotters. Someone just plowed into him. at full speed. And it's like now, like it's crazy to think that they didn't have spotters in practice sessions back then.
Mhm.
And now we got
Yeah, just
spotters
letting
complaining
drivers just
about
run
being
around.
up there.
Like, dude, I don't know. Like, I don't know how you could oversee that.
Insane.
Yeah.
But it's ever since the inception of the Hans device, and thankfully in stock car racing, we haven't lost anybody since Blaise Alexander, which is wonderful. I hate I hate the fact that we had to lose people in order to get to where we are, but
Yeah.
they lost their lives, but they didn't lose it. They didn't lose their lives in vain. And
Yeah.
they've protected many drivers from horrible accidents, like Danica Patrick in 2012 in her dual race. That was a gnarly fucking hit.
Mhm.
She came screaming off the back straightaway, and it looked like that car wasn't slowing down a damn bit.
Mhm.
Or Kyle Larson at Fontana in 2016, where that car hit the wall a ton and did a whole
That's why I'm a
fucking
little worried about that
spin.
new car.
Yeah.
2/3 of Eric McClure's crashes.
I don't know
Oh,
if you've ever
no.
heard the article Christopher Bell said is that with this new car, he quote unquote said, "I have headaches that feel different." And I'm like, that's a little bit concerning to me.
That's
A lot of
That's
guys
really
had
concerning.
the hardest hits of their career this year.
Yeah, Logano said
Blows
it
my
too. in the
mind
article.
because there hasn't been a ton of what I would consider hard hits.
There's no
That's what
give.
my-
It's as stiff as a board.
I don't like the words that you just said.
Yeah.
Don't feel
Like I think
right
what they
to
said
me.
is the cars have such a
That's
little.
like some fucking concussion.
Yep.
some
They
CTE
give
shit
instead
that
of
these
just
guys are
giving
gonna
in
have less
with the
impact.
wall. They just bounce off the walls like they're toy cars. They don't give, they don't crumple, they just bounce off walls.
Like
And-
Austin Dillon at Atlanta.
Yeah, and he said that the way this car is built is that they designed it to be safer for the 3% of quote unquote high threshold crashes. And the other 97% of normal crashes feel worse as a result. It's like, I don't know if I want to make that trade off. Like
That's a
before we
horrible
trade-
fucking trade. Like the
why
3% that you're gonna have a high velocity hit is drastically different than having just a normal crash. Like I don't know who it was. I want to say it might have been Harvick, where he spun around and he smacked the wall driver's side. He said it was one of the hardest hits.
Oh
they've
yeah.
had.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad. Yeah.
And was that a
like
gateway?
the 600 had another one like
Yeah,
that.
maybe. I know Logano said his hit in the Coke 600 was the hardest.
He hit the wall driver's side.
Bubba at
that was a big one too. That's the thing with like the Indy Oval. You imagine how hard a tire failure would be with
Denny
this
Hamlin.
car. Like the Hamlin. You imagine Hamlin's crash from 2 years ago at Indy with one of these cars. Like he would no doubt miss this race with concussion. Like there's no way he would pass that protocol test. Like he probably wouldn't even be seeing straight.
Yeah.
So to tie in both that and the conspiracy, do you guys remember when people were talking about Chris Buescher missing the week after the Coke 600? Was that Gateway?
Yeah.
Because he had a concussion and he didn't actually have COVID, and they didn't want to release anything about it.
Oh,
You know
that's
what's
a new
interesting
one.
is that NASCAR for a while, I guess one of the engineers tweeted this out. I didn't know this. They don't use ear accelerometers, which is weird. IndyCar and F1 drivers, they have a mandated thing to where in their earplugs they have this little sensor that records the force of every impact. But I guess NASCAR wants to do a mouthpiece, which some of the drivers are testing, and they're not really happy with it so far because obviously they can't drink, they can't talk with this thing in. So that just made me surprised that they've never used an earpiece to determine impacts, because the way IndyCar has done it is like they've got sensors on the car like NASCAR does, but then they also have sensors in the driver's ear because they want to know how much force the head's taken. And to think that they haven't done it for so long is crazy. I thought they've done it all the time.
You would think that NASCAR would have done it by now, considering the fact that we race on high-speed ovals, and that the space between the bottom of the racetrack to the safer barrier, in that point of time, within 2 seconds, not even, you can go from hitting 170 miles an hour to careening up to the wall at about $120 and taking a gnarly fucking hit against the wall, regardless of all the safer barriers and all. The safer barriers are a great innovation, and they have absolutely aided in a lot of driver safety. But it's still a wall that you're hitting at 130 plus miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, we look at like Bourdais in that Indy qualifying a few years ago. I mean, he hit the wall like side on at like 220 miles an hour. He didn't slow down a bit when he hit that wall, and it was like a 130 G hit, even with the safer barrier. And it's like, you imagine what that would have been like with concrete, or you imagine what that would have been like because a couple of years before him, with that whole James Hinchcliffe deal where he got stabbed in the leg.
That was bad.
If that crash made them put some sort of protection in the side of the car to where stuff cannot intrude the side of the car anymore. And it's like, if that wasn't there, that wall wasn't there, then he would have died. Like, there's no way.
I want to bring up something. Keith said that we race fast, we race hard, we race close, but we also race 38 times a year.
Yeah.
We race more than any other series on the planet. And we don't have the safety crews. And you talk about James Hinchcliffe. If they did not have that safety crew that they have in IndyCar, if they had whatever regional crew that we have in NASCAR, James Hinchcliffe would be dead.
Yeah, because I looked at some articles.
We are just behind the ball, and it's
insane
to me because we do the most.
He lost, I think, close to 16 pints of blood on the way to the hospital. So that meant because the reason he lost so much blood is because that piece of suspension, when he was in the car, it was stuck to the car. They couldn't, normally when you get impaled, the hospital protocol is to leave whatever impaled you in the body and then take it out once you're at the hospital so that you don't bleed out. But with the way it was with him, they couldn't do that. They literally had to rip him off the suspension rod. So that only made it worse. And I don't know what artery they said it was, but if it was femoral, he probably would have died. So they said it was one of the arteries in his thigh and hip that was pierced. And he was, I think they estimated he was 2 minutes from dying. Like, that's how much blood he had lost. And, if the safety crew had kind of stumbled or whatever for 2 minutes, or if they took a wrong turn, then he wouldn't be here. Which is
IndyCar has their own traveling road crew that goes with them, and that's huge. They know their drivers, they know their protocols, they know how to get around the racetrack, they know their entries, their exits, and how fast they can get to them. When I was watching when I was at the Indy 500, there'd be a wreck while they're still fucking spinning. These safety trucks are already driving out to the car. But with NASCAR and like Carson Hocevar, which, listen, there's some controversy with that because he dropped his window net when he definitely should have. He should not have dropped his window net because, of course, that is a sign to safety workers that you're good. But, like, even regardless, like, they took their time getting to him. Like, they didn't want to check. Like, they just kind of moseyed around, got around to the other two trucks and waited for him, and he's just, like, bugging the fuck out.
I feel like something that... Oh, go ahead.
No, it's just it sucks. Like, it absolutely shouldn't be that way.
There was a thing with that IndyCar safety crew. I think back at Michigan, Emerson Fittipaldi in the 90s had like a career-ending back injury, or neck injury, that is. But something interesting is that the safety crew pretty much saved his livelihood because they used their training in a way that I never knew about until I read a book, and they said that he broke his C7 vertebra, which is normally results in paralysis. It's the last vertebra down here with the neck. And he, they asked him if he's all right. He's like, yeah, my back's bothering me, but I'm fine. So when he was going to go to get up and get out of the car, they told him, no, you're not going to stand up. We're going to pull you out of the car and you're not going to walk. And he's like, well, why? It's like, well, you might have something wrong with your back. So when they get to the hospital, they x-ray him and they find out that his C7 vertebra is pretty much exploded in the point where it was almost he was a millimeter away from his spinal cord being damaged and becoming a quadriplegic. So if they had let him get up and walk out of the car, then he would have been paralyzed, like, for life. And that's crazy to think about.
My biggest thing is you've got one safety crew like that. How come we can't train others and have a good company that services everybody else?
Yeah,
like
like
NASCAR.
we get like fucking, Bill Bob's medical team that comes around, once a year, and we're just like, hey, you want to post up and something fucking happens, just come on out. And no, like you should have a team that's prepared. Like,
and we got enough money to do that with a TV deal.
Yeah, they have more than enough money.
With not even the money, but with the amount that we've learned. You look at just 2002 alone with Dale Earnhardt Jr. at Fontana. You look at the hit that guy fucking hit. And that alone, in that era of racing where, we're learning from that. Nobody said, hey, you feeling all right? You think you have a concussion? Let me check you out. He raced the next week. So like it's stupid, the fact that we've had these incidents, not even deaths, just injuries. Injury after injury after injury. And you'll see, I remember back in 2013 at Bristol, there was the big one on the Bristol night race. Martin Truex Jr. held on to his wheel. The wheel snapped around and he fucking fractured his wrist. So like nobody looks into that kind of shit. It's just, oh, you got into an accident, you're not feeling all that great, whatever. But when it comes to IndyCar, they're checking everything. They're checking everything. Formula One is a whole different stature of motorsport, and they are the top echelon of world motorsports in terms of how they operate from top to bottom. And that is something that NASCAR needs to look at to emulate. Because if we're going to be the top echelon, American motorsport, what are we doing getting
we gotta
these medical teams? Yeah, like we're getting these medical teams from a local hospital that come and help. And like, yeah, it's great. Thank you so much for being there. But like, that's not the point. We need a team that's going to be dedicated to being on the schedule with us.
So, I mean, I think the simplest option is there's 38 weeks that we race, right? There are regions that we have that we go to. You could have simply a West Coast team and 2 East Coast teams, and every track is covered, and you guys work 3 months out of the year. Like that's what you do, and you can go do whatever you want the other 3 months, but you're NASCAR's for the other 3. We're gonna train you. We're gonna do everything, and you're gonna get paid at least 6 figures, because the most important people to our sport are depending on you to go home and see their families without any sort of inclination of injury or concussion or what have you. Because Dale Jr. changed as a person, because he went from being happy-go-lucky to just fucking terrified because he got concussed in 2012 in
motorsports
Michigan.
Tough. It's a tough sport because like there's no way to prevent these impacts. Like it's tough for me because we can go as far as we can possibly go. It's just there's always going to be that 1% that will happen and still happens, and it's like we have to figure out a way to just reduce the likelihood. We can't ever say that we're going to make them not happen, but it's hard because in a sport like this, at least, I mean, it's crazy to say that we are better than football now. Like we've surpassed football in terms of head injuries and safety, but I'm sure some of these drivers 20 years from now, like with that Bell comment, they're probably going to have long-term issues.
If they aren't already experiencing as we speak, because not a lot of these drivers, but there's a few drivers that have been racing since the mid 2000s. I put out a tweet, yesterday about all the drivers that have retired, and then in the same idea, I also looked at like the 2004 schedule or the 2004 standings. There were 88 drivers that started a race in 2004, and in 2021. 5 of those drivers competed. So there's 5 drivers that have been around since the late Gen 4 era, and you're hitting big time speeds and big time hits, and
Yeah.
Lord knows what kind of injuries were sustained. Like Jimmy Johnson in 2007 at Indianapolis, that was a fucking gnarly hit.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what kind of situation he was in for however long, So it's crazy shit like that the long-term issue, unless it's resolved quickly, like with Dale Jr. back in 2012.
Yeah.
I read the whole book that he had put out.
Yeah, it's
And
crazy.
he wrecked at Kansas. It was literally the last lap of his test session that he was going to have, and he blew a right front. And Brad Keselowski was outside the racetrack getting ready to pick Dale Jr. up, and he said it sounded like an airplane was coming on through and hit the wall. And Dale was all fuzzy. He wasn't right. And he literally was laying down on the floor in the back of a limousine, wondering what the fuck is going on.
Yeah,
and finally, he started to get himself back into shape. And then, Talladega of 2012 happened.
Another one.
And that one fucked him up.
Yep.
And,
It's
and
sad.
that was the dagger.
I admittedly, even Junior in the end of that book, he said when he makes his one Xfinity start a year, he doesn't race at tracks like a former Iowa, Chicagoland that were on the schedule when the book was released, because the bumps were so violent that it would jostle his head around. And even me, with karting, I feel like I don't do it as much as I could, because I know that, I was like, I don't want to get myself in too bad of shape when I'm still young. Even when I do those endurance races, if I bounce over enough curbs for a whole day, like, my head is rattled by the end of the day. Like, it's just
your whole body's rattled.
Yeah, like migraine, just soreness. I'm like, man, my head took a beating. And now you think about, okay, well, what do you think about these guys? And they drive at a track like Fontana for 4 hours, and it's like all those little bumps, they add up.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one thing that we can't really treat or get in front of, is that the brain is in a gelatinous fluid inside of a very hard skull, and it's just kind of floating there. And going the speeds that we do, there's really nothing that we can do about that, because it's soft tissue that's squishy, and it's kind of just jiggling around in there.
I wish we had, I don't remember where I read this. It's like someone said that woodpeckers, the area between their skull and their brain can absorb what would be equivalent to 500 Gs for a human being, because they can peck at these trees for over and over and over, and they get no brain injury. It's like, man, I wish we had a brain like that.
Alex, we need to get that guy Joey Cudmore, and maybe he can shed some light on how come we can't get NASCAR to train firefighters and EMSs and get their own safety crew that's just like the IndyCar crew. Because, he goes to the NHRA guys and all of that stuff with them, and the safety crews there too. So, and he's one of the developers of Fire Aid, the flame suppressant. So,
but the problem with that is, anything that you're going to tell me is an excuse that I will not accept. Because that is one thing that I know the three of us on this top row have said multiple times on the show, that, like, why doesn't NASCAR have a trained crew that goes around with the circus?
Again,
like,
you can ask somebody like that who's got more information about it, and he might be able to tell you more info than you could possibly imagine to know by not being inside those walls or whatnot, or inside that circle with whatever he needs. I'm just saying he could be one of the ones to help answer your questions about it.
Yeah, I mean, I've learned a lot in these past 3 hours, so.
But that would be a good guess for something like that, and the safety aspect, and the firefighters, and everything else that goes with it. I mean, he goes to all of these racing events, including the big dirt races, the big asphalt races, and NASCAR, NHRA, and IndyCar. I mean, he goes to them all, so he's definitely one with some inside info. I don't understand why they can't have it like IndyCar and get a dedicated crew that goes everywhere. I mean, if you look at it, they got that Steps Wrecker service out of Tampa that goes everywhere because they go to every one of the races and hook up the cars. Now they got their own damn wrecker crew. Why can't they have the best of everything else they need with the safety teams and get
It's
them to
probably
be faster?
a really shitty cultural thing that comes from the third France. Because if I learned anything about NASCAR executives from an unreliable source, it was Jeremy Mayfield's Dale Jr. Download episode where he said Brian France said that the owners were the most important people in NASCAR and that drivers were replaceable. So it might just be a culture thing where who cares if the drivers get hurt? But let's not spend too much money on our race cars. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. I mean,
I mean that would be my conspiracy theory because realistically, these new cars are cheaper and they're more rigid so that they don't tear apart, so that they're not expensive to fix. And that benefits who? The team owners, not the drivers.
But yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy few hours. But
is that a fucking katana?
What?
Sorry,
I know Colton
yeah.
just have some fun.
Fucking Leonardo, what the fuck?
Colton's only had 2 hours of sleep today. He's definitely hit it's time to do the goofy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
and this is how he's
seen me earlier.
My cousin's in the middle of moving in, and he just like walks upstairs, hands me a sweet Carolina Reaper Cheeto, and goes, "Dude, check this out," and like fucking hands me a sword, and I was like, "All right." No.
That's nice. It's sharp.
Yeah,
Be careful.
You're quite literally.
So if you guys are ready to move on to something, the Clown House, as I'll call it, they call it the Madhouse. Bowman Gray had some crazy shit going on tonight.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off.
I have something pulled up that we can look at on Twitter.
Yeah, I don't know. Sean, it's been a pleasure having you on. Keith, it's been great having you. I mean, you guys stayed for longer than you guys were expecting to stay, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I have work in about 4 hours or 6 hours.
Oh my lord!
So,
yeah. That's a double salute to you then, because we had no idea that you were going to do that. Like, we don't have work tomorrow morning. At least most of us don't. So
right,
like,
yeah,
man,
we cannot commend you
me,
enough for coming on.
And I missed it yesterday because my girl wasn't feeling good yesterday, and I want to make sure she was all right. She's not feeling all that great today, but I'm like, listen, I can't bail on them. And just wanted to show up, show out, and have a good time. So I appreciate all y'all. And I'll leave you at one final thing. Tomorrow's race winner is going to be Kevin Harvick. So goodbye.
All right.
Good night. See y'all.
Okay.
Yes.
If that's what you say, Keith.
Hey, man.
All right.
Yeah.
He was like,
pleasure,
you don't get to rebuttal me, Alex. I'm gone.
Yeah, I was gonna go too. So thank you guys for having me. It was an absolute pleasure. You guys provided such wonderful insight. I kind of just shut up and listened the whole time, basically. It was like, thought I was gonna talk about paint schemes and whatnot, but I really just,
honestly,
no, it's totally fine. I totally understand. I was happy to shut up and listen for those folks. There's nothing I could add that you guys weren't already doing. So I really appreciate it. It was a pleasure. It was an honor to be on here. So thank you. I was going to probably head to bed soon because
one of these days we'll have you on for a fan spotlight because you did really well.
Oh, thank you.
Episode.
Yeah. I appreciate it, man. Yeah. And shout out to you guys for doing this whole thing. This is like such an ambitious venture for your guys' podcast. And you guys have done it phenomenal. So like, I got to just say that, even though I'm
to be honest, this was not my or our best fucking idea.
No, it's not.
I understand.
I got a damn.
It was a great idea.
I got to get up in 4 hours.
It's been very rocky on the execution part.
So
that just means that we could do it again next year and be better.
There you go. Yeah.
Is that a gun?
But yeah, I think
Yeah.
that spells the end for my my stints on this 36-hour episode. So
Yeah, absolutely, man. Thank you so much for having me here, Nate. Appreciate it, and
Yeah.
everyone else who accepted me. So yeah, I'll catch you guys later. All right. Best of luck with the
All right,
rest of it.
have a good one.
All
All
right,
right,
see
later,
you,
guys.
Sean.
All right, see you guys around.
I think I might have had the longest dent of the podcast though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
think
just been a
so.
trooper, Ray.
Yeah.
Fuck all the hosts. Just some guy that decided that this
Oh,
weekend I'm
right.
gonna be on a
Dumb
stream
guy.
for 36 hours. Yeah,
Brian's out here pimping.
yeah. He's like, I'm better than
LTD's
every
biggest
single one of
fan.
you. So I'm gonna
Brian, what'd you do this weekend? I ran a fucking podcast.
like
We knew it. Hikers do.
Did you see that? I also dented was really bad at thing, but I dented on the LTT Discord. I know y'all in it. That fucking Pratt though. That open y'all did D if y'all haven't seen. The guy was okay, but oh my god.
I have
Where
to
was this
pull it
at?
up.
What
I haven't
happened?
been on Discord.
Discord.
Did you just put it in general chat?
Yeah. It's the tweet.
Give me just a minute.
Oh, I could pull that up.
Yeah.
I can also not pull it up on my fucking thing. Let me pull up Discord up here. I'm gonna play right now. What I've got on Twitter. I'll open it up on the same window so that we can see.
Well, Ryan, you have successfully crashed the entire podcast because you've been on here longer than any of the other ones.
Yeah.
See, I don't.
So this is something that happened at Bowman Gray earlier today, and I haven't seen it, but I've seen everyone say that this is some bullshit. So I don't know what happened. I don't know who's fighting, but some
you
shit
haven't
went
seen this?
down. I have not seen this.
Oh god.
Oh, yeah. Check this out. Some fucking North Carolina bullshit.
Okay, so we're just gonna drop back. Where the fuck did that tire come from? What in the fuck?
That dude just messed his car up for no apparent reason.
Is that a back?
That dude, I'm sorry. That's a lifelong ban. If not, I as the fucking promoter is pressing charges for
another one I saw,
attempted murder. What the fuck is that?
Hey, at least they didn't do it in the pits.
And then here's another. We're not gonna listen to the sound because that's too loud. Like, is that a fucking demolition derby or is it a fucking racetrack? What the fuck is that?
Damn, that track official was pissed, wasn't he?
Yeah, rolled up the newspaper and got him.
That's how Alex Corner works. You wreck in front of him, he's gonna go smack you for wrecking.
I don't like wrecks. Everybody knows that. This happened after the Xfinity race, so let's listen to this. You can't hear shit. Oh well. They look very angry. I don't know what happened. All right, so I'm gonna try and open up.
Ty was still in Austin to go to SACON.
Yeah, and Ty's mad that Austin Hill got his ride for this year and he had to go drive the 42.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he got demoted to the 48.
He's getting kicked out. So that's
a,
that is not at all what I wanted to do. I literally copied a Twitter link.
Yeah, that's the other one I saw.
Oh, what the fuck?
What are we doing?
What are we doing? Like, do we just need to boycott
I'm not
Bowman
saying
Gray?
I'm not still going to go out there and watch it, but what the fuck are we doing?
Where's this other wreck, though? Like, there's got to be a different angle than this, right? What the fuck are they doing? That is an embarrassment. That's some backwoods ass. Here it is. Here it is. Different angle.
Yo, that don't blow.
Yeah, it's on Flow. You can watch it.
Oh, I did the. Oh my.
What the fuck, man?
This right here, why freaking like late model racing get a bad name.
Yeah. Like what the fuck is this? Is just I can't. That's ridiculous.
That
So how many people would me and you have to kick out?
Fucking apparently everybody. There would be cars there. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was an gnarly one.
Yeah. Did y'all ever?
And then there was one. Casey Kane got into the fence at Eldora, didn't he?
Yeah, today. Wow. Yeah. Not good at all.
That's nuts.
Is that?
That's hilarious.
Oh, it's not Kane's.
What the
Oh
fuck?
my god.
Whoa!
Fucking ballerinas and shit, man.
You see the? I don't remember where it was, but someone fucking flipped their car in a heat race or a dash or something, and just
Did y'all ever do that video of that car getting freight up that's coming in the corner and ramming the dude? Like going turn into him?
Yeah.
Yeah, that earlier this week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. Maybe I'll just go up here.
Yeah, I don't know if I haven't seen the Casey Kane wreck.
Yeah, he apparently wrecked.
I seen a picture of it.
There,
Yeah.
there's a picture. Here's it. We're gonna see it. Barely. We missed it. Just barely.
That chip gave me heartburn.
That small chip.
That one chip gave me heartburn. I haven't had heartburn in like a fucking week and a half.
I'm sorry.
And I ate that one chip.
You can barely see it here. Just barely in the background.
Hell, it's so dusty you can barely see any of the racing.
Yeah, that. Oh, what happened?
Well, we've got somebody on here that actually watched the fucking racing today. Jared, you got us?
Did you add me back yet?
Yeah, I wasn't on. I was looking at fucking sprint car wrecks and shit. How bad was the Casey Kane wreck?
Well, okay. So here's the thing. I actually wasn't able to see that race because they only allowed Friday ticket holders into that one. And by the time I got there, I didn't really feel like spending like $60 just to go see half a feature. So I found a spot where I could see the TV, but it was so dusty I literally couldn't see the TV. So I ended up just watching on my phone.
Yo, what about that fucking firework thing, dude?
Yeah, they had a caution because there was so much
Again.
smoke.
Remember that it happened earlier this year at Attica.
They had so much fire whenever they were doing the presentation. I'm like, well, what do you expect whenever that happens? You know.
Well,
There's
listen,
so much fire.
usually this race is a later race, though.
Alex.
Yeah.
Alex. Look up the, I think it was a wreck between Tanner Thorson and Danny Dietrich. That happened literally right in front of me.
And you said Danny who?
Dietrich.
Tanner Thorson, Danny Dietrich wedding website. That's not what I'm looking for, Google. What the fuck?
I don't think I would look it up on Google.
It's probably on Twitter. If you scroll back enough on Twitter, you can probably find it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Google did not work. So
But the race did look pretty good from the replay.
Dude, the race was awesome. Sheldon worked his way from 24th all the way up to 6th before he hit the wall.
I can't believe they were saying, oh, this one at that Muscutton like thing. They were freaking almost on the wall. Freaking Mark was saying, the Cutton was a little less last night or earlier. He was
Dude.
riding the fucking wall.
Brent Marks is having an incredible season this year.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
yeah,
made
definitely.
$275,000
This week.
in the last 2 days.
And I want to say he had like 100 and something already this year.
He has a shit ton of money right now.
Yeah, because he won the 25K at the
I wouldn't be surprised
Double
if
Bowl.
he fell this year at this rate.
And the fact that he's doing it not running a tour, and he's going and picking and choosing his races is what is incredible.
Yeah.
Almost like Brandon Overton did last year when it comes to the dirt late models. Now you got people like Jimmy Owens and Devin Moran and Jonathan Davenport, Chris Madden doing the same thing. They're chasing the big money races only.
Now I love the board up or the Wraith and the Brent card. They're pretty cool.
Did you find it yet, Alex?
No, I'm fucking trying though.
Yeah.
I fucking
But
found
what happened
goddamn
with that? Everyone was
feed
blaming Thornton on that. Did he put him in the fence?
No, I think he just took from what my angle is, it looks like he misjudged his turn and got into Dietrich, and that's what happened in turn 1.
I wonder if you just look up King's Royal and
If you just go on like the World of Outlaws Twitter and just scroll down enough till you see the wreck in Heat 5, I think it was, or it was one of the heat races where that happened.
Yeah.
Or no, maybe it was the last chance. I think it was the last chance qualifier.
So you got there to be able to watch all your day? You didn't miss any of your day, though?
Oh, fuck. There we go.
You okay, Colton?
Yeah, I'm vibing, dude.
What, does he have another fucking sword?
No, I play Monopoly.
Oh.
Again.
Still
Yeah.
got the sword.
It's the same game. We're just finishing.
All right, I see no footage of the crash. But I see the crash. Let me see if I can. No footage of the crash. There's just pictures.
There's a video somewhere. I know for a fact there's a video because I saw it on Twitter.
This is the only thing that I found on World of Outlaw stuff.
Dude, the fuck.
Yeah, you need to find the video. If you can find the video, that was fucked up.
Yeah, because this is back in the heat.
Yeah, I can't find it.
I might just be bad at Twitter.
That's disappointing. Hold on.
This man's gonna drive off to the side of the road and find this fucking video for us.
Yeah.
How far are you from your house?
And I don't have anybody tagged, so I can't just go in
I don't
there.
think he heard you, Ryan.
This is from like
Alex,
weeks
see
ago.
if that's the right one. I just copied it in the paste in the private chat.
Looks like it. Holy shit.
Sick, you found it. Yeah, that was literally right in front of me.
That's fucking wild.
Ooh. Yeah, he did miss Dolphin.
Ooh.
Yeah, he fucking turned in
Is
on
it just
him.
that time of the night where we just play random fucking crash videos on fucking YouTube and just call
Dude.
that our stream?
I'm about it. Like, I used to have a VHS tape when I was a kid of an actual fucking production.
Hey, let's just watch the race at Boom and Break.
Let's do some crazy shit and just have our stream on our stream.
Oh,
No.
dude. Do it.
Do it? Okay.
Oh,
No.
dude. Do it.
Do it? Okay.
Oh, no. Oh, dude, we're going down
Do
a
it?
fucking rabbit hole
Okay.
here. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, dude, we're going down
Do
a
it?
fucking rabbit hole
Okay.
here. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, dude, we're going down a
Do it?
fucking rabbit hole
Okay.
here. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, dude, we're going down a
We can
fucking
make a
rabbit hole
fucking
here.
song.
Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, dude, we're going down a
We can make a
rabbit hole
fucking
here.
song.
Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, dude, we're going down a
We can make a
rabbit hole
fucking
here.
song.
Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, dude, we're going down a
We can make a fucking
Oh,
song.
my God. Oh, no. Oh, dude, we're going down a
We can make a fucking song. Oh shit. Was that good enough for you guys?
That was awesome.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
think
fuck.
we hit the part of the night that y'all freaking lost y'all's minds.
A little bit. Motorsports chaos. This guy steals content. We, I guess, steal his content.
This time, Raymer and Howard get
Damn.
together
At Lincoln.
entering at the end of the front stretch, and Freddie turns it over several times.
One lap down, and Wyndham's already
Oh,
got a
wingless sprint cars. That's too much.
Contact battling for fifth.
Them boys.
Bacon and Leary go side by side, and
I remember I
Bacon
said
goes
one
up and
time,
over. Red flag.
I didn't understand where the drivers' balls went for fucking wingless sprint cars. I still don't.
Multiple cars involved. There's Hunter.
They're not
Hunter
big
got
enough to
sideways
hold the
and,
balls
oh,
that it
man,
takes to
Robbie
drive
Kendall
them.
right across the front end and violently flipping.
I found it.
Cars to avoid.
I found VHS tape.
Wildly into turn number 2.
Someone uploaded it to YouTube.
What happened?
I have found there was a VHS tape I had when I was a kid. It was a crash compilation of like Formula Fords and shit in Europe, and someone uploaded it to YouTube recently.
I would not like to get copyright striked again.
After 20 years, bro, it's like
Don't
there
get
is no like actual fucking production.
I don't know if that's just my dad that had put the S there or what. But we got someone named in here.
No, I changed mine to Chad.
And it said it didn't say Chad.
it a S and then a A.
It's probably my damn iPhone.
Oh, just caught a right rear tire right at the end of the front straightaway. And
Damn.
that car went head on into the wall.
Sprint cars are crazy.
Yeah, definitely contact with Ian Manson there.
That better.
Kinzer second on the move.
Yeah.
Trouble. Donnie Schatz is upside down big time on the back straightaway. He and Linton Jeffrey got together now. Upside down as well. The 97
Damn.
of Alan Gilbertson. On the front straightaway, top 3, top 4 cars. Throw a blanket over him, Chase Johnson.
What the? We're now a reaction channel, guys. Welcome to FanFuel Reactions.
I don't think I ever want the.
Whoops.
That's from Australia.
Ooh.
That motherfucker looked like Cody Powers.
Not gonna lie, if that would have happened,
And he
when
flagged about how I think Cody Powers would flag.
Not gonna lie, if that happened when I was flagging, I would have shit my pants. y'all ever seen that video of the sprint car up and actually hitting the brake then? Not hitting it, but the car coming up on the brake then.
I haven't seen that, but I almost got hit by a fucking spring or something one time on the flag stand. It broke the protective glass.
I feel like Knoxville is the most wreckable track on the schedule. Half of these come from Knoxville.
I've had one near about climb in the flag stand with me at East Alabama before they raised it up 15 feet over the wall.
Damn. That car on fire?
This is all from this year too. This is just 2022.
Well,
this 2021.
Yeah.
Get the crane.
This is from 2020 last year.
That Fort Royal?
That's Lincoln, I think.
Now this one looks like.
Jared, you should not be watching this video while you're driving. That is dangerous.
You're right.
I don't condone this behavior.
What the fuck?
That's what cruise control's for.
Oh shit. Zach's back.
Damn.
Doink.
Holy.
That car peed.
Good old Lincoln. Hey, that happened when I went to the late model race at Lincoln last year. I was so happy for the late model race. This before I really got into really loving sprint
Oh
cars.
shit! What the fuck?
That would be all the alcohol.
Yeah. That kind of looked like today's accident, but damn.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Casey Kane's wreck at Casey Kane's wreck this year was really bad.
He gone.
Yeah. Am I freaking psycho that I actually watch these videos?
No, I mean, sprint car crashes are a completely different breed than other stuff because those wings absorb so much of the impact. It's like
like
they've got an air safety bag.
Yeah, they can get hurt, but yeah, like
the biggest part is when that fuel cell ruptures and all that alcohol catches on fire because a lot of times it's not finished burning when you see it go the orange and blues because it burns clear.
Yeah.
Damn, those guys in the infield almost got fucked up.
Yeah, and that post almost got it too. They split that post.
I don't mean to laugh, but when they bobble and they don't fully wreck, it kind of what the fuck. Yeah, that's.
He said, "I don't care. I'm gonna keep going." That was some fucking nitro boost.
Oh no! Oh no!
You just hear that TikTok song. Oh no! Here we go again. Whoop. He's out of here. That's Brady Bacon. He made a shirt out of that.
Did he really?
Yes, he did.
And I bet you it sells good.
It does sell good.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I think I got a picture of it.
Nice. Yeah. Last year with my birth year, I'm really getting into it. I just like Motorsports. Yeah, no, we're not doing this.
You don't want to do this?
Dude, that's some of the best racing on the planet right there. That's balls of steel, elephant size.
Yeah, they did enough of this when they had Brandon Lassiter on LTC. I'll give you that.
Yeah. How about that's the kind of racing he. Look up Brent Car Practice 2022. I can't believe we got to the part of this like y'all just like dead.
Our intellectual property making skills aren't functioning right now.
Okay, I guess we can't watch 2022. 2 years ago, 6 years ago. Yeah, I'm not trying to watch like that one.
I'm not about to play a fucking hour-long video.
Wait, it's an hour long?
Yeah. A notification. We got a new subscriber.
I don't remember that being an hour video, damn.
Apparently some shit happened at SRX tonight. Fucking Alex, hit the right fucking button.
Paul Percy went bye-bye.
Haley Deegan wrecked them all.
Damn.
Now Ray Evernham's pissed off now. He got to rebuild cars.
He no longer with SRX. He left SRX at the end of this year. Or start of this year. When that new DEO took over.
It don't matter. They're paying me for their mats anyway.
Are you going to show me what happened, or are you just going to show me the damage? There we go. He just lost it?
Looks like
it.
Well, it looked like they were already kind of wrecking before because, like...
Here we go.
Oh, God.
That'll do it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Paul Tracy.
Yeah, you could say that.
What y'all want to do?
I don't know.
We got 6 hours and 15 minutes left.
We got 20 minutes till we start our last part.
I still got another hour left till I'm home. This trip's a lot longer at night.
Really?
Yeah, I think it'd be quicker at night.
It feels like that. I don't know. It just feels like it's been longer.
Well, you also got up at like 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it was a matter. I'm gonna be on. This was a 24-hour day.
I had to turn the table.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
But was it worth it?
It was definitely worth it. I don't think I will be missing another one. I think next year I'm going to end up having to do just take off a couple days of work and just go the whole weekend.
Yeah, hopefully they still do the historic thing.
I think they. I'm sure they probably will.
I still can't believe Deeb Kinder never won both of those in the same year.
Yeah, I know. Colton, you'd be happy to know I have a Tyler Courtney and Sheldon Hodenshield signed NOS can.
Hell yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Okay. The stream is ready to roll at whatever time. 12 minutes from now. if anyone is still watching, thank you.
You're the real one.
And we will be switching over one last time here at 4 a.m.
And y'all go until
We're
9?
going to 10 a.m.
Okay.
6 more hours.
And I believe that adult asthma is a choice.
Let's see if I can make it.
That's who I am, baby. But I'll tell you this, baby.
I will not be making it 6 more hours.
Yeah.
I got it out there.
Yeah.
I leave it adult
You lucky you'll get out your car once you get to your house.
I still got a shower when I get home.
Yeah.
So riddle me fucking this.
Okay.
If you play a TikTok on YouTube, you can get fucking
softball World Series a couple months ago.
Yeah.
It's like I've been watching the Dicky Dicks, the Dicky Sticks.
Zach is still here.
Yeah,
Zach has like the most like awesome video game name. Zach Basham. Like this sounds like either a wrestler's name or like a Street Fighter name.
A Street Fighter named Desire.
Yeah. How not get copyright strike on TikTok, but if play TikTok on YouTube, get copyright strike. The background picture that I found, I need to give somebody credit for it because it's phenomenal.
What? The one you have now?
Yeah. That's the Xfinity race from Atlanta last year.
Why we at Atlanta?
Well, I mean, we're not quite New Hampshire week yet. Because theoretically, our race weeks don't start till after the race weeks.
It's almost Pocono week.
Are you going to Pocono?
I am. I'm going to Williams Grove Saturday and Pocono Sunday.
Okay.
Double
Well, the guy we had on here earlier, Ashtain O'Neal, got won some tickets to go to Pocono. He's a fellow Kyle Busch fanatic, so
that's what I like to hear.
You should go meet him and take a picture.
Did you guys see the Kyle Busch contract update today?
No.
Oh, I guess they asked him what if he's been talking to other teams. He's like, short answer is yeah, he has been talking to other teams recently. He said until there's an announcement, he's jobless in the 18 next year.
Moves to number 19.
But it's so crazy there. You went from last year, you got into fucking sprint cars, and now you're fucking going to every race you can.
Yeah, that's a bad thing. It's been a real pain to my wallet. I ended up.
I'm sorry, Jared. I should have never forced you to go to a dirt track.
Yeah, I bought 3 more wings again tonight, and now I have 3 wings. It's ridiculous.
Who did you buy?
I got a Brad Sweet, Spencer Baston, and did I get another one? I think I got 2. They had a special Kings Royal one actually that I got signed by Brett Marks after the race was over.
Nice.
So that was kind of cool. I got all but the Kyle Larson one was autographed. So now every one on the wall except for the Kyle Larson one should be autographed.
How do you put those on the wall?
I have this it's like the Gorilla sticky putty or whatever.
Are those gonna freaking rip the wall?
No, they won't actually.
Oh.
Like they're meant for those types of things.
Okay.
Well, mainly like picture frames or something, but I'm using it for something a little bit different.
Well, you got a hide and field one yesterday or whatever?
Yeah, I got the new 2022 one.
Yeah. That one you have ahead don't even look like a wing from last year.
Yeah, that was, yeah. So I almost have all the full-time outlaws. I think I just need like 5 more, and I have everyone.
Oh my god.
Yeah. The good thing is, if I get them now, then I won't have that many more to buy in the future.
Yeah, until they get new paint games.
Yeah, you're right.
That happened every fucking year, basically.
Special one-off schemes.
Thank God they don't have fucking burnt car die cast out.
I mean, some teams have die cast. Some of them have them. Not all the teams have die cast. The 160 or the 124th ones I saw, they're like super expensive to get. They're like $120 to get.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
But it probably also don't help your wallet that you literally live freaking $6 from probably like a lot of fucking practice too.
Yeah.
4 minutes, and then we'll switch over. The link is already there for the new stream.
Did you even sleep any, Alex?
Like an hour and 40 minutes.
You also got up earlier than you were gonna hope to.
Well, I thought they were gonna go to 2, not 3, so I could have got another hour.
Yeah.
I'm contemplating just turning the light off and just fucking going to the couch and having y'all watch me sleep.
That's a good idea. I'll watch you sleep.
Fucking content.
Colton, you'll like can you see the pro picture that I have on my profile thing right now?
Yeah.
I haven't. No, I will check it.
Or no, it should be on. Can you see what's the instead of my face that's on? Can you see it on there like I see it?
Yeah. That's Tyler Courtney?
It is.
Yeah. Dope. Look at. Peak content.
Damn.
Content.
Yeah.
I got a lot of content I'll be posting.
I got 3 minutes, and I'm gonna switch over to the new stream and put everybody on, and then I guess I'll have that peak content.
Ooh, what's the peak content?
I'll peak your content, bud.
Please.
No, is what I'm going to do is sign off before you sign off and finally go to bed because your mama's been sleeping pretty well and no issue tonight. Thank goodness.
Well, have fun for your 2 hours of sunlight before sunlight comes.
Yeah, no kidding. 2 or 3 hours I'll get to sleep, and then for the 4th time this week I get to go to the store and possibly forget the dishwasher tabs so that we can wash dishes. I've done it 3 times already. I'll probably do it again, and that's the only thing I'm going to the damn store for tomorrow. Go figure.
Okay. I'm rooting for you.
Well, send me a text about 10. Did you get them?
If I remember this conversation, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, you won't remember it.
He probably won't remember anything, to be honest.
Well, he did get a little tipsy a while ago.
I'm
and then
good. I
slept.
slept it off.
But the Terminator, man. The Terminator.
All right. Well, anyone who's still watching, don't go anywhere. We've got 6 more hours of the 36-hour EX-TREAM-AGANZA.
Stretch.
And we're about to swap over. So you won't see us for probably like 20 seconds, and then you'll see us, and then whatever happens, happens. 6 hours. We'll figure something out.
You're looking like you had so much fun right now.
I'm tired.
Yeah. You're ideal.
We're almost there. Probably like 30 seconds. I don't know. I'm going to get seconds on my clock. Oh, there it is. So we're ending this one and going to the new one. So if you don't have the link already, then
Yep. Pop it on.
It's in places where you can find it.
Sweet.